I carry a deep-seated hatred for monsters. My childhood was a tragedy, defined by the day I watched them brutally murder my mother in a horrific attack. For more than 10 years, I lived alone, fueled only by my thirst for revenge, patiently waiting for my awakening, the day humans can gain extraordinary power. That day finally came, and while countless others failed or got pathetic skills, I actually succeeded. But my joy was fleeting. I quickly realized the ability I received was more terrifying than even the highest-ranked powers. The power to copy skills. With it, I can analyze and steal the abilities of any opponent, forging an infinite path to strength to achieve my revenge. A special thanks to Nwerningok for their support. The horrifying memories flood back. It all started that day when countless strange black monoliths fell from the sky. Immediately after, massive pillars of purple light shot upwards, and defensive barriers were deployed everywhere. But the real tragedy began when the monsters, known as Calamity beasts, shattered those barriers and invaded our world, led by a demon of pure destruction. They slaughtered humanity without mercy. In the bloody chaos of my memory, I still hear the desperate screams, "Run, Dad, no!" The streets had turned into a living hell. I saw azure monsters destroying everything as people fled in terror. A massive beast roared, charging forward with pure killing intent as a blast of swirling green energy erupted, cruelly engulfing my mother as she tried to protect me. As the light faded from her eyes, her hand fell limp, and with her last breath she spoke her final words. "Run, Isuki." "Mom." I jolted awake from the horrifying nightmare. My friend next to me kept calling my name, "Isuki." My female friend turned back, her voice full of concern. "What's wrong?" "You're completely spaced out. I just brushed it off." "No, it's nothing." She tilted her head. Her blue eyes widened with doubt, staring right at me. "Really?" A single tear rolled down my cheek, and she noticed. "Then why are you crying?" The friend with glasses beside me leaned in and whispered, "You're just sleepy, right? You're usually asleep at this hour." But today, there was a surprise all-school assembly. More importantly, that teacher on stage is dressed pretty weird. From the podium, the man began his speech about history since the Calamity beasts appeared. "Some people gain the power to fight back," he said. "They are called the Awakened. 10 years ago, the largest Calamity beast attack occurred on the north bank of the Lam River. The Awakened from all over the world gathered and crossed the river to push them back in a battle that became known as the River Crossing War. Although attacks decreased after, the number of falling stones has recently spiked. A large-scale attack comparable to that war could happen at any moment." My friend with the glasses leaned in again, whispering like an expert. "That's Izumi Nento, the commander-in-chief of the Northern Continent." "You don't know? You're from the Northern Continent and you've never heard of him?" Izumi Nento. The name was familiar. I'd imagined a hunched old man with a long beard, but he looked even weirder in person. "I get what you mean," he said, "but despite his appearance, he was the very first Awakened. It's because of him we know about the stones and the Calamity beasts." His eyes lit up with admiration as he continued talking about his idol. "By the way, he's also the strongest Awakened there is. Even Washin, the light of humanity, was his student." Up on stage, the commander continued, "Recent studies show even unawakened people can awaken by touching a stone. I am here today to give you all that chance. Become awakened and dedicate yourselves to the war against the Calamity beasts." With that, he swung his arm, unleashing his power. The ground cracked open as brilliant golden light shot into the air, his bodyguards standing at the ready. The students went wild as a monolith rose from the ground. "Is this magic?" I heard someone ask. "You're surprised by that? This is our chance to survive." My friend with the glasses grabbed my hand, his face beaming with hope. "Did you hear that, Isuki? We finally have a chance to become awakened." Finally. Before he could even finish, I started walking forward, leaving my friend stunned and calling after me, "Hey, don't leave us behind. Wait up. Isuki, get in line properly," she called out. I walked right past her, my entire being radiating a chilling aura. I could feel her freeze, breaking into a cold sweat as my eyes flashed a demonic red. A twisted, insane grin spread across my face. Finally, the day has finally come. At the testing area, I watched a student touch the monolith, but nothing happened. "Failed," the proctor announced coldly. "Next." The crowd began to murmur anxiously after seeing the top student fail. That guy broke school records in his first year. If even someone with his amazing physical abilities failed, there's no way I can do it. Maybe physical ability isn't related, it's too early to give up. Another girl pulled her hand away, devastated. The proctor's face remained a blank mask as he urged, "Next, next, next." A mood of despair settled over us as student after student failed. Hey, not one person has awakened yet. Next? I thought this would be easy. Don't tell me our entire school is going to fail. Ignoring the chatter, the proctor in the dark sunglasses read the next name aloud. Next up, Oishi Hikaru. Worried whispers spread through the crowd as Hikaru's name was called. I really hope he doesn't awaken. That guy's a total bully. If he awakens, we're all in huge trouble. Look, the stone. It's glowing. Up on the platform, Oishi Hikaru had his hand on the monolith. Fierce blue lightning crackled around him, shocking everyone. He smirked, and you could just see the arrogance on his face, as if thinking, with this, even Izumi Nento and that beauty beside him will have to recognize me. A status window appeared, confirming it. Oishi Hikaru, human level 0. Job, elementalist, gift, lightning type, rank 2, status unrevealed, attack 3, agility 4, defense 2, magic 3 for a total of 12. From a distance, I saw the blue-haired assistant reporting into her comms. Well, we finally have one. At level 0, the average total stat is 5, but this kid's is 12. Basking in the glow on the platform, Oishi Hikaru tilted his head back arrogantly and shouted, "Doesn't that old geezer have anything to say to me? I'm the first one to awaken here." Suddenly, I moved. A black shadow flashing past his face at blinding speed, making Oishi's eyes go wide with shock. He couldn't believe someone dared to interrupt his moment of glory. He whipped around, his face twisted with rage, and screamed at me, "What do you think you're touching with that filthy hand? Are you trying to die? Model?" Ignoring the threat completely, Isuki calmly approaches the stone, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Who is that guy? Tenma, from Class F. He's a dead man. Once Oishi targets someone, their school life is over. But cutting through the noise, Izumi squints her eyes, sensing a strange and powerful aura radiating from the new student. That kid, I can feel an unbelievable intensity from him. Isuki places his hand on the cold stone, his red eyes burning with an iron will. I will never forget my hatred for the beast disaster. I have carved every single thing from that day into my mind. Izumi gasps, his determination is on another level. Suddenly, the Supreme Commander's pupils contract as his eyes fly open in utter shock at the phenomenon about to unfold. Behind Isuki, a colossal surge of turquoise energy gathers, forming the spectral image of a warrior god holding a massive sword. The black stone erupts, glowing brilliantly, enveloped by a massive green energy bloom shaped like a lotus bud. The light explodes, covering the entire school in a magnificent protective barrier. Everyone is stunned. That pillar of light is hundreds of meters high. Below, students stare slack-jawed at the sky. Whoa, this is way grander than Oishi's awakening. In the crowd, his two best friends cheer wildly. The boy with glasses laughs. That's our Isuki, just as we expected. The assistant stammers. This is a phenomenon that only occurs when the rarest class order breaker appears. Meanwhile, Izumi just smiles. I can't wait to see what he's capable of. Witnessing this incredible spectacle, Oishi Hikaru grinds his teeth so hard they could shatter, his face twisting in pure jealousy and shame. Meanwhile, Isuki's mind drifts into a mystical, spiritual space. He sits on a blue lotus and wonders, where am I? Did I awaken? A system screen appears right before his eyes, displaying his details. What is this? Name, Tenma. Human. Level, none, fixed. Job, order breaker. Gift, Nirvana. Special grade, his level is fixed. Stats increase upon acquiring skills, it nullifies all debuffs and completely heals all wounds. Another skill notification pops up. Skill, absolute mimicry. Z rank. Analyzes an enemy's attacks and allows the user to acquire counter skills. Isuki stares blankly at his empty stat sheet, utterly bewildered. Attack, none. Agility, none. Defense, none. Mana, none. Total, none. Everything is 0. But instantly a flood of new notifications appears. Acquired Z-rank skill, absolute mimicry. Special grade gift Nirvana has been activated. All stats increased by 200. Attack 200. Agility 200. Defense 200. Mana 200. Total 800. It all clicks into place. He understands how his power works. Iski smirks with confidence. So that's it. When I acquire a skill with absolute mimicry, I gain stats through Nirvana. Even if I can't level up, I can still get stronger in my own unique way. He clenches his fist, his eyes ablaze with determination, ready for the tough road ahead. I don't know what this awakening level means yet, but I will annihilate the beast disasters without a doubt. I have finally become an awakened being. Back in reality, a blinding light erupts from the stone, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. So bright, my eyes. From the epicenter, Iski's silhouette slowly emerges. Weishi Hikaru stumbles back. Sweat pours down his face as he stares in disbelief. That guy. No, it's impossible. The blue-haired assistant covers her mouth, trembling with excitement as she stares at her measurement device. These stats are unbelievable for a rookie. This awakened one is truly incredible, but that boy is without a doubt among the strongest. Isuki stands there, defiant. He adjusts his tie with the confident air of an emperor. The assistant says it all, the strongest rookie in the history of all awakened beings. His status screen displays a number that shocks everyone. Name, Tenma. His stats for attack, agility, defense, and mana are all 200, for a grand total of 800. No one can believe what they're seeing. Oishi Hikaru seethes, his face contorting with rage. He stole the cheers that were meant for me. Unable to control himself, he launches an attack. Oishi fires a bolt of lightning at Iski right through the crowd. A failure, like you should stay a failure! He roars, unleashing the lightning. I'll eliminate you with the skill I just got. Silver Serpent. Iski calmly observes the incoming attack. The system analyzes instantly. C-rank skill, Silver Serpent, detected. Absolute mimicry activating. Analysis progress 27%. Isuki's eyes flash as data streams through his mind. 57%, 69%. The lightning bolt slams into the wooden floor, exploding. The attack misses, leaving a scorch mark. But Isuki is already gone. Everyone looks around, stunned. One student shouts, "Huh, where did Isuki go?" There was a flash of lightning, and then Tenma just vanished. Where is he? Iski's shadow looms directly behind Oishi. The system reads 88%. A cold sweat breaks out on Oishi's back. He's frozen in fear. He's behind me? Damn it. I can't move. Iski leans in, whispering menacingly, his eyes glowing red in the darkness. If you were a beast disaster, I would have killed you 100 times by now. Consider yourself lucky you were born human. Oishi collapses to the ground in terror as Isuki casually walks away through the whispering crowd. Tenma, when did he even do that? Is Oishi so scared his legs just gave out? Ha ha ha, we'll be in trouble if he hears you. Iski strolls past the other students. The system reports 99%. He thinks to himself, maybe because it's only a C-rank skill, the analysis speed is pretty fast. Blue electricity crackles around Isuki's body. A notification appears. Analysis at 100%. Acquired C-rank skill, Thunderbreaker. Two boys beside him shield their eyes. One jokes, wait, he's glowing again. Good thing I brought my sunglasses. Iski finds himself back in his mental space. It seems I'm forcibly sent here whenever an analysis is complete. Silver Serpent analysis complete. Acquired Thunderbreaker. The skill details appear. Thunderbreaker level 1. Active effect. The user can absorb C-rank and lower lightning attacks into their body. Releasing absorbed lightning boosts agility by 50% and it can stack up to 3 times. The passive effect adds 5% agility for every lightning attack absorbed, currently at 0. He has acquired a Thunderbreaker level 1. All stats have increased by 10. All debuffs are removed, and his wounds are completely healed. Iski stands triumphant, shining brightly in the ring with his arms spread wide, crackling blue energy surrounding him, in stark contrast to Oishi, who's a pathetic mess on the ground. Oishi's jaw's on the floor, and his bodyguards are just as stunned. Iski is now completely covered in raw lightning. That lightning is even brighter than Oishi's. How in the world did he learn a skill like that? Isuki's stats continue to climb as the system updates, and look, they've gone up by so much again. Status update. Attack from 200 to 210. Agility 200 to 210. Defense 200 to 210. Magic power 200 to 210. His total jumps from 800 to 840. But wait, the sky suddenly darkens, and everyone looks up, worried. It was sunny just a moment ago. Is that rain? Hey, something's falling. A gigantic black rock plummets from above, tearing through the stormy sky and hurtling straight toward the school. And monsters are emerging from it. The blue-haired girl yells out an order. Why are the monoliths here? Right here. The all-school assembly is canceled, effective immediately. Everyone evacuate the campus just like we practiced. There's no doubt about it, their target is me. The girl with glasses turns, her face pale with terror. We should run too. Fighting isn't our strong suit. The man calmly assesses the situation. If we run too, it will only create more panic among the students. Look over there. That student is even calmer than we are. As the panic crowd flees, Asuki walks against the flow, heading straight for the danger, prompting the girl to ask, "Why aren't you running?" The massive rock slams into the schoolyard. Boom! The impact shakes the ground as dust and debris fly everywhere. His friends desperately try to pull Iski back, with the boy in glasses screaming, "Hey, a beast disaster is coming. We have to get out of here." But Iski, his face dark and filled with killing intent, replies, "I'm going to kill every last one of them." His friend begs him with tears in her eyes. "What are you saying? You'll die if you don't run." "Rakuru's right, you just awakened. You're no match for them, leave this to the other awakeners." Iski turns to her, his gaze firm, and says two simple words to calm her down. "Trust me." Her friend grabs onto the panicked girl, yelling in desperation as he pulls her away. "Fine. Don't blame me if you die. But is it really okay to leave him like this? The enemy is a beast disaster. It's a walking weapon of mass destruction." Iski flashes a confident, almost frightening smile, thinking to himself with pure excitement, "My first enemy since becoming an awakened." Blue lightning erupts from Isuki's body as he stares up at the sky. The things that killed my parents. I'm actually really lucky. A monster info panel appears. Frost Soldier, scale 1369, level 8, gift rank 2, defense increased by 100%. If an enemy's attack exceeds its defense, the gift becomes null and void. Its skill, Frostfire. Rank B status check, attack 15, agility 10, defense 120, plus 120, and magic 30. The total comes to 295. Iski gets into his fighting stance, his eyes glowing a menacing red. Should I test out the skill I just got? He lunges forward, unleashing his lightning and roaring the name of the technique. Thunderbreaker! The devastating attack slams head-on into the monster. Isuki's face is hardened with resolve as he screams in his mind, "I won't let anyone else die again!" The frost monster is shattered as Isuki delivers an incredibly powerful finishing punch. The monster is sent flying. Crash! It slams into the school building, shaking it to its core. Dust fills the air, and the group watches in utter shock. The assistant's jaw drops. Iski's too strong. Maybe we don't have to run after all. He sent it flying into the school building in a single blow. A rookie, someone who just became an awakened, sent a level 8 beast disaster flying. Nento watches Iski with a sharp, calculating gaze. That kid's speed and power are on a completely different level compared to other newly awakened people. But even so, defeating a frost soldier should be impossible. They have two incredibly annoying abilities, and the first is a gift that boosts its defense. The second, the monster roars, and a violent blue flame erupts, incinerating the space around it. The skill is called Frostfire, and it turns a human body to ash on contact. And Iski is caught right in the flames. His friends scream out in agony, "Iski!" Oishi just laughs like a madman, his face twisted with sick satisfaction. "You fool, you don't know your own limits. You're just going to be burned to ash." But inside the Inferno, Iski's system is working calmly, displaying a simple message. Currently using Frostfire. And so the analysis progress begins. 1%, 2%, 25%. He just stands there taking it, his cold eyes observing. It seems the analysis speed increases when the enemy's skill hits me. 39%, 57%. The blue-haired assistant breaks into a cold sweat, unable to believe her eyes. Even a level 10 awakened wouldn't stand a chance if they took a direct hit like that. His flesh starts to peel away, exposing the bone underneath. Iski grits his teeth, enduring it. 77%. For a newly emerged genius to be killed by a beast disaster before he has a chance to mature, So this is what it feels like to be burned alive. It must hurt so much. 81%. In the blinding pain, a haunting image of his mother appears. Mom. Nento squints, observing intently, and mutters with suspicion, "That kid Isuki. He still hasn't used his full power, has he?" Suddenly, Isuki's head snaps up as his body regenerates. Once this analysis is complete, you're finished. Analysis progress. 100%. The crowd starts to murmur with hope again as the blue Lotus appears. Is it too soon for a rookie who just awakened? I was an idiot to feel hopeful about that guy for even a moment. Look, that blue Lotus flower has appeared again. Maybe Tenma is about to show us another miracle. Iski steps out from the Lotus, his body completely healed. He wonders, now then, what kind of skill am I going to get this time? 94%. 199%. The notification board lights up. Frostfire analysis complete. Acquired. Black Wall. Black Wall level 2. Active effect. When triggered, it constantly generates ice on the body's surface by consuming mana, capable of blocking B rank and lower fire type skills. Passive effect. Defense increases by 10% when blocking fire skills, currently at 0%. Acquired. Black Wall level 2. All stats increase by 20. It removes all negative statuses and completely heals any wounds. Status update. Attack. 210 increases to 230. Agility. 210 to 230. Defense. 210 to 230. Magic power, 210 increases to 230. His total jumps from 840 to 920. He clenches his fist, feeling the new power coursing through him. My full power attack couldn't even break its defense before. But with this new surge of power, I know I can do it. A brilliant green aura explodes, bathing the entire schoolyard in light. Iski floats in this spiritual space, his body rippling with muscle and overflowing with life. His friends jump up and down, ecstatic with relief. Thank God he's alive. I knew he could pull through. A full recovery like that is a true miracle. The blue-haired assistant is floored, trying to make sense of it. A self-healing skill? But I thought he was using a lightning-type skill. They say order breakers are the most mysterious class. But even among them, Tenma was on another level. Her eyes were glued to Iski, burning with an almost frightening curiosity. Would he regenerate, even if his limbs were severed, or if his brain was destroyed? I wonder what the limits of that self-healing really are. The Mist Soldier roars furiously, lunging to attack once more with pure killing intent. Isuki calmly raises a hand as a wall of ice erupts to block the flames. Ice wall. The green fire smashes against the ice, creating a massive, billowing explosion of steam. Through the smoke, his blazing red eyes move faster than the naked eye can follow, leaving trails of blue light. A single, lightning-fast strike tears a chunk of the monster's body away. Iski summons a colossal ice sword, bringing it down from above in a decisive, thunderous blow. The monster shatters into pieces, its misty fragments scattering amidst crackling blue lightning. The students watching can only gape in utter shock. He took down a Calamity beast in a single instant. It was like teleportation. Only an awakened could even track his movements. Oishi is sweating buckets, paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, the assistant is just speechless. I couldn't see his movements at all. Is this guy really a rookie? Izumi Nento watches Isuki with intense interest after his overwhelming victory. Not only can he create solid armor, but he can also form weapons in any shape, a god-tier skill for both attack and defense. Amid the ruined schoolyard, Iski stands still as his friend Rikuru runs toward him, yelling in panic, "Iski!" Rikuru throws his arms around Iski in a tight hug, sighing with relief. "I'm so glad you won. I was worried sick." "What about Seiya?" Iski looks around, a puzzled expression on his face. "Huh? He didn't come?" Rikuru answers thoughtfully. He was watching earlier with a look on his face like he was about to cry. Iski's gaze lands on Seiya, standing in the crowd, far away. He wonders to himself, worriedly, no way. Is he angry? Meanwhile, the assistant Choha is still stunned by the power of a boy who beat a monster that even a level 10 awakened would struggle against. Nento immediately gives an order. "Choha, stay here and help with the cleanup, and tell the principal I'm taking this boy with me." Rikuru tries to calm Iski down, There's no way Seiya would be angry that you won. He probably got scared of being left behind and went to touch the stone again. Iski can only let out a sigh. I hope so. Suddenly, Izumi Nento approaches him. He looks Iski up and down before speaking. You're Tenma Iski, correct? Iski stands face to face with the imposing commander-in-chief, the air growing heavy as they lock eyes. The students in the crowd begin to whisper at the bizarre scene. Look, Izumi Nento is talking to him. You think he's going to take him on as a disciple? No way. The only person to ever become his disciple is Taiwajin, the strongest human alive. No matter how strong Tenma is, that could never happen. Sensing the commander has private business, Recru awkwardly backs away. Well then, I'm going to go find Seiya. Only 2 people remain on the field. Nento speaks, his tone filled with genuine interest. You're quite special. Iski looks up, repeating his words with a questioning tone. Special? Nento's gaze deepens as he feels the killing intent pouring out of Iski, sensing a heart overflowing with rage and hatred. He looks him straight in the eyes and asks directly, I want to know the reason why. Isuki says nothing. The dark memories from 10 years ago come rushing back. 10 years ago, my parents were killed by Calamity beasts while they were protecting me. We see an image of a young, broken Isuki, his face streaked with tears as he witnessed the horror. He relives the fateful moment of his life. I was almost killed too, but an awakened one saved me, right at that very moment, right before my eyes. His voice chokes as he remembers his mother disappearing into a sea of fire. I watched my mother die. She told me to finish the journey on my own. The young Isuki stood frozen in the wreckage, his soul completely shattered. Mom, Dad, and Mom died because of them. His grief twists into absolute rage as the boy screams in bitterness. No. The menacing shadow of the demon Ringa appears in Isuki's mind. He says with conviction, this thing is the root of all evil. His eyes blaze with crimson hatred as he remembers the vow he made back then. That day, I swore that I would kill this demon. Present day, Isuki grits his teeth as a single tear falls down his determined face. And all of its kind. Nento watches him in silence before asking in a low voice, even when your heart is consumed by hatred, you can still shed tears? Iski raises a hand to cover the tear, explaining his strange condition. Ever since I saw my mother die, my left eye stopped crying, but my right eye began to cry on its own. Because of it, I can never forget my hatred for the Calamity beasts. Nento nods and makes a startling offer. Do you want to become my disciple? I will bring you into the Salvation Alliance and help you get the great power you need to take revenge. Iski repeats the name, surprised. The Salvation Alliance? Nento begins explaining the massive organization formed to fight the Calamity beasts more effectively and scientifically. The governments of the 5 continents gathered the strongest awakened from all over the world to create it. Think of it as the official army against the Calamity beasts, and its members are called the Savior Corps. The Savior Corps are given resources like private training grounds and powerful weapons, and they are guaranteed extremely high pay. Even trainees receive 10,000 gold a month. That's enough money to buy a car. Of course, such generous treatment doesn't come for free. The Savior Corps is expected to constantly fight Calamity beasts on the front lines and protect the people. Isuki thinks to himself, honestly, I don't care about the salary or the resources. The most important thing is he clenches his fist, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. The chance to fight the Calamity beasts on the front lines, I want to become a member of the Savior Corps too. Izumi Nento begins to explain the grueling selection process. Every February, the Savior League holds an exam called the National Savior League Tournament, drawing in over 10,000 applicants. They're all scored on performance, but only the top 100 earn the right to become saviors. Iski immediately asks, what's the highest score in history? Nento grows quiet, his eyes behind the mask turning serious. That won't be a very useful reference. But he points to a colossal number flashing on the screen. The all-time record is 115,000 points, set by Taiwajin 11 years ago. You'll pass the exam if you hit 30% of that score, and you'll get first place if you manage 50%. Hearing that familiar name, Iski freezes as an image of the legendary hero fills his mind. Taiwajin, the strongest awakened ever known, the light of humanity. Did Marie Kuru mention him? Nento's voice turns grave, offering some sincere advice. Jin is unique. Comparing yourself to him will only lead to despair, but you should be confident. you can stand on the same level. Iski stares straight ahead, declaring his incredible goal loud and clear: I will surpass Taiwa Jin. Izumi Nento falls silent, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if he's watching a promising seed that has just started to sprout. His mind flashes back to the past, seeing Taiwa Jin's silhouette. You've become quite famous. The younger generation is trying to follow in your footsteps, but just following won't win the war against the disaster beasts. One day, someone will surpass me, like a new sun rising to replace the old. Nento looks at Iski, his voice filled with expectation. I am looking forward to it. The dawn that Jin was waiting for has finally arrived. The two of them now stand before a massive, brilliantly glowing spherical structure. Iski is stunned. What is that thing? Nento begins to explain the nature of the invasions. These monoliths are like pathways connecting their world to the world of the disaster beasts. So, if you only kill the monsters and leave the monoliths behind, new disaster beasts will just keep pouring through. He points toward the grand building. This is a facility built to isolate the monoliths that haven't been destroyed. Awakened ones periodically wipe out any disaster beasts that emerge from them. This way, the barrier's scale is kept under control, and it also serves as a training ground. Isuki nods, watching the entrance. So this is a training facility? Nento confirms. Correct. We call them stages. The level and number of disaster beasts that appear can't be controlled, so it's incredibly dangerous inside. This stage in front of us is especially nasty among all the rookie-level stages. It has the highest death rate. That's exactly why they call it the Rookie's Graveyard. The electronic board displays the all-time record. When Jin was just a rookie, he cleared it in 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Stage clear successful. 10 challengers, Taiwajin. Time, 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Stage clear record updated. Nento looks at Isuki and throws down the gauntlet. If you plan on surpassing him, you need to do it in 3 minutes. Isuki says nothing, simply walking toward the entrance. Nento calls out after him, if you can clear this stage in under 3 minutes, I will take you on as my student. Their arrival causes a stir in the surrounding crowd. Look, it's Master Izumi. Is that the rumored rookie next to him? No way. Until he's an awakened on Taiwajin's level, there's no way he's qualified to walk beside Master Izumi. Isuki glances around, surprised by everyone's reaction. Huh? Is this guy really that famous? He stops in front of the information board. Level 10 disaster beasts inside the stage. Level 10, only 2 levels higher than that frost soldier? Just how strong is that? Iski calmly walks on amidst the scrutinizing stares, but still, it seems like nobody around him has any intention of entering the stage. I wonder why. The crowd starts to jeer. Does that rookie really think he's going into the stage? With that much confidence, he must have a high-level awakened with him. Man, I wish they'd take us along too. Tsk. He's probably just here to hit on the cute receptionist. Guys with pretty faces always think they own the place. Iski approaches the reception desk, where a girl with gray hair eyes him skeptically. I'd like to enter the stage. Of course. How many challengers in total? He tilts his head and gives a blunt reply. Just me. The entire area suddenly falls dead silent at his answer. The receptionist's brow furrows and she snaps at him, thinking he's messing around. Don't make such unfunny jokes. Are you trying to harass me? If you came here to flirt, it's not going to work. This might be an artificial stage, but it's a dangerous place where you can get hurt or even die. What in the world is she talking about? Iski wonders, completely baffled. The onlookers burst out laughing. He really did come here just to hit on her. Ha ha ha, some people really mistake a stage for a date spot. Well, usually they just get yelled at and then scurry off home. Isuki looks the girl dead in the eye. His voice is flat, without a single ripple of emotion. You seem to be misunderstanding, but I have absolutely zero interest in you. I'm genuinely here just to conquer the stage. The receptionist flushes with embarrassment, but still tries to save face. You don't have to act tough just because you're ashamed. I'll give you my contact info, so just go home for now. Suddenly, a chilling aura explodes from Iski, his eyes darkening with menace. Don't make me say it again. I don't care about your contact info, just let me into the stage. The girl trembles, handing him a bracelet with a shaky hand. Fine, but don't blame me if you die. Iski thinks to himself, you should have just agreed from the start, making me repeat myself over and over. The crowd starts whispering again as he prepares to enter. What an idiot. He could have gotten her contact info. This is no time to act like a hero. A level 0 rookie challenging a level 10 stage is just suicide. I bet he'll come running out in less than a minute. Iski stands before the steel door as the chatter continues. That guy seems pretty confident. He's got a special grade gift too, so maybe he can actually do it. Another person immediately dismisses the idea. For an awakened, a gift is just an extra bonus. The most important thing is level. No matter how special your gift is, it's meaningless if your level is low. Isuki calmly raises his hand, preparing for the final step. My personal information is registered on this bracelet, so if I scan it, I can get in. A beep echoes as the panel lights up. Entry request from awakened Tenma Iski has been approved. He cracks his knuckles, his breath forming a cloud of white steam. Under 3 minutes, that was the promise. All right, let's begin. The numbers on the digital display start climbing from 0. The race against time has officially started. Iski bolts forward like a flash, leaving blazing trails of energy in his wake. He steps into a shockingly vast space, much larger than he had imagined. This is his first time entering a stage, even an artificial one. Iski focuses, preparing for the real battle. And there it is. A giant wooden entity looms before him. The system panel flashes. Kodama, level 1. Kodama race tier 4, no gift. Without a single wasted motion, Iski charges in, stats on full display, attack 49, agility 48, defense 53, magic 24, for a total of 174. He swings his black flame axe, cutting the monster down with ease. A cocky smile spreads across his face. An axe is always best for trees anyway. How does it feel to see your friend sliced in two? Iski stands defiantly before the surrounding horde, yelling, "You rotten trees!" Outside, a worried Choha asks her father, "Dad, there are plenty of other rookie stages. Why did you send him into this one?" Nento replies, "He said he would surpass Jean, so I simply sent him to the stage that Jean first challenged." Choha insists, unless he transcends the limits of humanity, surpassing Jean is impossible. This makes Nento wonder, does Choha think Jean is no longer human? Her expression tense. She continues her flashback. "I used to think Jean was kind and approachable, but I saw him kill a level 97 disaster beast in an instant, his eyes at that moment. The haunting image of those cold crimson eyes flashes in her mind. Solitary and transcendent, those eyes didn't seem human. Jean's silhouette was like a supreme being. They were like the eyes of a god." Nento thoughtfully assesses Asuki's potential. That boy has the same potential as Jean, but right now, he's just an unpolished gem. If Jean is a godlike figure who saves people, then Tenma is a demon consumed by hatred, his complete opposite. He silently judges, watching Asuki hold the monster's head. Inside the stage, Asuki scoffs. These monsters are too weak. Absolute simulation won't even activate against beasts of this level. Suddenly, a massive shadow with glowing red eyes rises menacingly right behind him. Iski spins instantly, unleashing a brilliant lightning slash in a swift counterattack. As the monster falls, he wonders coldly, "Is that it?" He narrows his eyes at the corpse, suspicion growing. A level 10 disaster beast is only this strong? No. If this was all, it wouldn't be called the Rookie's Graveyard. There has to be something more. The system immediately blares red. B rank skill self-recovery detected, absolute simulation activated, analysis beginning 5%. Iski startles, feeling immense energy surging from behind. The wooden monster revives, now even larger, shocking Asuki, but I took off half its head. How can it still recover from that? The reborn monster's info appears, its power overwhelming. Regenerated Kodama, level 520. Kodama race, tier 10. Gift. Lower 2, defense minus 50%, and greatly enhanced self-healing. Stats, attack 110, agility 100, defense 60, magic 180, total 450. He thinks to himself, I knew it wouldn't be this simple. Isuki instantly activates his class's defensive power, Black Wall. Activate. He dives from above like an arrow to stop its regeneration. I have to deal massive damage in a short time, 17%. A flurry of slashes tears through space as the analysis hits 19%. Isuki powers up, channeling everything into his spiked gauntlets and charging the beast. A brilliant strike cuts through the darkness. Analysis jumps to 21%. The monster's body is split by the powerful slash, revealing deep cracks leaking energy. Isuki's eyes glow red as a crazed, bloodthirsty smile forms. Not done yet. I'll dice you up so you can't regenerate again. He unleashes thousands of crisscrossing slashes at godlike speed, engulfing the giant monster. Finally, the Kodama entity shatters into countless pieces, utterly annihilated by Isuki's power. Standing amid the fragments, Isuki pants, exhausted, thinking, that should be enough. Using Black Wall for this long is draining my magic reserves. But then the ground shakes violently. The giant monster rises again, stronger than ever, with a deafening roar. He quickly tumbles away, dodging sharp roots. The progress bar hits 60% as he yells in frustration. It's still not dead after all that? What a pain. Amid the crisis, Isuki's eyes gleam. He's found an opening. Each time it regenerates, Absolute Simulation's analysis speed increases. He begins formulating a new strategy. His face set with determination, he thinks, I'll cancel Blackwall to save magic and use Thunderclap to dodge while keeping my distance. Continuing this until the analysis is done is the path to victory. But, glancing at the analysis bar, 75%. Isuki grits his teeth under the pressure. I don't have much time until the 3-minute limit. He decides to risk it all. He unleashes a burst of energy, activating Thunderclap and Blackwall at once to push his attack to the limit, forcing it to regenerate over and over. This should boost the analysis speed. As the monster strikes him down, Isuki endures bone-shattering pain. If Absolute Simulation can't activate when my magic hits 0, I'll die right here. The progress bar hits 80%. He flips through a cage of sharp roots and it jumps to 85%. Isuki charges the enemy thinking, but if I die, then this is all I was worth. His eyes burn crimson with killing intent, ready for the final blow. An explosive impact! The power of lightning slams into the monster's body, creating a blinding flash of light. Thrown back with a blood-soaked face, Isuki mutters, damn it, as countless roots impale him. The bar hits 99%. He feels utterly drained, his magic almost gone. But unexpectedly, a sinister smile spreads across his face. The notification blazes 100%. Just as I thought, he declares. Absolute Simulation doesn't need magic to activate. This fight is my win. A massive blue energy Lotus explodes as the system announces, self-regeneration analysis complete. Chain burst acquired. Instantly, the skill details appear. Chain burst, level 2, active effect. Consumes mana to inflict explosive damage on enemies within a 5-meter diameter. Its power directly proportional to the mana spent. Passive effect. Each time Lotus Burst defeats a living creature of level 1 or higher, the range of all skills increases by 1%. Standing inside the Divine Lotus, Itsuki's body is completely healed. 2. All stats increase by 20. It removes all debuffs and fully heals any and all wounds. Gazing at the horrified monster, the final command prompt appears, activating Lotus Burst. Itsuki calmly joins his hands, focusing all his mana into a single point. An explosion shaped like a giant fire lotus engulfs the entire target in a sky-scorching sea of flames. The wooden monster shatters into pieces, turning to ash under the immense heat. Standing amidst the smoke and dust, Itsuki wipes a trace of blood from his lips and coolly remarks, Lotus Burst isn't half bad. He stares in shock at the huge crater. He just created all that power from just 1/3 of his mana. Sweeping weak disaster beasts will be much easier now. But he never imagined Absolute Simulation could even restore mana that had hit 0. Suddenly, spotting a fallen green crystal, Itsuki freezes for a moment, wondering, what in the world is this? Meanwhile, outside, a panicked staff member watches the clock hit 2 minutes and 9 seconds. It's been almost 3 minutes, with no sign of the rookie coming out. We should call the rescue team now. Chua's absolutely on edge. Sweat rolls down her cheek as she thinks, I don't think he'd lose to level 10 beasts. But clearing the stage in under 3 minutes seems completely impossible. Suddenly, the entire system glows bright green with a single message, new record achieved. Izumi Nento and the crowd just stand there, stunned, looking at each other in disbelief and gasping, no way. Chuha's jaw drops, seeing the actual result. He cleared it, but how? The crowd outside the board is frozen, staring at the unbelievable time. It's not even 3 minutes. Challenge successful, stage level 10. Challenger, Itsuki Tenma. Time elapsed, 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Stage clear record updated. The stage door opens, and Itsuki walks out, clothes tattered, eyes ice cold. He blew away the competition on the leaderboard. First place, Itsuki Tenma, 2 minutes 14 seconds. Second place, Jin Taiwa, 3 minutes 14 seconds. Third place, Sohaitan, 7 minutes 17 seconds. The crowd erupts in horrified whispers. He actually made it out alive. Is that blue liquid the blood of a disaster beast? He was a whole minute faster than Jin Taiwa? Itsuki stands before Izumi Nento, looks him dead in the eye, and makes his offer. Now, will you officially guide me? A small smirk plays on his lips. The dried blood on his face only highlights his experience. Sir, sensei. Behind his mask, Nento gives a satisfied smile which leaves Chua completely stunned. Well done, just as I'd expect from my student. Is Dad smiling? How long has it been since I've seen that? The other students keep whispering. He's Izumi Nento's student? No wonder he could break Jin Taiwa's record. But even if he is a student, as long as his level doesn't increase, there's absolutely no room for him to grow. Suddenly, the receptionist from before approaches, her face flushed with regret, holding out an exquisite wooden box. This is a gift for breaking the record. Please, accept it. And, I'm so sorry for my rude words earlier. Itsuki calmly takes the gift, his gaze softening just a little. It's fine. A level 0 rookie challenging a stage like that does look incredibly reckless. I'm a total stranger, my death would have nothing to do with you. But you still tried to stop me. That proves you were worried. The girl bows her head, embarrassed by his thanks. Thank you. It was nothing. Chuha abruptly cuts through the atmosphere. She turns to leave, calling out, Hey Tenma, I'm leaving you behind. She crosses her arms, giving Itsuki a stern look, warning him not to get cocky. Don't get ahead of yourself just because you became my father's student. That's right, a stage of this level seems way too easy for you now. Should we raise the difficulty? Nento nods in agreement, looking toward the giant structures in the distance. You can now challenge the high-level advanced stages. Itsuki asks in surprise, advanced stages? As the three of them walk across the campus, Nento begins to explain a harsh truth. Level is not the only thing that determines a disaster beast's power. The most important factor is, he points to an image of ferocious monsters, the species. The ones without intelligence that just move on instinct are easy to deal with. But then, an intimidating image of warrior-like beasts appears. Some species have intelligence equal to or even greater than humans. They're far more troublesome than your average disaster beast. Chuha continues for her father, explaining more about this world's mechanics. Awakeners and disaster beasts are basically the same type of being. But currently, only we humans are known to possess jobs. In other words, stats will differ depending on the species. She frowns at Itsuki, announcing his next challenge. The advanced stages have powerful species, or intelligent disaster beasts like that. Their difficulty is many times higher than normal stages, and most of the advanced stages on the northern continent are in District 4, so that's your next destination. Any other questions? A dangerous glint appears in Itsuki's eyes as terrifying thoughts flash through his mind. The two I just defeated, they had no intelligence, and they didn't even scream when I attacked. Does that mean they don't even have pain receptors? The intelligent ones have pain receptors, right? A pitch-black murderous aura erupts around Itsuki, making Chuha's face go pale with fear. What is this terrifying presence? What on earth is he thinking? Meanwhile, in another area, a crowd is gossiping about a powerful figure. Did you hear? Mr. Izumi plans to let him challenge an advanced stage. The guy who broke Jin Taiwa's record should be fine, but the advanced stages in District 4 are almost all under the control of that man. More importantly, every awakener who enters an advanced stage there has gone missing. Rumor is that man killed them. That man? You mean Kinochita Raiji? One guy quickly covers his friend's mouth. His face drains of all color. Shh, you'll get killed too if he hears you. After all, that guy is. In a luxurious room, the man named Kinochita Raiji sits with his legs crossed, enjoying himself. Letting his subordinate polish his shoes is the son of the governor of the Northern District 4, Kinochita Raiji. He takes a sip of wine, his face dripping with arrogance. His man asks, "When will you depart?" "All stages in District 4 are under my control. I'll enter whenever I please." Raiji's lips curl into a contemptuous sneer. radiating pure aristocratic dominance, waiting in line as for the rabble. Back with Iski, he slowly opens the gift box, a dry click echoing in the quiet. Under the cool shade of a tree, the three of them sit down to talk. Iski stares, stunned by what's inside. This is from back then. Nento watches his reaction, then asks, "You've seen a karma stone before, haven't you?" Iski looks at the green crystal on the ground, then back to the one in his hand. "Yes. After I defeated the disaster beasts inside the stage, something just like this dropped." "No, there's a slight difference." He holds the stone up to the light, observing. Its color is green. But Choha shoots to her feet in a panic, her eyes wide with disbelief. A mid-grade karma stone? In a stage meant for rookies? What exactly is a karma stone? Iski asks. Choha sits back down, ready to break it all down. Let me explain. Karma stones are also known as experience stones, which reminds me, you're still a complete newbie. An illustration shows the law of the world. What happens after a disaster beast or an awakened dies? From their bodies, karma is released an invisible substance, basically experience points. Absorbing it is how you raise your level. In other words, a karma stone is a crystal packed with karma. Using one to absorb the energy within is a shortcut to leveling up. But it's bizarre. Karma stones shouldn't just appear naturally. Choha stares thoughtfully at the sky, trying to solve the puzzle of its appearance. It's likely because of Tenma's gift. Nento suddenly chimes in with an explanation. Isuki glances at Choha, confused. Gift? Nento continues to explain the irregularity. Normally, the karma of a defeated foe is absorbed by whoever defeated them. But even after Tenma took down 2 disaster beasts, he didn't level up at all. That means it wasn't absorbed. But once karma has manifested, it can't just vanish for no reason. He looks between Choha and Raiji, dropping a bombshell of a theory. If my hypothesis is correct, the karma from the beasts that attacked the school was absorbed by all the awakened who were present there, meaning by us. The stone in Asuki's hand glows a brilliant green. Meanwhile, a stage is a closed-off space. Tenma couldn't absorb the karma, and there was no one else there to take it. So it all coalesced together and formed a karma stone. Watching Asuki from behind, Choha wonders with a mix of dread and awe, he really can't level up? Then how in the world are his stats increasing? That's actually... Instantly, Izumi Nento cuts her off, his voice severe. Choha, an awaken's gift is top secret and is not to be disclosed. You haven't forgotten that, have you? She pales with regret. My apologies. Turning to Isuki, Nento gives his instructions. I will leave it to you to decide whether to keep that karma stone for yourself or sell it. I have a meeting with the supreme commanders of the South Continent, so I'll be gone for a while. Choha will take care of you in the meantime. But before I leave, there are a few things I want you to remember. He lays down the unbreakable rules. First, keep our relationship a secret. Second, do not reveal your gift to anyone else. Third, conquer at least 6 high-level stages before I get back. And fourth, do what you believe is right without hesitation. No matter what happens, I will always be behind you, supporting you. A confident smirk plays on Asuki's lips as his eyes meet his master's with unwavering resolve. Yes, master. The scene shifts to a new battlefield. At the Flintstone execution site in the 4th Northern District, furious students are blocked at the entrance, shouting, "We got here first, why can't we go in?" But the stone-faced bodyguards in sunglasses make the announcement. This stage has been reserved by the son of the Kinochita family. Go home for today. A defiant green-haired student argues back, who cares? Just because he's got money, he thinks he can do whatever he wants? He's not even here yet, just let us go first. Suddenly, from behind, a hulking figure named Takeru appears, his red eyes blazing with pressure as the student yells, I don't give a damn who that rich kid is. If you don't let us in, I'll report this to the Awakened Association. Without a single word, Takeru unleashes a devastating punch that rips through the air, aimed straight for the group of students. His face is a mask of pure violence, his massive arm swinging with terrifying force. The impact is staggering, an attack that crushes all resistance in a single moment. The blonde-haired student collapses, his face ghost white. Impossible, my rank B Earth Spike skill had no effect on him? Takeru stands there, an immovable wall of steel. He replies coldly, that didn't even tickle. The victim trembles, a cold sweat breaking out before this monstrous power. Earth Spike is a technique that can pierce through anything. This guy. Is he a monster? Showing zero mercy, Takeru looms over and grabs the poor student's head. He's ruthless, making the student choke on his own blood. The surrounding crowd gasps in horror. A level 7 and 8 duo, taken out instantly? That huge guy is just too strong. That's Oga Takeru, one of Kinochita Raiji's 4 pillars, and a level 12 metal element mage. Level 12, no wonder. Takeru lifts the body in disgust, growling out a threat. I won't forgive anyone who tries to enter this stage without Raiji's permission. If you dare resist, you'll suffer the same fate as these two. He stands proudly among the wreckage, barking out an order. This trash will just ruin themselves here. Don't even think about helping them. The goons behind him cackle and jeer. Takeru, try not to go too far. That trash is watching. If you beat up weak little students, you'll get reported to the teachers. Bohaha. He lets out a cold, contemptuous snort, tossing the body aside like garbage. In that very moment, Isuki appears out of nowhere and catches the victim, his calm expression shocking Choha, who was right behind him. Everyone in the crowd just stares. Who is that guy? Did he not hear us say not to help? Level 0, he's a dead man. That beauty with him looks really familiar, though. Takeru glares at Isuki, his eyes filled with killing intent. Hey, newbie. I said no one gets through without Raiji's permission. If you don't want to end up like him, then shut your mouth and go home. Isuki stares his opponent down, calmly analyzing. I understand. I can't enter the stage unless I defeat you first. Choha immediately pulls out her phone. I'm contacting the manager of the 4th Northern District. This kind of behavior is unacceptable. Isuki raises a hand to stop her. His eyes glow with a determined blue light. That won't be necessary. Master told me that I can do what I believe is right without any hesitation. He hands the injured student to her. Don't worry, I'll leave the healing to you, but Takeru is starting to get nervous, breaking out in a cold sweat just looking at this guy Isuki's hidden status window. Who is this kid? He's only level 0 but shows 0 fear standing before me. Is it because he has some kind of rare class? He tries to hype himself up, comparing their power. Wait, why do I feel so pressured, rare class or not? I'm 12 whole levels above him. The difference in stats should be insurmountable. Oga Takeru's status shows a total of 6,505. Takeru glares hard at Isuki. His pupils shrink as he feels a terrifying killing intent radiating from the young man. In his horrified eyes, Isuki's figure blurs, moving like a whirlwind, reflecting perfectly in Takeru's pupils. In an instant, a punch carrying immense force from Isuki slams right into the giant's face, creating a massive impact. Oof! Witnessing this, the student's jaws drop in pure shock. So fast! Is he really level 0? A level 8 student admits he couldn't even follow that speed. However, as Isuki's fist makes contact with Takeru's skin, a strange white smoke suddenly rises from the point of impact. Isuki squints, surprised to see his attack completely stopped. He blocked it with metallization. Takeru grins, his metallic hands locking onto Isuki as he growls, "Nice speed." Then he slams his fist down. A shockwave of pressure explodes outwards. Isuki quickly leaps back, but not quite fast enough. Landing in a defensive stance, Isuki calmly rethinks his strategy for taking down a level 12 opponent. I'll need to boost my agility with Thunderclap. Right then, the system window glows brightly, updating his stats and beginning the copy process. Name, Isuki, human, level 0 fixed. Total 1,000. Skill metallization detected. Absolute simulation activating. Analysis progress 1%. Isuki lowers his stance, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Was that enough of a threat to activate absolute simulation? I need to get serious. He dashes forward again like a ghost. The analysis bar jumps to 5%. Normal attacks can't get through his metallized areas. In that case, I'll aim for the flesh. The ground beneath Isuki cracks from the sheer force of his push-off as he launches his attack. Takeru swings his massive metal fist down with a contemptuous smirk, a weakling with neither power nor speed. Suddenly, blue lightning crackles around Isuki, and he accelerates in a flash just as Takeru gets cocky. He's boosting his speed with Thunderclap. The lightning-charged blow smashes into Takeru's side, making his eyes widen in shock. Lightning element, I won't give you time to metallize. A storm of consecutive punches rains down on him. The analysis bar shoots up 25%, 37%, 59%, 66%, 100%. The onlookers are completely stunned. How is that guy using someone else's skill so fast my eyes can't keep up? That level 0 might actually beat Oga. Takeru grits his teeth through the pain, his face twisted in disbelief. Damn it, no time to use metallization. How is a level 0 this fast? At this rate, I'm going to lose. Pinned down, he screams in desperation, completely locked by Yusuke's pressure. Damn it, I can't even shout. You guys, stop standing there and help me. In a final burst of rage, Takeru pours all his remaining strength into one last gamble. I have no choice but to try that. A massive wave of energy erupts as he lets out a deafening roar. Ha! Takeru's entire body transforms into glossy black metal. The system announces analysis at 88%. This guy metallized his entire body. I should actually thank you. I've never successfully metallized my whole body before, but you forced my hand. He stands proudly, showing off his now absolute defense. Metallized areas get a 50% defense boost, and my gift adds another 50% when I'm standing still. In other words, my defense is now over 500. Takeru's eyes glow with malice. He threatens Yusuke. I was going to cut you in half, but to thank you for helping me master a new skill, I'll grant you a painless death. Two students tremble as they talk. A defense over 500 at level 12. No one his level could ever break that. He's a true monster. I really thought the level 0 was going to win. Unlike everyone's panic, Isuke just smiles calmly. The analysis bar hits 99%. If my guess is right, full-body metallization consumes a ton of mana. 98%. If you've dumped all your attribute points into defense, your mana pool shouldn't be that high. 99%. Takeru feels insulted, glaring as he shouts, what nonsense? Is this guy really level 0? His intuition is way too sharp. Analysis progress hits 100%. Isuke is surrounded by a brilliant aura. Don't worry, I won't use a boring strategy like draining your mana to 0. I'll end this quickly. Analysis complete. Suddenly that giant blue lotus appears again, enveloping Isuke on the battlefield. There it is. It's that blue lotus again. Tenma is about to get even stronger. Everyone holds their breath watching the glowing energy bud. A lotus? Is this really a level 0 skill? It doesn't look like an attack skill, but how is he going to beat Oga with this? A system notification pops up. Metallization analysis complete. Acquired Purging Shadow level 1. Active effect fires a perfect sphere with a fixed trajectory. The sphere travels at 1 meter per second and pierces all enemies in its path, completely ignoring their defense. Passive effect, each time an enemy with higher defense is defeated by Purging Shadow, the sphere's travel speed increases. Isuke thinks to himself, defense ignoring. If I hit him with this, I can definitely deal damage. The problem is the travel speed, only 1 meter per second. Even a normal person could dodge that, so the timing is critical. Well, against that unmoving sandbag over there, I don't even need to worry about timing. His gaze turns razor sharp, radiating killing intent. That absolute defense he's so proud of, I'm about to shatter it into a million pieces. Immediately, the status window updates with unbelievable numbers. Acquired Purging Shadow, level 1, all stats plus 10. Removes all debuffs and fully heals all wounds. Status, attack 250 to 260, agility 250 to 260, defense 250 to 260, mana 250 to 260, total 1000 to 1040. Isuke aims his hand at Takeru as the lotus of energy explodes around him. Now then, try and dodge this. Purging Darkness activated. The crowd buzzes, having never seen a skill like it. So this is the Breaker of Order, the most mysterious of the 4 classes. Can a level 0 skill actually pierce the defense of a level 12 specialist? But look at that confidence. This has to be an absolutely insane technique. From the center of the lotus, a jet black orb begins to form, radiating an otherworldly glow. The orb floats slowly, drifting straight towards the giant of a man. The onlookers sneer and mock him. Tsk, just a tiny ball? Are you kidding me? What a letdown. Takeru smirks with total contempt. He stands his ground, smug. You think a pathetic orb like that can make me move and break my defense? So naive. He flexes his shiny metal armor, growling, "If this is your trump card." The orb lightly touches Takeru's chest as he continues his taunt. Then you're about to die a miserable death. But in a flash, his smile vanishes, replaced by pure horror as the orb sinks into his metal skin. Blood sprays everywhere. His steel defense pierced, he lets out a terrible scream. Ah! Iski looks down at his fallen rival, coldly stating the obvious, I told you that you should have dodged. Since you're human, I only aim for your arm. If you were a disaster beast, I would have aimed straight for your neck. Takeru clutches his arm, screaming, My arm! He turns his back and walks off, not even sparing a glance for the stunned henchman. What are you all staring at? Get him to a hospital. Didn't you hear what I said? A cruel glint in his eyes sends a shiver down their spines. I told you all to get lost. The terrified bodyguards scramble to carry their boss and flee the scene. Cheers erupt from all around. He won! He actually won! That was amazing. That guy totally had it coming. A few awakeners rush over, making offers. Want to party up with us? With 3 people, we can clear the stage in no time. No, party with me, just us 2, so you'll get more experience. They try their best to convince Isuki, are you really challenging the Firestone execution grounds with just 3 people? All the beasts inside have defenses as strong as Oga's. We have a healer on our team. We can restore your mana so you can fire those orbs infinitely. Iski's brow furrows as he realizes this is an opportunity. Defenses as strong as Oga's? Perfect. The flight speed of Purging Darkness increases every time I defeat an enemy with higher defense than my own. I'll increase the speed of Purging Darkness in this stage. Seeing his silence, the 2 eagerly push him. Let us know who you're choosing! Iski's face is cold and firm. I'll go alone. The announcement sends a shockwave through the crowd. Challenging a high-tier level 15 stage by himself? He's gotten arrogant since beating Oga? They watch Isuki go with sarcastic expressions. I'll admit he's strong, but arrogance has its limits. Looks like we don't meet his high standards. Let's find someone else. Choha hurries after him, calling out worriedly, I know you have the skill to beat them, but will your mana last? All the disaster beasts in there have defenses equal to Oga's. Iski replies casually, I'll be fine. Don't worry. Choha blushes and snaps, hiding her concern. Who's worried? I'm only asking because my father will blame me if you die here. I'm going to treat the injured. Do whatever you want. But before she leaves, she adds one last warning. The Stone Tribe creatures aren't intelligent, but they move in packs. So be careful about your mana consumption. Isuki nods, placing his hand on the control panel. Right. The system announces, Awakener Tenma Iski's entry request has been approved. The gate opens, and Isuki peers into the darkness. Yep, definitely more monsters than usual in there. Giant stone monsters immediately start to surround him. As expected from a high-tier stage, the levels and stats of these disaster beasts are way higher than before. One monster charges forward with a roar. The system instantly displays its information. Stone statue, level 9, gift. Convert all mana to defense. Status, attack 115, agility 50, defense 295, mana 0, total 460. Isuki raises his hand, preparing to unleash his attack. Let's test if these guys meet the condition for Purging Darkness. The purple lotus blooms brilliantly once more, activating the skill. The tiny black orb slowly flies straight towards the stone monster. In a flash, it pierces right through the creature's tough, rocky body. Level 9 stone statue has been defeated. The orb suddenly accelerates to an incredible speed, shooting through a whole line of targets. The flight speed of Purging Darkness is increased by 100%. Iski smirks, satisfied, just as I thought. The horde of stone monsters roars as it charges, but Iski remains perfectly calm, surrounded by crackling energy. These slow creatures with poor evasion are the perfect targets for Purging Darkness. The system flashes continuous victory messages. Level 9 stone statue has been defeated. Flight speed of Purging Darkness increased by 100%. Level 8 stone statue has been defeated. Flight speed of Purging Darkness increased by 100%. After clearing out the smaller monsters, Isuki stands amidst the wreckage. Checking his mana status 110 out of 260, he calculates his next move. One use of Purging Darkness costs 50 mana, so I have 2 shots left. He calmly observes the battlefield. 2 are charging, and 1 boss is still hiding. 3 enemies left. That means, instantly, Iski gathers blazing energy into his palm. His face is filled with determination. I have to take them both down at the same time with a single orb. A ground-shattering explosion erupts. The attack tears through the earth, creating a massive shockwave that completely blocks everyone's view. Using the dust cloud for cover, he charges his target with a decisive shout, "Right now!" Isuki's eyes glow a murderous red as he unleashes the final blow. roaring, "Take this!" The energy orb annihilates every obstacle. The system reports back-to-back victories. Level 9 stone statue has been defeated. Level 10 stone statue has been defeated. Flight speed of Purging darkness increased. Iski collapses to the ground, gasping from exhaustion. This feeling of being completely drained right before mana depletion is harsh. Hopefully I'll get a mana recovery skill one day. He sits up, looking at his upgraded skill with satisfaction. Now the speed is 5 meters per second. I can catch any enemies that try to run. Purging darkness level 1. Current flight speed increased by 500%. Suddenly, a massive shadow falls over him. Iski shivers and turns. The ground begins to shake violently. Dust explodes as a new enemy makes its grand entrance. A colossal stone giant looms over me, my system flashing a red alert for a B-rank skill. Giant, Stoneman, level 28, Stone Tribe, level 15. Its total stats? 777? I barely managed to somersault out of the way of its crushing stomp. Time for a buff. This thing is massive. Activating Thunderbreaker agility up 50%. Facing an opponent this huge, I need to think fast. Can I really take this down with a single Purging shadow? I scan its rocky body, an idea forming. Maybe if I aim for its head. I spot a gap in the monster's attack pattern, leaping high into the air. There's my opening, but the moment I launch the attack, I realize my mistake. Crap, the orb is way too small. Even if it pierces through, it won't do much damage. The monster roars, a vicious swing of its arm sending a shockwave that launches me into the sky. This is bad. I can't dodge when I'm airborne. In a split-second decision, I throw up a protective barrier. Activating Dark Wall. A deafening crack echoes as the giant stone fist sends me flying across the planet. I immediately blink back into the fight. Blood drips from my lip. This thing hits way harder than I expected. My system flashes. B rank skill. Gigantification detected. Absolute simulation activating 1%. But then, a confident smirk spreads across my face. So its massive size is just from a skill? Well then, this just got a whole lot easier. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion, a subordinate is shouting into his phone, sweating bullets. What? Kinoshita Raiji calmly adjusts his glasses. His gaze is ice cold. I recall telling you not to be so loud in my presence. The subordinate bows, trembling. My apologies, it's just this news is completely unexpected. What happened? Raiji asks, his voice dangerously low. With a look of pure disbelief, the man reports the impossible. Someone defeated Oga and forced their way through the barrier. Raiji's brow furrows, his hand clenching so hard it shatters a wine glass. What the hell is Oga doing? He always bragged that no one under C30 could ever break his defense. Don't tell me a C30 ranker or higher has shown up. The subordinate quickly analyzes the situation, actually with the recent increase in meteor falls. All the C30 awakened are too busy to be here. Besides, the only challengers at the Flintstone Proving Grounds are usually just level 10 newbies. There's no way a level 10 could defeat Oga, the subordinate exclaims in a panic. Right, sir? If you just give me a little more time, I will gather more information. But Raiji cuts him off, his gaze distant and calculating, unnecessary. Even if the opponent is level 30, you're still here, aren't you? The Flintstone Proving Grounds is famous for its ridiculously tough monsters that take forever to beat. If we leave now, we'll still make it in time, right? But with the enemy's identity unknown, we should be cautious. Raiji's eyes flash with a threatening purple glow. He growls, I said we are leaving now, don't make me repeat myself. The subordinate trembles, completely terrified. Sweat pouring down his face, he just bows and says yes. Raiji walks off, throwing on a coat, his overpowering aura filling the room. I will make them regret crossing the Kinoshita clan. Back in the dungeon, I'm standing in the brilliant glow of a level up, sighing in relief. Finally, no more running around like a cornered rat. As the monster fades, a system notification pops up. Analysis of the B-rank skill Gigantification is complete. I carefully check my new status screen. Instead of a new skill, my clear orb leveled up to 2. Let's see what new effects it picked up. Clear orb level 2. Active. Fire a perfect orb with a fixed trajectory that pierces all enemies and ignores defense. New effect. After activation, the orb size can be adjusted by consuming more mana. passive. Flight speed increased by 200%, now at 500%. I can't help but grin at this massive power-up. The passive bonus jumped by 200%, and best of all, I can change the orb size just by pumping in more mana. A blue electric current surges around my body. All right, time to test this new toy out right now. My status window flashes, signaling a huge breakthrough. I've received the title Piercing. All stats get a 20-point boost, all debuffs are removed, and my wounds are fully healed. My attack stat jumps from 260 to 280. Same for my agility, from 260 to 280. Defense goes from 260 to 280, and mana from 260 to 280. My total stats leap from 1,040 to 1,120. I rocket into the air, pouring every last drop of my mana into creating a massive orb. I'll end this with the strongest piercing true orb I can possibly make. The sphere of energy grows to its absolute limit, emitting a deafening roar that shakes the very space around it. I release the attack. A colossal pillar of light slams into the ground, creating a world-shaking explosion. I drop to one knee, my mana bar at 0, but a satisfied smile is on my face. Whoa, maybe I went a little overboard. Amidst the destruction, the system notification appears. Giant Stoneman, level 15, has been defeated. Clear Orb's flight speed increases by another 200%. Was the orb I created by burning all my mana really that gigantic? I stand up and grab the loot drops. My mind races with calculations. The orb's flight speed is now 7 meters per second. If I clear this stage 2 more times, it'll be as fast as a car. The Clear Orb level 2 passive each time I defeat an enemy with higher defense. The flight speed increases by 200%. The current bonus is 700%. I walk calmly through the settling dust and smoke. I'd ignored them before, but these passive effects are incredibly useful. Then I realize something else. The passive from Lotus Burst expands the range of all my skills. So does that mean Clear Orb's range is also getting bigger? The Lotus Burst passive reads, each time Lotus Burst kills a living creature level 1 or higher, the range of all skills increases by 1%. I look up at the sky, imagining the ultimate power. In other words, if I keep stacking this passive, I could eventually destroy monsters from thousands, even tens of thousands of meters away. At the dungeon entrance, a notice flashes on the electronic board, sending a shockwave through the crowd. Stage clear successful. 15 challengers, Tenma, with a time of 3 minutes and 1 second. A new clear record has been set. The hunters outside can't believe their eyes. 3 minutes and 1 second? No way. Even a 5-person party takes over 10 minutes. Could he have wiped out all the disaster monsters in a single hit? He shattered Saigwajin's record of 3 minutes and 19 seconds. What kind of monster is this guy? And look, he's coming out. All eyes lock on Isuki as he calmly walks out. But wait, why is he still level 0? Was the clear notification a system bug? Look at him. He's not even injured. His clothes are just a little dirty. There's no way he cleared that stage. Suddenly, Choha approaches him, her eyes filled with admiration. You cleared it without a scratch again, and you broke Jin's record once more. You really never cease to amaze me. Choha adjusts her glasses, studying Isuki intently. That battle was unexpectedly fast. Isuki just scratches his head, replying with a casual look. Yeah, the disaster monsters inside had pretty weak defenses, so I took them down easily. Isuki stares at the glittering creature on her shoulder and asks with curiosity, Hey Choha, what is this butterfly? Choha turns gracefully, an elegant aura radiating from her. My profession is a Shikigami user, and this is my Shikigami. As the butterfly flutters onto her hand, Choha softly says its name, Tamaku. Isuki reaches out, a look of awe on his face. This is the first time I've ever seen a Shikigami, but it's really beautiful. Isuki's face then turns serious, asking a question that stuns Choha. I've been wondering for a while, what kinds of professions do awakened people actually have? She stares at him like he's an alien. You don't know? That's common knowledge. Choha then flashes a captivating smile. Holding up 3 fingers, she begins a quick lesson for the clueless rookie. Professions are broadly divided into 4 main types. With your abilities, you should have already seen 3 of them, right? Choha starts to explain the class system. First are the elementalists, who wield the power of 7 elements, fire and water. Wood, metal, earth, wind, and lightning. She gives an example pointing to one of his classmates who uses lightning. That guy Oga from earlier was also that type. Elementalists are the most common among the awakened. and also have the highest minimum combat power. Continuing her lecture, Choha introduces the second type, the Shikigami user. They can summon Shikigami that obey only their master's commands. Choha's own info panel pops up, Izumi Choha. Level 6, class, Shikigami user, Shikigami Tamaku, rank B, level 15. These familiars are usually bonded with their masters from the moment they're born. Choha smiles confidently, asking Yasuki, "Do you have any questions so far?" Isuki looks at her stats and makes a blunt comment. "Your level is even lower than your Shikigami's. Are you really a veteran, awakened?" Choha freezes, her face comically bleeding from the shock. Does this guy even have a filter? She composes herself, hand to her forehead, and explains, "Well, yes. Shikigami also absorb experience and level up, so they are almost always a higher level than their master." A dangerous glint suddenly flashes in Isuki's eyes. He calculates internally, in that case when fighting a Shikigami user, it's much faster to target the master directly. Choha shivers as she feels his killing intent. That negative aura is leaking out again. What is with this guy? Isuki pulls the aura back, calmly asking, "What else? You've only introduced 2 types." Choha gets serious again, her hand on her chin. The third type is currently the most mysterious class, with the least amount of information. She looks directly at Isuki and declares, "That would be your class, Order Breaker." She adds that it's mysterious because every Order Breaker has different abilities, just like his Blue Lotus. There are some who can control their body size at will, and others who can create countless clones. Or some Order Breakers who can stretch their bodies like rubber. She shows a skill chart. Normal classes have skills ranked C to S, but Order Breakers only possess Z-rank skills, a tier that exists completely outside the rules. Choha's gaze sharpens intensely behind her glasses. Order Breakers are treated with special care because of their unique skills. If their abilities are discovered by an enemy, they lose their greatest weapon. Choha crosses her arms deep in thought. That's why my father scolded me for asking about your skills. You're an anomaly, even among other Order Breakers. From what I've confirmed, you can use at least 3 skills, and 2 of them are supposed to be exclusive to elementalists. Isuki stands frozen, panicking internally. The teacher isn't here, and he'll be in deep trouble if she keeps revealing his secrets like this. To change the subject, Isuki asks, "So what's the final profession? I've never seen it." Choha places a finger on her lips mysteriously. "I'll tell you after you've seen one with your own eyes. Consider it payback for you not telling me anything about yourself." Isuki just clicks his tongue. "Fine, whatever." Choha adds, "Oh right, the students you rescued are all safe. By the way, what are your plans now?" Isuki replies casually, "I was thinking of clearing the stage a few more times." Choha exclaims in surprise, "You really don't know anything, do you? All stages have a cooldown. This one is especially long, so you can't enter again for at least 2 days." Isuki's face falls with disappointment. "There's a cooldown timer? No wonder that Kinoshita guy was monopolizing all the dungeons. If I can't level up the passive for Clear Orb, I'll just raise Lotus Burst." Isuki looks around and asks Choha, "Is there a dungeon with a ton of disaster monsters?" Choha puts a finger to her lip, thinking, "A stage with a lot of disaster monsters, you say? In that case, it has to be that one." An image of a locust-filled land appears, the Locust Wasteland. In that stage, the monster levels aren't high, but their numbers are astronomical. A conservative estimate says there are at least 100 locust-type monsters. Many awakened have had to retreat the second they see the swarm. Choha looks at Isuki with doubt. It will be incredibly difficult without a wide area AoE skill. "So, what's your plan?" Isuki just flashes a confident smile. AoE, of course, stands for Area of Effect, a wide-range attack. Isuki's made up his mind. Then he remembers he hasn't used Lotus Burst in front of her, so she doesn't know he has an AoE skill. Behind them, the crowd of hunters buzzes with excitement. "Are you really going?" Choha asks anxiously. "Without any area of effect skills, you'll have a tough time, you know?" Isuki simply turns and walks away. "Yeah, I'll be fine, don't worry." The other hunters watch him go in disbelief. Is that guy seriously heading to the Locust Wasteland? He's got a death wish. More importantly, when Kinoshita Raiji hears about Oga, he's definitely coming. We need to leave before we get dragged into this mess. At that exact moment, in a silent hallway, Raiji appears, his face obscured by shadows. "There's no one here?" A subordinate reports, trembling, "No, sir. It seems the target has already left. It's only been 30 minutes. Are you saying he cleared out the Flintstone execution grounds already? Raiji grits his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Hard to believe, but it seems to be true. What are you planning to do? Damn it, he's making a fool out of me. He turns back, his command ice cold. If he used a skill, he must have left a magical trace. Contact the Hound and have him track that guy. Raiji's face contorts with rage. I want him caught alive, no matter the cost. I'm going to show him what hell on earth really is. The scene shifts to a dark alley, where a man hides, lost in thought. I never knew Kinoshita Raiji had such a powerful subordinate. Damn it, I shouldn't have taken this assassination job. He collapses to the ground, covered in wounds and gasping for air. If it wasn't for my Earth-style escape skill, that guy would have killed me. He scans his surroundings, on high alert. I made it this far, I should be safe now. Without warning, a massive fanged jaw of a jet-black beast gapes open right behind his head, ready to swallow him whole. The giant black wolf, Death, clamps down on the assassin's throat, cutting off his final scream. Arg. In the dark, pipe-filled alley, Sockley the hunter casually walks forward. It seems you have something to say. Death, loosen your grip a bit. The assassin lies on the ground, his bloodied face trembling with despair as he asks, How did you find me? Sackley stands with his back turned, his voice chillingly calm. My Death has an exceptionally keen sense of smell. He adjusts the brim of his hat, giving off the dangerous air of a predator. He can sense the stench of death that people like you emit. The assassin sobs, blood spilling from his mouth. Please, don't kill me. Sackley looks down at him with cruel, glowing red eyes. That's a difficult request. Lord Kinoshita would be furious. And besides, Death hasn't tasted human flesh in a long time. A deadly glint flashes in his eyes as he gives the order. Death, it's feeding time. The wolf lets out a terrifying roar and lunges, finishing off its poor prey. A system notification appears as Sockley stands beside his Shikigami, which has finally leveled up. Deathhound, rank B, level 16. Skills, Scent of Death, rank C. Thirst for Rebirth, rank B. Attack 250, Agility 250, Defense 150, Magic Power 150. Sockley casually picks up his phone to report. I'm done here. He seems surprised by what he hears. He's heavily injured. That stubborn Oga? Did they actually hit his weak spot? All right, I'm on my way. He points ahead. He commands his beast, Death, let's go. New prey has appeared. The scene cuts to Chapter 7, The Locust, Wasteland. Iski stands before a massive domed structure. So this is the place? He gazes at the vast, endless field of wheat, wondering, this field stretches as far as the eye can see. Are there really that many locusts here? Choha walks beside him, giving him a quick rundown. Disaster beasts tend to choose their preferred environments when they invade this world. So, predicting monster types based on the environment is an essential skill for the awakened. Aisuki nods. I get it. Choha pushes up her glasses, her face full of concern. There isn't even a reception desk here. That's right, this stage is so dangerous it's been scheduled for decommission. Iski asks, comparing the numbers, it's only level 13 below the Flintstone execution grounds, so why such a drastic decision? Choha explains further, in normal stages, you can just escape if you can't win. But she points to the swirling black miasma covering the area. Here the disaster beasts are incredibly aggressive, and their numbers are abnormally huge. An image of a man being swarmed flashes by. If you let your guard down for a second, you'll be surrounded by countless locusts and torn to pieces. A gruesome close-up of a skull picked clean by locusts appears. They will devour you right down to the bone. But contrary to Choha's worry, Isuki cracks an excited grin. Hey? So there really are a ton of monsters here? Perfect! Choha is stunned. What? Are you in a rush to die? Iski clenches his fist, his gaze determined. I'm not desperate enough to let myself be eaten by bugs. Watching Isuki casually step into the portal, Choha sighs, trying to calm herself. Judging by that attitude, he seems fine. She looks down, muttering under her breath. He chose to enter that stage, and I gave him all the advice I could. If anything happens, it's on him. Suddenly, Choha's eyes fly wide open in horror as she remembers a critical detail. Wait, what am I doing? I forgot to tell him the Locust will spawn endlessly unless he defeats the boss. I have to go in and warn him. Choha spins around, about to dash after Iski into the dungeon gate. But she freezes in her tracks. Blocking the entrance stands the silhouette of Sakli and his massive wolf, Death. Sakli flashes a demonic smile, his glowing red eyes fixed menacingly on Choha. Miss, I'm looking for someone. Meanwhile, Isuki is already standing in the middle of a desolate field inside the dungeon. He surveys the scene and mutters, "What an absolute mess." Isuki rubs his hands together. His eyes are sharp with confidence. "Wake up, you little insects. I'm here to exterminate you." Standing before a barren field with a tattered scarecrow, he observes his foes. These things, too, their individual levels are laughably low. Ha! But they do meet the condition for Lotus Burst, so that's not a problem. A system window displays the monster information: Demon Locust, Insect Tribe, level 1 and 2. Item drops, none. Looking up at the sky, now blacked out by a swarm of monsters, Isuki exclaims, "That's an incredible number." He immediately channels his mana, a blazing lotus blooming in his palm. But that just works to my advantage. Iski gets into his stance, a calculating look on his face. The more of them that gather together, the easier my job becomes. His plan: once they're inside the Lotus Burst range, he'll crush them all. As the monsters swarm down, he yells with absolute certainty, "Now!" A brilliant red light erupts midair, a signal that Lotus Burst has been activated. Victory notifications pop up like crazy. He's wiped out level 1 and 2 Plague Locusts, all skill range increased by 1% as he stands amidst the smoldering ashes. Iski looks at the flood of notifications, completely satisfied. He checks the upgraded skill, Lotus Burst level 2. It deals explosive damage in a 10.5 meter diameter. A 110% increase? That means he just took down about 10 monsters. The range of Lotus Burst is now 10.5 meters. Not bad. Iski narrows his eyes, calculating his remaining resources. For these weak monsters, just 10% of his mana for 10% power is more than enough. Based on his remaining mana, 252 out of 280, and his recovery speed, he figures he has about 10 shots left. If he can take out 100 with each shot, he could boost the range by 1,000%. He muses on the dungeon's rules. If this stage has no cooldown, this power leveling is going to be incredibly easy. But suddenly, Iski freezes, a look of doubt on his face. Strange. The challenge complete notification hasn't popped up yet. Don't tell me. A new warning flashes on the system screen. C-rank skill detected. Mother's Curse. Analysis at 1%. He glances around as the pressure builds. There's still one left alive? From deep within the cracks, black mist and monstrous shadows begin to swarm around Isuki once more. A surprise attack forces him to backpedal. Isuki grits his teeth, cursing himself. Is Mother's Curse the boss skill here? I got careless. I was so sure there wasn't a boss. Iski carefully scans the rubble, searching for any sign of the enemy. Good thing I can just keep expanding my skill range using Lotus Burst. But the problem is I have zero clues about the boss's location. He decides it's time for a change in strategy. His stone hands ignite with flames. Fine. I'll just annihilate all these minions to force the boss to show itself. A shocking explosion rips across the ground, wiping out every obstacle around him. The system keeps updating his progress. He's eliminated level 1 and 2 Demon Locusts. The current skill range effect is now plus 220%. Iski stares at the status window, his eyes gleaming. The range of Lotus Burst is now a 16-meter diameter. This is seriously effective. Lotus Burst level 2's power is directly proportional to the mana he uses. Looking over the devastated field, he mutters, I took down another 10 of them, but the boss still refuses to appear. Deep beneath the earth, rows of glowing eggs begin to crack open. A new swarm of locusts is waiting to surface. They burst from the pits, regenerating en masse. The system reports they've respawned again. Analysis is at 27%. Iski calmly checks his energy. I can still use Lotus Burst 9 more times. Mana, 232 out of 280. He clenches his flaming fist. The stone plates on his hands grind together, generating incredible power. It doesn't matter how many times you show up. Isuki roars from within the inferno. I will wipe every last one of you out. The attack explodes like a falling sun, obliterating every creature in sight. Level 1 demon locusts eliminated. All skill range plus 1%. A chain reaction of Lotus bursts shakes the very ground, wiping out everything in his line of sight as the status window lights up brilliantly. Lotus Burst Level 2 now deals explosive damage in a 54.5-meter diameter. The current passive effect has soared to plus 990%. Isuki is sweating as he calculates in his head. I've taken down 9 huge groups, boosting the range by 990%. But my mana's down to 50 out of 280. I can only use it one last time. He glares at the churning sea of locusts and grits his teeth. Damn it, is this ever going to end? Iski scans the area with a grim expression, but there's still no sign of the boss. He could retreat and come back after the analysis is finished. But Iski's eyes harden with pure arrogance. That's something only a bottom feeder would do. He focuses the blazing lotus energy into his petrified palm. I don't care how many disaster beasts there are, I will annihilate every single one of you. A massive explosion detonates, its brilliant light erasing the darkness. After that last attack, Isuki drops to his knees, panting heavily. But then, the black mist erupts from the ground again. They're still coming. Their numbers haven't dropped at all. Analysis progress, 91%. Iski squints at the tiny new monsters. What is happening? He realizes all the monsters that have appeared since that first wave have been level 1. Their bodies are smaller too, as if they've just hatched. I get it now. The boss's ability is infinite regeneration. Queen Locust, level 13. The skill is Mother's Curse, C rank, controlling up to 110 demon locusts. Isuki grits his teeth, stressed. If it can regenerate forever, then all of this is pointless unless I can take down the boss. His mana is completely drained, but the analysis hits 99%. And then a burst of blue light. The system announces it. Analysis 100% complete. Skill acquired. Magic detection, level 1. Its effective range is expanded to 1,100 meters thanks to Lotus Burst's passive. And for every enemy detected, 10% of his mana is restored. Iski breaks into a smug grin looking at his new skill, Detection. Thanks to the passive from Lotus Burst, its effective range is now over 1,000 meters. Plus, he thinks, my mana will recover for every single enemy I detect. He rests a hand on his chin, a calculating glint in his eyes, a perfect passive for this stage. He could just ignore the boss and keep hunting these minions to farm his stats. Not a bad plan at all. But Isuki glances at his fully restored status bar. I'm making Choha wait. Let's finish this stage right now. All stats increased by 10. Total mana, 1,120 out of 1,160. He stands tall, channeling his new power, and begins to locate the boss with magic detection. Rings of pure energy radiate out from Iski, scanning the entire area. The detection wave cuts through smoke and dust, finally locking onto the Queen Locust hidden deep underground. Iski's eyes glow an icy blue. There you are. He points decisively toward the target now revealed to his magical sight model. Dark purple energy explodes around Isuki as he roars, even if you try using your children as a shield. A blazing pink lotus shoots forward, tearing through the night. It's useless. With the passive effect of Lotus Boost and Clear Obey's current range, that attack is a guaranteed hit. The system confirms it. Clear Obey's flight distance is 120 meters, and it's piercing the ground, heading straight for the demon nest. Sensing the danger, the Locust Queen screams and bolts from her lair. Seeing this, Iski charges forward in his awesome rock armor, crackling with blue electricity, aiming right for it. His eyes are ruthless, his smile arrogant. Checkmate. He unleashes a lightning-fast punch, completely shattering the Monster Queen's body. Green and yellow fluids spray everywhere. He stands silently, watching the scattered locusts fall into chaos without their leader. Isuki channels firepower into his stone arm to clean up the remaining monsters. Don't worry, I'll send you all to meet your mother immediately. Once it's done, he stands amidst the dust of battle. He lets out a breath. All skill ranges increased by 210%, and Lotus Boost's blast radius is 65.5 meters. The flight distance of Clear Bay has also increased to 131 meters. The skill menu updates with the details. Lotus Boost level 2, range 65.5 meters, passive effect plus 210%, and the orb's actual flight distance is 131 meters. Iski looks at the item drop in his hand with satisfaction. This was indeed a good harvest. When the cooldown ends, I'll challenge it again, and this time I'll raise Lotus Boost passive effect to 5 digits. He steps into the deep blue portal to return, setting a new record, 17 minutes and 7 seconds. 17 whole minutes, Choha must be really worried. Thinking of his friend, Iski gives a soft, gentle smile knowing he's returning safely. She'll probably act all indifferent again, but she's actually very kind and thoughtful. That dishonesty of hers is actually pretty cute. Iski steps out of the portal with a smile on his face. I'm back, sorry to make you worry. He freezes, met by the murderous red eyes of Sakli, who's been waiting. Sakli is choking a heavily injured and nearly unconscious Choha. To escape this stage alone and unharmed means you're the one Zaiji is looking for. That's right. Sakli sneers cruelly as he watches Isuki come to a dead stop. Perfect timing. I tried to interrogate this guy for information on you. But even in his condition, he wouldn't talk. Gotta say, he's got more guts than most men. Isuki glares at his enemy. Let her go with those filthy hands. Do that, and I'll only beat you to within an inch of your life. In response to the threat, Sakli flashes a contemptuous, arrogant smile. Don't be so confident. You're just a level 0 newbie. The moment he finishes, Iski explodes with energy, launching himself like a purple bolt of lightning that warps the space around him. Stunned by the speed, Sakli breaks into a cold sweat, only able to scream in terror. So fast. Death. Just as the wolf lunges, Isuki throws a thunder-clad punch. The system immediately announces, B-rank Shikigami death detected. Absolute simulation activates, analysis process at 1%. Iski's hand locks onto the beast's claw as the progress hits 12%. He realizes that dog is a Shikigami, meaning the guy in the hat is a Shikigami master. Watching from afar, Sakli narrows his eyes in horror at Iski's skill. Not a single wasted motion, and his speed is incredibly high. No wonder Oga lost, he probably didn't even have time to metalize. Regaining his confidence, he grins and tightens his grip on the pained Choha. But I have death and a hostage, right? Seeing his friend in danger, Iski grinds his teeth and yells as the analysis hits 34% Choha. At that moment, the wolf death roars wildly, opening its massive fanged mouth and aiming right for Isuki. With a wicked smile, Sakli is sure of his victory. Death's bite can crush any enemy with a defense below 30. You better get ready to have your arm bitten clean off. But his smile instantly vanishes, his eyes wide with shock. What? Instead of dodging, Iski blocks the massive bite with his petrified arm. His other hand prepares a brilliant ball of energy. He unleashes the attack right inside the wolf's mouth, a blinding flash exploding with a scream, Die! When the smoke clears, Iski calmly watches the beast collapse. Analysis at 77%, without a Shikigami. A Shikigami master is basically defenseless. Sakli is rooted to the spot. He stares at Isuki in disbelief. This guy? Could it be? He doesn't know that because he's a newbie? But then the wolf begins to stir. Sakli smirks to himself. The Shikigami is regenerating. With the B-rank skill, Desire for Rebirth, Death's revival time is significantly reduced. The monster suddenly leaps up, lunging at Isuki from behind as its master yells, Go ahead and get careless and become Death's prey. In that split second, Iski had already activated his senses, magic detection is active, and thanks to the probe waves, he calmly delivers a kick. He sends the lunging wolf flying. Keeping magic detection continuously active since I got it seems to have been the right choice. He glances towards Sakli as the analysis reaches 95%. The analysis will be over soon. If Sensen appears from absolute simulation, he might become suspicious. Across from them, Sakli is trembling. Sweat pours down his face. He's powerless. He has more strength and speed than Death. Plus, with that detection skill, I can't even launch a surprise attack like this. Cornered, he frantically tightens his grip on Choha's neck to threaten him. If you resist anymore, this woman's life is over. Iski's eyes narrow, coldly, mentally calculating his final move. I want to complete the analysis without letting Sensen appear. But just then, the system delivers great news as the analysis of Death reaches 100% complete. Acquired Shikigami Eater. The effect is activated by directly touching a Shikigami, allowing you to seize ownership from your opponent. With a triumphant grin, Iski controls the surrounding energy. Ha! So, I can control its form? The analysis ended without having to reveal Sensen. A brilliant status progression screen appears. Acquired Shikigami Eater, level 2. All stats increased by 20. Because Absolute Simulation's activation was incomplete, the debuff removal and full recovery have failed. Total 1,160 out of 1,240. A blue light flashes in Isuki's eyes. He thinks to himself, so there's a price for skipping Sensen, causing the recovery to fail. But I already fully recovered in the previous stage, so I can still fight with almost all my strength without needing more healing. Seeing the wolf death charging at him again, Isuki calmly extends his hand. This skill clearly lets him steal another's familiar. Isuki begins to channel his power, creating a lotus of light in his palm and whispering, "In that case, I'll take your dog." Isuki roars, slamming the light lotus into the wolf's head. Instantly, a surge of blue energy engulfs the beast. Pressing his advantage, Isuki unleashes a powerful lightning kick, sending the monster flying back to relieve the pressure. Witnessing this, Sakli furiously screams, "You useless mutt! What do you think I raised you with all that experience for?" He immediately tightens his grip on Choha's neck to threaten him. His face twists with pure malice. "Hey, you bastard. If you resist any further, I will snap this woman's neck." Choha, in agony with blood trickling from her lips, still manages to whisper, "Don't worry about me." Seeing his friend in danger, Isuki calmly raises both hands in a sign of surrender. "I get it. Don't touch her." A sick, triumphant smile spreads across Sakli's face as he sees Isuki submit. If you had been this obedient from the start, this woman wouldn't have had to suffer. Isuki narrows his eyes, staring coldly at his enemy, and asks, "Why are you targeting me? I don't recall having any grudge against you." Sakli casually reveals the plot. "Still trying to figure it out? I might as well tell you. After all, you're going to meet him soon enough anyway. Lord Kinoshita Raiji is furious that you entered the North District's 4th stage without permission. I am Sakli the House, here on his orders to capture you." Isuki's face hardens at the sound of that familiar name. Kinoshita Raiji. That guy again. I need to meet him face to face and clear things up. Sakli lets out a brutal, menacing laugh. "Oh, you'll meet him soon enough in a broken body. Death will chew your legs off. If you value this woman's life, don't use that strange ice shield to defend yourself this time." He commands his waiting wolf to attack. "Death, tear off both of his legs for me." Suddenly, Isuki's eyes flash with a chilling, powerful red glow. "Death, prove you are worthy of being my familiar." A glowing lotus sigil erupts on the wolf's forehead. Its eyes shift to a vibrant red, now fiercely loyal to its new master. In a flash, Isuki darts towards Choha in a brilliant streak of blue electricity, spectacularly saving her from Sakli's grasp. Sakli screams in horror, betrayed by his own creature. "Damn it, why? Why are you attacking me?" "Your master?" Isuki casually pets the black wolf, now completely subservient. "Good boy." With Choha in his arms, a ferocious killing intent explodes from Isuki, blanketing the entire area. "Now I will return the pain Choha suffered 10 times over. No, 100 times over. You will regret ever laying a hand on us." Amidst sobs and pleas, Sakli collapses to the ground, his face pale as a ghost, trying to beg for his life. "Wait, let me explain. I had no choice but to follow Raiji's orders." "That's right, let's team up. I'll lure Raiji out for you." Isuki looks at him with mocking red eyes. That's a tempting offer. Thinking his opponent has fallen into his trap, Sakli's malicious intent becomes obvious, an opening. He suddenly draws a weapon for one last sneak attack. "Die, you brat." But Isuki remains calm. His gaze sees through every dirty trick. "But I'm more than enough to destroy Kinoshita Raiji on my own." He turns and gives an order to the wolf. "Death, give him the same treatment he gave Choha. Now, it's feeding time." Sakli screams miserably, completely broken as he kneels and begs, "My hand just slipped a moment ago. I'll apologize, please, just give me one more chance." Ignoring the pleas, Death lets out a threatening growl and closes in on its former master. In utter desperation, Sakli yells through his tears, "Death, have you forgotten? I am your master, after I raised you for so long." "Arr!" The monster opens its massive jaw full of sharp fangs and lunges right at him. Isuki calmly carries Choha and walks away, not even glancing back at the horrific scene behind them. "You've been following me since I left the stage, haven't you?" Suddenly, Iski stops, sensing a lurking presence. How long are you going to hide? Why don't you show yourself now? In the dead silence of the dungeon, a faint noise comes from behind a patch of golden wheat. From among the stalks, a hooded figure slowly emerges with a slightly embarrassed laugh. Hey, hey, you caught me. Still holding Choha? Iski furrows his brow suspiciously and asks bluntly, Are you with that guy from before? The stranger frantically waves his hands, a worried look on his face, as he quickly tries to explain. No, I'm not an enemy! Just listen to me! Iski coldly turns away, unwilling to waste time, and gives an order to his wolf. Fine then. I don't have time for you. Death, follow me after you're done eating. The stranger watches Aisuke with admiration, seeing even the ferocious beast obey him. Even a mad dog like that listens to him. This man might be able to help me. He quickly chases after him to introduce himself. I'm Iberia. What's your name? That fight just now was incredible. Though there were some scary moments. You're the mysterious guy who defeated Ogatakeru, right? My name is Aisuke. Iberia eagerly leans in with an offer. Can you give me a hand? I'll pay you well, or I could give you a kama stone or a weapon. Seeing Isuki just walk on silently, Iberia's face falls. What? My dad said anyone would be willing to help if you offered enough payment. Was he lying? In Iberia's memory, the image of a blacksmith swinging his hammer appears. Compensation requires creativity. A glass of water is more valuable than treasure in the middle of a desert. To the vengeful, offer a blade. To the wounded, offer medicine. That is the most worthy reward. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Iberia excitedly slaps his hand. I get it. He blocks Iski's path, pointing towards Choha's wound. You won't get far carrying an injured person on foot. The nearest hospital is dozens of kilometers away. At this rate, she's going to die. I happen to have a healing item with me. Taking out a scroll that glows with blue light, Iberia smiles confidently. Iski abruptly stops, his cold expression fixed on the scroll. I can save her. A hint of doubt shows in Iski's eyes. Really? Iberia nods with certainty. I can't heal her completely right away, he says cheerfully, but I can save her life. As Iski sets Choha down, Iberia begins to apply the bandage. Can you do it through her clothes? This isn't an ordinary bandage. It's a rare Kama tool made from the ice of the Shadow Clan and the bark of the Kodama tree. I was totally lost. Iberia started explaining, asking if I had just awakened. No wonder I had no clue what a Kama tool was. He explained that modern weapons are useless against disaster-class monsters, so they're a no-go. But crafters can forge gear from monster parts and relics, and those are called Kama tools. 4 grades of equipment flashed in my mind. Kama tools are sorted into 4 ranks based on the crafter's skill and the materials they use. He started with the basics. Common rank isn't much different from a normal weapon, but it can actually hurt monsters. Rare rank gear gives a nice boost to the user's stats. A deep blue greatsword materialized in my thoughts. A rare Kama tool, the Ocean Sword. It increases agility and magic power. Next, a sinister crimson demon sword appeared. An epic weapon called the Blood Sword. It boosts stats and has special effects like lifesteal, a heated blade, and reduces enemy healing by 50%. Then came a glorious golden sword. The ultimate goal for any crafter, a unique item with insane stats, boosting attack, agility, and a magic ceiling effect. Iberia smiled proudly. He said crafters aren't fighters, but they're incredibly rare. Since they forge Kama tools, all awakened beings respect them. I narrowed my eyes and got straight to the point. So your father's a crafter and not just an ordinary one. He told me most crafters never make a single unique item. Across all 5 continents, only 10 people have that kind of skill. Iberia proudly held up 3 fingers. And my father made 3 of them. That's why people call him the crafting king of the northern continent. An image of a legendary blacksmith flashed through my mind. I tuned him out and turned to inspect another item, which made Iberia panic. Are you even listening to me? I ignored his complaints and picked up the crossbow I took from Sockley. I'm trying to explain this, and you're being so rude. Don't ignore me. I muttered to myself. This is the crossbow Sackley used. I was focused, analyzing the weapon for strategic use. You don't even flinch hearing about my dad? Anyone else would be kissing up to me by now, he grumbled. I just thought, with this crossbow, I can use clear orb less often and keep my skills hidden. Iberia looked over the crossbow and explained, Oh, that's a rare grade Kama tool. Too bad it's nameless. but this kind automatically turns normal bolts into magic ones, so you're good. Hunter's crossbow, rare agility plus 50. The weapon then dissolved into cubes of energy. It vanished. That's a feature, he said. Once it bonds to you, it's stored in a subspace and can be summoned at will. I gave him a quick thanks. Pretty convenient. Thanks for the rundown. After this, I'm going to find Kinoshita Raiji. Suddenly, Iberia gasped in shock. I thought I misheard you when you said that name earlier. You've got some serious nerve trying to take on Raiji in this northern 4th district. I shot back. So what, are you telling me to quit? Iberia paused for a moment, then looked me dead in the eye. No. If your target is Kinoshita Raiji, then our goals are aligned. I had to ask, you ticked him off too? Not exactly, he replied, proposing a deal instead. But I want you to team up with me for the national tournament preliminaries the day after tomorrow. The preliminaries? I said. Choha mentioned those. I've been grinding non-stop to prepare for that. I turned to him, needing answers. What does that tournament have to do with Kinoshita Raiji? The prelims are held by continent, and the spot for the northern continent is the northern 4th district, his home turf. As the son of the administrator of the northern 4th district, Kinoshita Raiji is obviously aiming to compete in the main tournament. In fact, his older brother is also a messiah. If Raiji fails to make the top 10, it'll be a total disgrace for the Kinoshita family. I listened as he continued. That's why he's hoarding all the dungeons here to level up. But why do you want to team up with me? You've been helping me this whole time anyway. Iberia looked at me with total confidence. Because you're strong, my gut tells me that if we team up, we will definitely pass the preliminaries. Aren't you younger than me? You'll have plenty of other chances. So why are you so obsessed with this year? His face suddenly became grim as he answered, Why? You ask why? His mind seemed to go somewhere else, back to his childhood, to the image of his legendary blacksmith father. I watched my father create kama tools with my own eyes. Every single piece was a perfect work of art, and my admiration for him just grew and grew. I could see it in my mind, Iberia, fighting with one of those weapons. So, I always dreamed that one day I would awaken and fight monsters with the weapons my father made. Disappointment clouded his features. 1 month ago, I finally awakened. I excitedly asked my father for a weapon, but he just told me it's still too soon for you. Only messiahs can use my kama tools. He looked heartbroken, remembering his father's condition. Still, I didn't give up. I kept begging. So, he finally gave me one condition. If I pass this year's preliminaries, he'll give me a weapon. He clenched his fists with determination. That's why I have to win the preliminaries this year, no matter what. I analyzed his story logically. With a father like that, you must have tons of options. There's no need to team up with a level 0 like me. Iberia shook his head, telling me how strict his father was. My dad thought of that. Before I left, he said, Listen, pass the preliminaries with your own skills. If you just rely on powerful teammates by using my reputation, I won't give you the Kama tool Dauzasashik Fajr. He sighed, clearly worried. On top of that, my information network says most of the powerful participants have already been bought out by Kinoshita. The only people left are lone wolves who refuse to team up, or squads that are already full, so I had no hope of finding a partner. Iberia's eyes blazed as he looked at me. But 2 days ago, I heard someone defeated Oga Takeru, one of the 4 pillars, and even broke a dungeon record. I searched relentlessly for information, and it finally led me here. I held up my hand, making my decision. All right, teaming up is fine, but first, I need to get her to a hospital. I'll come with you. From now on, we're a team. Iberia immediately started rambling about names. We need to think of a cool name for our duo. You're Tenma and I'm Iberia, so Ibizu, that's kind of weird. What about Tenmaria or Tanev? I sighed internally. This guy talks even more than Rikuru. He gleefully shouts, That's it, we both have a Y in our names, so let's call ourselves the double Ys. Iski just mutters, Now that you mention it. I wonder how Rikuru and Sayazer are doing, and if they're joining the preliminaries. Meanwhile, in a training area, Horonor Rikuru lets out a huge sneeze. Achoo! Saya Kisaragi turns to him, concerned. Did you catch a cold? No. Someone must be talking trash about me behind my back. Probably Iski. A thoughtful look crosses Saya's face. Iski. How long has it been since that attack? I can't believe we've been apart this long. I wonder if he's okay. Rikuru smirks, teasing him and making Seiya blush. You're such a weirdo. If you're so worried about Iski, why didn't you go visit him after the monsters were beaten? Hitting a nerve, Seiya immediately launches a fierce water attack. Rikuru leaps back, yelling out, Hey, a surprise attack is cheating, Seiya coolly retorts. Cheating or not, we're in the middle of training. It's your fault for leaving an opening, right? Their master with the giant mechanical arm appears, cutting them off. Ah, sensei. The national tournament preliminaries start the day after tomorrow. This is no time for games. Seiya's eyes gleam with excitement. Awesome. I finally get to fight other Awakeners. Being stuck with Rikuru all the time was getting boring anyway. I've never been to the North Ford district. I hear it's a bustling town. I can't wait to see it for myself. The scene shifts to Raiji, who's opening a suitcase full of black magic stones. Status screens for Saya, level 11, and Rikuru, level 10, are displayed. Raiji's subordinate reports worriedly, Hasn't that Hout guy arrived yet? It's unusual for him to be this late. Maybe something unexpected happened. Raiji grinds his teeth in fury, a dark aura radiating from him. Again? These useless idiots used the Kama stones and got all that experience. He growls, cutting off his subordinate. Should we send someone to look for him? Forget him. The national preliminaries are the top priority. If I fail, Father will lock me in that damn confinement room again. Raiji calms himself, asking about the plan. By the way, how's that thing I asked you to do? Of the 3,113 participants in North 6, I've persuaded 87 to cooperate. As per your orders, all of them are level 5 or higher. A sinister smile spreads across Raiji's face as he holds a glowing stone. Well done. You're the only one I can trust. Raiji picks up the final magic stone, his eyes filled with raw ambition. This is the last Kama stone. Purple electricity crackles around Raiji's body as he powers up dramatically. Is this enough to crush those little brats? Kinochita Raiji, human, level 12. Total stats, 603. In a hospital hallway, Iski stands frozen, watching the energy fade after rushing Choha to the emergency room. Bowing his head in guilt, Isuki can't hide his sadness from his master. I'm sorry, master, I let this happen to Choha. Izumi Nento looks thoughtfully at his daughter in the hospital room, then asks Iski, what do you want to do next? I can handle that guy for you if you'd like. Iski's gaze suddenly turns sharp and resolute. No, please, let me be the one to deal with him myself. Nento turns to leave, his powerful voice echoing, Fine, tell me the details later. Nearby, Iberia is stunned, realizing the man's identity. The commander of North 6 is Isuki's master? No wonder he didn't even flinch when he heard about his father. Izumi Nento is a total mystery. I have to get his autograph later. Inside the hospital room, Iski stands by Choha's bed and explains, and that's why I decided to join the national tournament preliminaries with Iberia. I see. Choha, how are you feeling? Choha offers a faint smile. The divine butterfly Tamaku perched on her shoulder emits a gentle glow. Tamaku healed me, so I've made a full recovery. It's also thanks to Iberia, who used a rare Kama tool to treat me. Nento suddenly turns to Iberia with a scrutinizing look, making him jump. Since you have the rare Kama tool, the Kodama bandage made by Aiden, you must be his son, right? Iberia breaks out in a sweat, trying to maintain his noble composure. He knows all about Kama tools and even knows my father. I have to act in a way that befits the eldest son of the Crafting King. He confidently gives a thumbs up and declares, That's right, I am Aiden's father. The entire room falls dead silent. Nento, Choha, and Isuki just stare at Iberia with blank expressions. You got that backward. Iberia turns beet red, covering his face in shame. My apologies. Aiden is my father. Nento clears his throat to break the awkward tension. Ahem. In any case, I am grateful to you for saving my daughter. After the preliminaries are over, let me and Tenma pay Aiden a visit. He sits beside the bed, waving the two boys off. Don't you boys have to prepare for the tournament? Go on, get out of here. Choha and I will come watch tomorrow. Iberia and Iski walk away together, their determination burning bright. Yes, sir, please don't worry. We will definitely pass the preliminaries. Watching Isuki's back, Choha reflects on how much he's changed. Father really did keep a close eye on Tenma. When he was with Jin, he always brought me to meetings. A memory of a young, traumatized Iski flashes in her mind. Whenever Tenma faces a disaster beast, these intense self-destructive impulses rise up inside of him. An image of a worried Seiya and Rakuru looking at Isuki appears, but only when he has someone by his side that he wants to protect do those impulses weaken. Choha looks at her father, understanding his deeper plan. That's why you put me next to him, to be his friend. She smiles gently, looking at her own palm. To become his weakness, and to become the one Tenma wants to protect. The one Tenma wants to protect, huh? The mood suddenly grows tense as Nento reveals a dark truth. By the way, regarding the monster attack at Tenma's school, it has been confirmed to be a deliberate plan, not a coincidence. What? More and more traitors are defecting to the side of the disaster beasts, and though on different scales, attacks targeting commanders have been happening on other continents too. Nento stands, looking out the dark window, his voice heavy. Right now, the future of humanity is shrouded in darkness, but his eyes burn with faith as he looks upon his robe, certain that Tenma will be the one to light the way. He will become a beacon of hope. The scene shifts to a massive arena in the North 4th District, the site of the Saviors League national qualifiers. Isuki moves through the bustling crowd, stunned by the tournament's sheer scale. There's way more people than I thought. The moment news spread that Lord Izumi would be watching, people who weren't even planning to join suddenly changed their minds. And just like that, the number of contestants skyrocketed from 3,000 to nearly 5,000. Raiji stared down at the arena with a sinister smirk. Izumi Nento, that old man just had to add more variables to the mix. Don't worry, sir. They're just trash who decided to join at the last minute. They had no time to form proper teams, so we still hold the advantage in numbers. I had our recruits tie red bands on their right arms so we can easily identify our allies. Down in the crowd, Honori Kuru was on the phone. Are red armbands in fashion now? Should we wear them too? They said Mr. Izumi is coming, so Isuki will probably show up. On the main stage, the host, Shinchihara Soryu, boomed, "Everyone! Pay attention. I will now explain the rules before the preliminary round begins." Host Shinchihara Soryu, the giant screen displaying the layout. He continued, "The preliminary stage is split into two areas, an outer region and an inner region. For the first phase, you will all start from 4 directions in the outer zone. The brutal rules were slowly being revealed. First, you will compete against time to race into the inner region. The very instant you step inside, your rank gets locked in on your wristband, and only the 50 fastest will advance to the second phase." Standing in the crowd, Rakuru frowned at his wristband. So this thing actually does that, Seiya nervously added. Eliminating thousands in the first phase alone. That's just cruel. Iberia urged Isuki as the announcement blared on. Each person is only allowed a maximum of 2 Kama tools. Team up with anyone you want. Use any means necessary. Results are everything. Isuki, look. He pointed towards Raiji, commanding his hunters. That's Kinojita Raiji. He's telling his lackeys, "Listen up, obstruct every single person running ahead of me." Iberia whispered the plan. The guys next to him must be the ones he bribed. Either way, we have to get into the inner zone as fast as possible. We'll launch a surprise attack when Kinojita lets his guard down right after getting inside. Suddenly, Iberia's jaw dropped, his face a mask of pure disbelief. Isuki calmly started walking straight towards Raiji's team, sending Iberia into a panic. "Wait a minute, are you even listening to me? Who are you? Watch it, this guy doesn't have a red band." And so, the first phase began. In the VIP stands, the judge Suryu observed, more and more young people want to join the Salvation Alliance. It's encouraging, but quantity without quality is just meaningless. The master Haiden Akira crossed his arms, his gaze filled with arrogance. Back in our day, there were quite a few participants over level 15. You say quite a few? Suryu scanned the old records. There were exactly 2 participants in your year, Taiwajin level 21 and Haiden Akira level 18. Akira smirked mockingly. That's why I'm saying it's boring without guys like Taiwa. I hope there's someone like that in this group. Suryu replied, "Don't be a fool. A once-in-a-century genius like that doesn't just show up everywhere." Akira suddenly turned to Izumi Nento. "Lord Izumi, I heard a student in the North District defeated a level 8 Grief Wolf soldier right after awakening and became your disciple. Is that true? Level 8 right after awakening? That's ridiculous." Nento sat with authority, his reply short. "Yes, That is the truth. Akira's interest was piqued. Could that person be among this group of contestants? The second disciple acknowledged by Lord Izumi after Taiwajin would have to be an absolute prodigy. Soryu swiped through his tablet looking thoughtful. I wonder who it could be. Rikuru's profile appeared. Horinori Rikuru, level 10, a metal elementalist. His gift is just a normal rank 2, so it definitely can't be him. Next was Seiya. Kizaragi Seiya, level 11 with a rank 1 gift, but she's a support-type water elementalist, so probably not her either. Soryu stopped on one name. The strongest has to be this girl, Hanyu Kana, a wood elementalist, but with an unusually high level, reaching 16. Nento just stared silently at the screen. Soryu was confused. Are they all wrong? But Hanyu has the highest level among all the participants here. Akira suddenly noticed something strange. Is there even a level 0 among this year's participants? There's always one who joins out of curiosity, only to get crushed and retreat. Down on the field, Raiji laughed, mocking Iski. A real level 0 dares to participate? Gahaha, you lost, little boy? Iski said nothing, quietly raising his arm with the magic crossbow attached. Raiji's eyes went wide with horror as he recognized the weapon. That's Sakuran's head. What in the hell are you? Iski's eyes blazed with a murderous blue light. You've been looking for me all this time, haven't you? Raiji gritted his teeth in fury, veins popping on his forehead. This kind of level 0 trash is the one who defeated Ogasawa? There's no way I'll believe that. I get it, someone sent you here to mess with me, right? He waved his hand, ordering his men. Get him! Leave it to us, we'll make him regret ever provoking us. Intense purple electricity erupted around Raiji. I don't have time to waste on garbage like you. Isuki stood before the encircling mob, his expression unchanged. Akira watched on the monitor, his assessment cold. 3 level 6s and 2 level 7s closing in on him alone. There's no need to even watch the outcome. If you get on your knees and beg for your life right now, maybe you'll have a chance to live. Iberia was sweating bullets, worried for his comrade. I can probably take one of them. But even though Iski is strong, dealing with 4 opponents at once is impossible. He reached into his item pouch. His eyes hardened with resolve. It means I have no choice but to use that. A goon stepped forward with a condescending sneer. I've already. Iski was curious about what kind of powerful enemies he would face. Instead, he finds himself blocked by this level 0 trash. His face remains hidden in deep shadows. Move, he says, his voice cold as ice. The thug freezes, his face twisted in pure shock. Then he just loses it, laughing like a complete maniac. Ha ha ha! Akira is watching the whole thing, a sharp smile on his face. All right, you and I have to love that attitude. He plans to step in just before an attack lands. The enemy lunges forward with bloodshot eyes. Let me smash your skull and see what is inside that head. Ha ha. Suddenly, a massive impact explodes through the air. The sound of a clean strike hits him right in the face. Iski is standing over his enemy now. His eyes glow with overwhelming power through the darkness. I told you to move. Akira is completely stunned by that absurd display of power. His opponent was 7 levels higher, yet he took him down in a single blink. The other hunters start to panic as they look at their fallen teammate. Handa was level 7. How did a rookie do that? Wait, he probably just caught him off guard. Suddenly, a fire user screams out and unleashes a rank B skill at full power. Flamethrower at maximum output! I am going to burn you to ashes! The flames erupt with such intensity that Iberia cannot even react. It happened too fast. She did not even have time to use her common tool. The crowd watches with a smug look as the fire swallows Isuki whole. Might be overkill for a level 0, but deaths in the preliminaries are pretty common, right? If you have a grudge, blame your own arrogance for being a lowly level 0. But as the thick smoke rises, the hunters realize something is very wrong. Hey, what is happening? In the middle of that sea of fire, Isuki is standing perfectly still behind a wall of sharp stone. Iberia cheers in total excitement. Seeing her teammates safe is a huge relief. There is no way he blocked that entire area attack. As expected, Isuki just stares at his enemies with cold eyes. Looking through his sharp defensive barrier with a chilling gaze, he tells them to stay away. The system notifications are already popping up as he blocks the fire. Defense plus 10%, attack 310, agility 310, defense 341, magic 310, total 1,271. Iski walks forward calmly, while calculating his efficiency. Defense increased by 31 points. He needs to see if the passive effect of Black Wall will trigger again. He wants to know if it works against the same skill multiple times. The fire hunter points at him, trembling. Not a single scratch. Is that ice his skill? There are no water mages here, so how is he using ice? Iski stands tall and holds out his hand in a classic arrogant challenge. Try that move one more time, he says. This time, I will not even block it. The enemy is furious at being mocked. Are you messing with me? A real man does not take back his word, right? Iski gives a faint smile and promises he won't. The hunter concentrates every drop of mana for his strongest attack. Rank B skill, Overheat Flamethrower. This time I will finish you with my ultimate technique. Iski stands motionless as the violent sea of fire rushes toward him. The power is definitely higher than before, but it is still just a fire attribute skill. In an instant, his figure is buried under the roaring red flames. The people watching tremble at the sheer force of the strike. You are taking this way too seriously. That attack power is easily level 8 tier. The fire hunter is totally drained, his face pale and soaked in sweat. All of my mana was sucked dry in an instant. This is my absolute best. It feels like a waste to use this on a level 0, but the show is over. Suddenly, he stumbles back in pure terror. This cannot be happening. Iski is just standing there among the dying embers, observing his skill effects. When facing the same skill from the same target, the passive does not re-trigger. So that is how it works. He stands proud in the middle of the dusty arena and gives a cold command. Testing is over. Now, let me finish this. The fire hunter collapses to the ground, unable to believe reality. His ultimate technique was neutralized that easily? This has to be a nightmare. That ice skill must be strong, but I have found his weakness. Another hunter charges in, his hands glowing with intense heat for a desperate strike. Rank B skill, continuous firepower. Iski immediately activates his defense again to face the crowd. You really think you can win just by using numbers? A massive explosion erupts with a deafening sound. The enemy grins like a villain, convinced that Isuki is finally running out of energy. No matter how strong your skill is, a level 0 has no mana. If we drain him until he cannot make that water shield anymore, we win. Suddenly, a hand made of iron grips his arm tightly. The hunter's eyes bulge in pure horror. What? Isuki is already right in his face. He closed the distance in a heartbeat. Iski is still calculating, noting that even with multiple fireballs, the passive only triggered once. A massive thug with a brutal face roars at him. If speed is your thing, then mine is pure strength. Iski glares at him through his stone mask. He coldly asks if that is really all the strength the guy has. With one decisive move, Isuki slams the giant into the dirt, making him cough up blood. Standing in the arena, Isuki checks his defense stats again. The increase was 31 instead of 34, meaning it calculates from the base value before the buff. Right now, thanks to blocking those fire skills with Black Wall, his defense has reached 362. He keeps walking forward calmly. He looks at two new enemies, more lightning mages. This is perfect for stacking the passive effect of Lightning Breaker. Meanwhile, the thugs start running away in fear. This guy is using fake stats. Get out of here! Iski watches them with emerald eyes glowing with a threatening light. Do you really think you can escape? Those two turn back for a desperate rank, sea white, snake attack. Damn it! You are coming with us. This is not fire, so your old trick won't work. The system screen keeps flashing as Isuki absorbs the blows. Rank C lightning skill absorbed. Agility increased by 5%. Akira watches through the monitor. Current total stats are 1,333. Agility is 341. Defense is 372. Akira's face goes pale with shock. He is taking down high-level awakened ones like they are children. Iberia can only watch in awe. Iski has grown to be this incredibly powerful. Iski quietly examines the electricity dancing around him. The passive for Lightning Breaker is just like Black Wall. It only boosts his stats once per skill. Look at this masked goon shaking. He is absolutely terrified of Isuki's power. You are not rank 0, he screams. Who are you? Then Iberia steps right in front. Iberia just smirks and asks, You want to know who we are? Even Isuki is confused. We? But Iberia is already declaring it to the world together. We are Dapo E, the strongest duo this land has ever seen. But Iski just drags him away by the collar. Move it, we have to catch Kinoshita. The masked guy is just standing there, completely stunned. Dapo E? Honestly, even he thinks that team name is kind of trash. Meanwhile, Raiji is tearing through the desert in a flash of purple lightning. He is so arrogant, thinking Iski is already beaten to a pulp. He is playing it smart, though. He recognized that crossbow, it belongs to Sockley. You can see him planning to dig deeper once this is over. Suddenly, a blur streaks past Raiji. It is the top speed hunter from map, and he is feeling himself. Muscle means nothing against real speed. I am the king of speed, or so he thought. A bolt of purple lightning strikes from behind, and he lets out a total death scream. He hits the dirt hard, face smoking. Imagine getting sniped at full speed. Then, a heavy boot just crushes his back into the ground. Raiji stands over him with pure disgust in his eyes. That is what you get for trying to run in front of me. Villain vibes. He tells his squad to group up and stop wasting energy on trash. Up above, Choha's watching the whole thing go down. She is clearly not impressed. So that is the admin son, Raiji, she thinks. Talk about a spoiled brat with zero manners. Nento is just watching. Since no rules were broken, they cannot touch him. Raiji crew is just laughing, glad the peasants did the hard work. Everyone thinks Phase 2 is going to be a breeze. Look at them all rushing toward that massive structure in the wasteland. Raiji is already at the finish line, looking smug. Too easy, he says. But then boom, a massive shout echoes, cutting right through his lightning. Raiji actually flinches. You can see the sweat pouring down his face as this insane pressure builds up right behind him. He is furious. Who just called my name? He screams. The crowd is terrified, pointing backwards like, don't look at us. It is that guy. It is our boy, the rank 0 rookie. The crowd literally parts ways as Asuki walks forward. Everyone is thinking, wait, no way is it him. One guy points him out, and Raiji's losing it. He cannot believe his elite guards were actually taken down by a rookie. He thinks there is no way a rank 0 and rank 7 could win against those numbers. He is laughing, but his face is pure rage. Oh, I get it, Raiji sneers. You bought him off, didn't you? How long are you going to stalk me, you piece of trash? Poor Iberia is shaking like a leaf. He knows the truth. He only made it this far because he has been riding Isuki coattails. Seriously, every enemy they ran into got obliterated in seconds. Without Isuki, Iberia would have been disqualified ages ago. Raiji just turns his back like Isuki is not a threat. I am busy, but do not worry, I have got plenty of friends to play with you. Raiji eyes flare red behind his glasses. Kill him, he barks. Suddenly, a whole mob of hunters surrounds our boy, laughing at him. Just a rank 0 brat? They jeer. You have got guts calling out Kinoshita. Time to teach you some manners, kid. Do not worry, I will show them hell. Iberia is doing the math and panicking. 80, 78. He is seeing a literal army. 79? There is over 100 of them, Iberia yells. But Isuki just grabs him and shoves his head down. Keep your head low. Iberia is like, huh? And then boom, blue lightning erupts as Isuki charges straight into the center of the mob. He is so fast he hits Raiji before the sound even catches up. One massive kick sends Raiji flying into the sky. Everyone is stunned. Iberia and the rest of the candidates are just standing there, jaws on the floor. Raiji actually got tagged. Iski is standing there in the middle of the wreckage with a freezing aura. Maybe I was not clear, he says, eyes glowing with menace. Until we have finished our business here, none of you are going anywhere. Absolute chills, guys. Over on the other side, Seiya and Rikuru are exhausted. The heavy hitters are already inside, and they will definitely try to block us again. They barely made it to rank 5. Rikuru is breathing hard, totally shocked because he thought they were moving at top speed. But man, there are some real monsters in this race. Ogaku takes 3rd place, and he is not happy about it at all. Only 3rd? Akagami-sen mocks him. Are you hungry again? You literally just finished your meal, nya? But forget them. Look at 1st place. Hanyukana is already at level 16. She is in a league of her own. Suddenly, Seiya and Rikuru feel this massive wave of energy. They know Iski, he is definitely off doing something crazy on his own. Wait, is someone flying? Then the system pings. Iberia just made it to the inner zone in 6th place? Iberia is face down in the dirt. absolutely terrified, just screaming out, Iski name! Seiya and Rakuru cannot believe their ears. Did he just say Iski? Yeah, I heard it too. And there he is, stepping out of the smoke. That silhouette? It is our boy. In the pouring rain, he is blocking the entire path. I am not letting a single person through, and you should see the faces in the VIP stands right now. The judges are baffled. He is one step from the finish line, so why is he risking it all just to crush Raiji? Choha is terrified. Izumi Nento coldly orders his elite fighter, Heitan, to jump in if Isuki ends up in actual danger. Hayato Akira watches in total awe. Comparing this to Isuki from before, his current speed is just straight up unbelievable. I wonder if I could have done that at his age? Raiji looks down, his face twisting with pure, unbridled rage. Since you keep interfering, you better be ready. He looks up, his eyes glowing with a crazy purple magical light. What is coming next is not just a battle. It is going to be your total and absolute submission. Hundreds of Raiji's minions with glowing red eyes surround Iski. This is a brutal 100 versus 1 showdown. Iski barely even looks at them as his killing intent explodes. Passing the qualifiers is just a side mission now. Right now, avenging Choha is my top priority. Suddenly, Raiji points his finger and screams his orders like a madman. All of you, get him! Kill him now! In the burning arena, Iski stands alone against the 100 hunters surrounding him. An aggressive thug charges forward to open the fight. Nobody gets past me. Your head is mine. C-rank skill. Fire Fist. Iski effortlessly blocks the flaming strike, leaving the thug in shock. What? Immediately, our guy throws a massive counterpunch. The air itself shakes as that powerful punch lands square on the hunter's face, knocking him out instantly. Everyone is speechless. The crowd starts panicking. Down in one hit? Do not freeze up. There is no way we lose to a rank 0. Everyone, attack! Isuki looks down coldly as his system screen pops up. C-rank fire skill blocked with black wall. Defense plus 10%. Seeing the enemies swarm in, Isuki raises his hand. Time to end this farce. System activate skill. Lotus Storm Strike. A massive fire explosion erupts from Isuki's palm, blowing all the surrounding hunters away. His teammates are left in absolute shock. Is this really Isuki's skill? Even the strongest hunters are stunned. What was that explosion? Mo-chan could swallow that easily. Through the smoke, Hanyukana watches with sharp, mysterious eyes. The judge panics while checking the data. A rank 0 did this? It is not just power. How can he use skills outside his class? Choha and Nento are watching closely on the monitors. They look completely shocked. I did not know Tenma learned an area of effect skill. His confidence in the desert makes sense now. Iski looks at the ruined battlefield and calculates his next move. How many trump cards is he hiding? 30% power is enough. They are human, so I need to hold back and not kill them. The smoke clears, showing hundreds of defeated hunters. Iski approaches Raiji with threatening, glowing eyes. Now, it is just you. Raiji trembles and backs away, sweat pouring down his face. Over 100 men down in an instant? What are you? Why won't you leave me alone? Iski stands tall, overflowing with killing intent. Leave you alone? You were the one who targeted me and hurt my friend. Today I am giving all that pain back to you. Raiji screams as purple electricity surges around him. I am the young master of the prestigious Kinoshita family in North District 4. Everything here is under my control. I do not even need to fight monsters. I just use the karma stones my family provided. I can reach levels you commoners could never touch. He charges a finishing blow. B-rank skill, Purple Thunder Cannon. You and I are on completely different levels. I will kill you. Isuki moves like a lightning bolt to close the gap. System alert. B-rank skill detected. Activating simulation avatar. Analysis at 1%. Isuki lands a fatal blow that makes Raiji scream. Raiji collapses, completely broken by the reality of the situation. He dodged that? This speed from a rank 0? I cannot win this. He screams for help in total desperation. What are you doing? Help me! Number 40. A massive hunter suddenly steps in to interfere. I do not care about the rules or my pride anymore. Raiji laughs like a maniac when he sees his savior arrive. Number 40 is a level 30 Awakener, get torn to shreds. Back in the observation room, Nento gives Hayato Akira the signal. Iski feels a new wave of pressure incoming. Magical reactions detected someone is approaching at high speed right now. Analysis at 19%. And it is more than just one person. In the pouring rain, mysterious figures join the fight. Through the thick smoke of the explosion, Iski stands tall among the debris. Nearby, Hayton easily takes down the guard trying to interfere. He signals for Isaki to keep going. Our guy steps toward Raiji, his eyes glowing with lightning as he passes judgment. Looks like your little lifeline is not coming to save you. Raiji is a complete mess, crying and screaming in total desperation. Wait! My dad is the administrator, and my brother is in the Salvation Alliance. Touch me and you are dead. Iski ignores every word. One hit slams his head straight into the dirt. Isuki leaves Raiji motionless on the wet ground and walks away into the rain. He wipes sweat from his cheek, finally feeling relieved that Choha's debt is settled. On the screen, Choha blushes with deep emotion. Judge Suryu watches Choha and then stares at the monitor. Why is he looking this way? Did that guy really just defeat Raiji? Meanwhile, Isuki checks his system and makes a strategic move. Analysis progress is now at 99%. If I pause the analysis at 99%, I can recover my stamina during the second round. Analysis paused. Iski! Iski suddenly hears a familiar voice and spins around, sweat dripping down his face. He looks down and spots Seiya, who's gazing up at him with eyes full of pure worry. With tears in her eyes and a trembling voice, Seiya begs him to head inside. She is blushing hard, looking at him with so much care because she is terrified he might catch a cold. It has been a while, and Isuki just gives Seiya a warm smile. Right then, a system notification pops up. Tenma has officially ranked 7th to enter the inner area. Out of nowhere, Iberia lunges forward and tackles Isuki with a tearful hug. Meanwhile, Rikuru is just standing there grinning. Iberia is sobbing, screaming about how much she has actually missed him. You total bastard! I am just so glad you are still in one piece. Rikuru adjusts his goggles, looking totally annoyed at Iberia as sparks fly between them. He demands to know why she is hugging Isuki like that, leaving Iberia looking completely confused. Iberia lets go and strikes a confident pose, claiming she is Isuki's partner. This sends Rikuru into a jealous frenzy as he grabs Isuki's shoulders and starts shaking him like crazy. Rikuru is shouting about being betrayed since he never heard about a team. Meanwhile, Seiya is just giggling on the side, thinking how rare it is to see Isuki making friends like this. Rikuru and Iberia start bickering nonstop. Is he really a traitor? Did they actually form a team? And wait, what on earth is their team name supposed to be? Iberia laughs, asking who would even care about such childish things since they are not little kids. Then she stands tall with her hands on her hips, looking totally smug and triumphant. She shouts that, of course they have one. Rikuru demands to hear it, while poor Isuki is just standing between them, sweating bullets and quietly begging her to stop. Iberia winks, her face practically glowing with pride as she announces the name Double Y. Apparently, she put a massive amount of effort into coming up with that one. Hearing that, Rikuru literally hits the floor, laughing his head off. He mocks the name for being so basic, which sends Iberia into a total rage, insisting it is actually great. The fun gets cut short when an announcement blares across the arena. Since 500 participants have already entered the inner zone, anyone left outside right now is officially disqualified. Phase 2 is about to begin. The judge appears on the giant monitor to explain that for the next hour, everyone must face off against disaster beasts completely alone. Iski and the gang are totally stunned by these harsh rules. Phase 2 has finally arrived, but going in solo? You and I know things are about to get really intense. Over in a dark corner, Hayton is wearing a terrifying, bloodthirsty grin. He has been waiting for this second phase for a long time, and he looks ready for chaos. The top rankings from Phase 1 flash on the screen with some serious authority. It is time to see who has real talent with Hanyu Kana at first and Owagaku at third. Then we see Rikuru at 5th, our boy Iski at 7th, Akagamizen in 2nd, Iberia at 6th, and finally Seiya sitting at 4th. What a stacked lineup of candidates. From high above, you can see the massive scale of the arena as the crowd starts heading toward the giant gates. You can practically feel the tension in the air. So this is where Phase 2 goes down. Rikuru walks through the dark, gloomy hallway of the arena and gets a sudden chill down his spine from the creepy atmosphere. He comments on how dark and scary it feels before asking Asuki if he is seriously still level 0. Is his level really stuck there permanently without any way to change? He is clearly worried, wondering if Asuki's stats are also unable to increase easily. If that is the case, how is he even supposed to get any stronger from here on out? Iski starts to hesitate, remembering his master told him to keep his secrets hidden. Luckily, Iberia jumps in to shut Rikuru down before things get too awkward for our main character. She reminds him that order-breaking skills are top-secret national matters. She tells Asuki he does not have to explain anything, and he just gives her a thankful, relieved smile. The group reaches the assembly point when a powerful voice booms from above, asking if everyone is ready. The trio looks up at the high balcony, completely stunned by who is there. The crowd starts buzzing as they recognize the heavy hitters. That is Fujiwara Soryu, the legendary man who supervises this massive national tournament every single year. Next to him is Heitan Akira, the powerhouse veteran, and that masked figure is the legendary Izumi Nento. Every single person up there is a complete and total icon. Soryu begins his announcement telling everyone he is about to explain the rules for the second round. He warns them to listen closely because their lives might depend on it. He points to a virtual display showing that various disaster beasts will spawn in the training area. The points you earn will depend entirely on how difficult the monster is. Taking down a hard class beast nets you 1,000 points. Beginners are worth 100, normal gives 500, while a nightmare class is worth a massive 5,000. Soryu explains that you only get a 1-minute break after defeating a beast. Once that is over, you are forced to step up and face the next level of difficulty immediately. While the countdown shows 56 seconds left, Oegaku just grips his weapon and scoffs. He is so arrogant that he plans on heading straight for the nightmare difficulty without hesitation. Oegaku's stats show he is a level 13 Earth Spiritist. But suddenly, right in the middle of the silent crowd, Isuki raises his hand to speak up, surprising everyone around him. Isuki says he has a question, but the other candidates immediately start mocking him. They are all whispering about how a level 0 guy could only get here by being carried. They are laughing, wondering if he is just scared of fighting alone and wants to quit already. Soryu looks down with a calm expression, encouraging Isuki to go ahead and ask. He tells him not to hold back, so Isuki stands tall and drops a bombshell. He asks if the nightmare class is actually the highest difficulty level they can face. Soryu's eyes go wide at such a bold question, while Heitan just grins with excitement. The crowd, however, keeps laughing, thinking Isuki is just trying to act like a big shot. They are talking trash, saying a level 0 has 0 chance against a nightmare beast. They bet he cannot even handle a beginner level and call him a total loudmouth loser. Soryu seriously explains that theoretically there is no upper limit to the difficulty. He tells Isuki he will understand once he actually manages to defeat a nightmare-class beast for himself. Rikuru nervously whispers that thinking about no limits is pointless. He reminds Isuki that facing a nightmare class usually requires at least being at level 10 just to survive. He adds that even beating a hard class would be amazing. Soryu then drops the big news points earned here in the prelims will carry over into the main tournament. In other words, how everyone performs today is going to determine if they can actually join the Savior Alliance in the future. The stakes just got a whole lot higher. Rikuru and Iberia are more determined than ever after hearing that. Since these points matter for the main event, they realize they have no choice but to use their secret weapons. Isuki remembers Taiwajan's record of 115,000 points. If he wants to surpass that legend, he knows he has to make the most of this massive opportunity right now. The signal blares and the gates fly open. Candidates flood the arena, diving headfirst off the steep cliffs into the fray. Isuki sticks the landing and scans the zone. Round 2 is live. Surprisingly, this place looks just like a standard combat arena. Darkness settles in until rows of glowing red eyes ignite with pure bloodlust in the shadows. A system notification pops up. 10 level 1 mad disaster dogs. Kill points 100 total. Isuki is hyped. Finally, some real disaster monsters to crush. He immediately triggers his special skill Black Wall, activated. He charges in with cold, lethal eyes. This trash won't help his stats, so he needs to end this fast. Back in control, Heitan asks Soryu watching that kid again. Soryu keeps his eyes glued to the monitors. He admits he also wants to see how that Hanyukana girl is doing. Hayden just smirks, fascinated by Iski. This kid is way more interesting. Soryu suddenly gasps in shock, making Hayden tease him. Do you have to be surprised every single time? Down on the field, Iski blurs like a gale, carving through the monsters in the blink of an eye. Clear time, 1 second. 100 points earned. Soryu is literally sweating from the shock. 1 second? That usually takes minutes. Hayden just laughs, told you he was special. Soryu tries to keep his cool. Those dogs were only level 1. Going all out could end them instantly, but the next opponent is a level 8. An instant kill is impossible now. Suddenly, a massive flaming beast towers over Iski. A level 8 salamander, kill points 500. Soryu is genuinely worried. Facing a disaster beast 8 levels higher than himself is going to be a brutal struggle for the boy. Hayden just smirks at the concern. You really think so? I do not see a level 8 salamander being much of a threat to him. Soryu asks about the other participants. The assistant at the console quickly apologizes. He was just too focused on Iski's insane fight. Switching to multi-screen mode now. This way, we can track the top 10 contenders all at once. He scans the monitors with a frown. Most are still stuck fighting the fodder. Seiya is using water magic, while a hammer user struggles hard against their own beast. Soryu notices another screen. Only Hanyu Kana is actually matching Iski's pace. The blue-haired girl is absolutely crushing those dogs with her 6 senses magic. Suddenly, Choha screams while staring at Asuki's monitor. No way, Tenma is in serious trouble. Everyone watches in total horror as Asuki is swallowed whole by the salamander's massive, roaring pillars of fire. Soryu panics. Did he burn all his energy on the dogs and fail to dodge? Taking that fire head-on will not end well. Get the medical team down there, now. Hayden stops him. Wait, just look closer. With the speed he showed earlier, dodging an attack at this level should have been total child's play. From the heart of the flames, a spiked black ice armor wraps around Isuki. A system notification appears, black wall activated. A razor-sharp sword strike tears through the air. Isuki slices right through the fire and the beast's armored scales in one blow. The massive salamander is split in two, scales shattering everywhere from the force. Iski walks away coldly, leaving the vanishing corpse behind him. System result, 5 seconds, 500 points. Soryu stares at the screen, speechless. Not a single scratch? Was that ice armor covering his entire body? He could have ended it instantly. Why on earth would he take an attack like that on purpose? Iski smirks at the system notification, defense up 10% thanks to the fire skill, black wall. He needs every chance to farm those stats. The status window opens. His total defense has reached 434, Tenma, race human, level unfixed, job order breaker. Skills include hypersimulation, thunderbreak, black wall, and Lotus strike. Total stats, 1,395. The system asks 58 seconds of rest left. Skip. Iski decides he will test his defense on the next disaster beast. In the control room, Hayden notes that this difficulty level tests speed and battle sense. Soryu nods in agreement exactly. New monster intel, the electric rhino channels power into its horn, unleashing a dual physical and lightning strike on its enemies. Hard mode disaster monster, level 10, electric rhino, kill points 1,000. If it lands a hit, Soryu warns of the nightmare. Either his body gets gored by that horn, or he is paralyzed by the lightning and left completely wide open. He emphasizes the winning strategy: you have to use speed to dodge and only strike when the beast is exhausted. Soryu's eyes suddenly go wide as sweat pours down. Wait, what the hell is he planning now? Down there, Iski does not even bother to dodge. He just walks up and touches the glowing, sharp, electrified horn. He taps it casually, thinking it is perfect for a defense test. The rhino snaps, it snorts steam and funnels every single drop of lightning into its horn to crush the brat. A massive boom echoes as the beast charges at insane speed. Violent electricity erupts, filling the entire arena with light. Iski is blown back, taking the full lightning charge without defending himself at all. Choha screams in pure terror through the screen, Tenma! Hayden just smirks. Tenma's moves are always totally wild, but his results are always way beyond imagination. Iski steps out of the smoke, completely unhurt. System alert, he absorbed the level C lightning skill, Thunderbreak. Agility up 5%. He mutters to himself, test complete. It seems disaster monsters under level 10 cannot even scratch him anymore. His eyes glow red with bloodlust. Time to end this. He drops like a lightning bolt from the sky. Thunderbreak. Activated. Agility plus 50%. One flash and the beast's throat is sliced clean. It is all over for the rhino. A massive electric rhino gets sliced clean in half by an invisible surge of energy as Isuki lands right on the monster's corpse. The result screen flashes. 7 seconds. That is another 1,000 points. Hayton is stunned. Isuki has cleared everything in under 15 seconds total. Soryu realizes this kid is faster than he ever was, and he is clearly holding back. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turns dead serious. But you guys better get ready because here comes the real nightmare. Soryu begins describing the next monster with total concern. We are talking about a lightning-fast killer that shreds anything with its razor-sharp claws. Picture iron chains inside a massive mouth that swallows everything, all protected by an exoskeleton as hard as heavy armor. He finishes with a cold stare. This is a nightmare-tier disaster beast, the strongest monster in the entire preliminary round. It is the ultimate target for every contestant. Facing Isuki is a level 15 Inferno Giant, and the pressure it gives off is absolutely suffocating. 5,000 points are on the line. Suddenly, a purple-black purifying orb erupts, tearing through the air toward the giant at insane speeds. One shot. That is all it took. The Inferno Giant is down, and the orb's speed just jumped by 200%. The entire board of judges is completely frozen in shock. This is unbelievable. There stands Isuki, calmly perched on the corpse of a legend. The system updates his stats. The purifying orb is now moving at 9 meters per second. That is a total 900% increase. Even a nightmare tier giant got deleted in 3 seconds. That is 5,000 points in the bag. Now, on to the next one. Meanwhile, at another arena, a roaring beast gets finished off. Kisaragi Seiya just triggered her C-rank water bullet skill to end the fight. Seiya tells herself that if she beats just 2 more, she will reach normal rank. She is already at 80% completion. She sees Ooi Gaku facing a dragon and smirks. She skipped her break just to make sure she reaches the normal rank before him. Gaku is still at 0%. Meanwhile, Hanyu Kana stands calmly among 7 monsters, using healing magic to recover all her consumed mana. Suddenly, a notification shocks everyone. Hanyu reached 100%, but someone else cleared the nightmare rank in only 21 seconds. Rank 1. Seiya's losing it. Is it Isuki? Or maybe Hanyu? Hanyu just stays silent, keeping her true thoughts completely hidden. Isuki is not stopping yet. He summons another energy orb and shouts, "Let's keep going!" Soryu still cannot believe what he is seeing. He is analyzing the fight, a level 15 Inferno Giant, gone in a blink. What exactly is that black orb made of to pierce that armor? Hayton Akira just smirks with pure excitement. He orders the staff to crank up the difficulty. Let's see how far this kid can really go. Nightmare rank phase 2. Now it is 2 level 15 Inferno Giants. That is 10,000 points if he can take them both down. Isuki looks almost bored. He was expecting something new, not just more of the same. The giants let out an earth-shattering roar. They charge at Isuki together. He just raises his hand, forming another orb with the most casual and calm expression ever. He decides to take one out while they are busy screaming. The orb pierces the giant instantly, once again triggering the purifying effect. Another giant down, the orb's speed hits 11 meters per second. That is an 1100% boost. This is absolutely insane. Soryu is panicking now. Another one-shot? What is that orb anyway? Does this kid even have a limit to his power? Hayton explains that while it is strong, the skill has a fatal weakness. Soryu is confused. A weakness? In a power like that? The remaining giant suddenly hits the gas, moving with impossible speed. Even Isuki is startled. It is faster than anything he has ever fought. Izumi Nento chimes in. People think these giants are slow because of their size, but they are totally wrong about that. Isuki focuses all his energy into his hand for a direct hit. He fires straight at the charging beast, activating the purifying orb. Hayton continues the breakdown. These Inferno Giants have a very specific racial trait that most people usually overlook. They have 0 magic, but their physical stats are boosted. Despite that massive body, it is technically a speed-type monster. The monster dodges Isuki's attack effortlessly as it charges. Its stats flash on screen, totaling 940 points. Level 15, Tier 2 talent, no magic allowed. but every other stat gets a 25% permanent boost, no skills required. Its agility is at 300. Ice-Ski is stunned as his orb hits nothing but air. The thing actually managed to dodge it. Back in the booth, Nento explains that Black Orb deals massive damage, but its actual flight speed is not that impressive. You have to admit the kid has great battle sense. He timed his attack during the giant's roar, but here is the problem. He warns that if Isuki can't make that orb fly faster, he is done for. The giant swings a massive fist toward him. It unleashes a devastating spin punch. The air pressure alone creates sharp vortexes that shred the ground to pieces. Iski gets sent flying back. He realizes that at mid-range, his orb is way too easy to dodge. Soryu is getting really worried. Does he have anything else up his sleeve? Hayden just watches closely. Wait, why is the kid actually smiling right now? Iski lets out a competitive smirk. Not bad speed at all. Time to close the distance and finish this once and for all. He slams his foot down, and blue lightning explodes everywhere. Lightning burst. The two clash in a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Seeing that, Choha panics and covers her mouth in fear. Soryu grabs the phone, screaming his head off. This attack? It is nothing like the electric rhino. If he takes a direct hit, even that kid will not walk away in one piece. Call the rescue team now. But Izumi Nento stops him. Wait. Hayden calmly points out that while the power is terrifying, it means nothing if it does not actually hit the target. The giant's punch misses, carving a massive hole in the ground, but Isuki is gone. The dust settles, leaving the monster confused and searching. Suddenly, a voice drops from above. Hey, I am right here. The giant looks up in pure shock to see Isuki literally floating in midair. Iski dives down like a lethal arrow. A sphere of dark purple energy pierces right through the monster's head from behind. He lands soft as a feather, wreathed in powerful purple lightning. Boom! The giant's body shatters into pieces. System check. Inferno Giant, level 15. Enemy defeated! The Purification Orb's flight speed jumps by 200%. That is 13 meters per second, guys. Total speed up, 1,300%. System updates the score, 12 seconds used, 10,000 points banked. Choha cheers. You did it, Tenma. Soryu stares at her, surprised to see her this excited. Our girl Choha immediately blushes. She starts making awkward excuses. I was just praying for everyone's safety. Losing the youth who carry our future would be a huge loss. Their families would be devastated, so I just want everyone safe. That is it. I do not think Tenma beating a giant was cool or anything. I would react the same way, even if it was not Tenma. So do not go getting any weird ideas. Izumi Nento just looks confused. Soryu whispers, Choha, you have sure gotten talkative since the last time we met. Soryu turns to Hayden. By the way, how did you know Tenma would dodge that massive attack? Hayden explains, normally that kid's speed is average, but when lightning flows through him, his speed hits a whole different level. Once that happens, there is no way an Inferno Giant can touch him. Soryu nods. He beat two, but man, those were some close calls. With these points, first place is already locked in. If it were me, I would honestly just stop right here. But Iski stands tall, eyes locked on surpassing Taehuan, the strongest human. He charges his hand, roaring. I cannot stop for a second. 3 more Inferno Giants appear right in front of him. The system updates the rank Nightmare difficulty. Stage 3. 3 level 15 giants worth 15,000 points. Iski does not hesitate, instantly launching a Purification Orb attack. First, take one out. Hayden smirks with pride. Just as expected, he chose to keep going. That is my guy right there. Soryu muses. Come to think of it, you went straight to stage 4 back then, right? Soryu looks at the screen in total shock. Even you, with the strongest body, only made it to stage 3. Let us see what happens with Tenma. Back to the fight. Little Tenma faces down a massive entity charging at him. He strikes with a lightning-fast burst, punching the monster's weak point. Tenma calculates his moves, using lightning burst to close the gap and slide behind it. That is number 2. He fires the orb straight at the beast. Instantly, the victory notification pops up. Inferno Giant, level 15 defeated. Orb speed increases by another 200%. Current speed? 17 meters per second. That is a 1,700% boost. Tenma looks up, his gaze sharp and tense. Where is the third one? Suddenly, a massive, toothy maw shadows everything above him. The monster roars and bites down, swallowing him whole. But Tenma stays terrifyingly calm. He stares straight at the enemy, right there. He gathers blazing fire in his palm and declares, I am tearing you to shreds, activating maximum power burst. The attack explodes inside the giant's mouth, creating a massive pillar of fire. System update. Purgatory Giant. Level 15 defeated. Thanks to that continuous burst, skill range increases by 1%. Current total? 1,101%. Tenma walks out like a boss through the fire and smoke. Time elapsed? 13 seconds. 15,000 more points acquired. In the stands, Soryu is frozen. Sweat drips down his face in pure shock. He recognizes that blinding skill from the first round? However, Tenma is gasping for air, looking completely exhausted. His magic energy has finally hit rock bottom. Magic is below 310. He checks his status and finds a way to recover. As long as disasters keep appearing, he can heal. Passive effect. When an enemy unit is detected, 10% of his magic power is instantly restored. A new overwhelming challenge appears. Nightmare Rank, Stage 4. 4 level 15 Inferno Giants. 20,000 points on the line. 4 enemies detected, 40% magic recovered. His magic is back up to 124 out of 310. Soryu and Hayton watch with dead serious faces. Stage 4 has begun. If he clears this, he surpasses Hayton's past self. Besides Taehwan, no one has ever cleared Stage 4. Let us see how far this kid goes. Tenma weaves through the monster's claws. He notices that as his orb speed rises, the blue lightning helps him move like a ghost. His accuracy is climbing too. Facing 4 beasts, he keeps calculating. If I increase the speed a few more times, I will not even need to get close. His magic is low. He cannot waste a single orb. Tenma's eyes burn with resolve as he gears up for the final blow. Suddenly, massive iron chains burst from the shadows with a bone-chilling rattle. Tenma's eyes widen in pure shock. They're moving way too fast. Chains? Are you serious? The beast unleashes a lightning-fast strike that literally tears the air apart. Tenma is caught completely off guard as the monster closes the distance in a heartbeat. All he sees is a dark blur deflecting his counter. A massive boom echoes across the arena as the enemy's attack finally connects with devastating force. He grits his teeth in agony. Damn it! The monster's iron grip pins him down, crushing any hope of fighting back. He's stuck and can't gather his strength. Then comes a brutal smash that shatters his bones, pinning him against the wall. Tenma collapses, unmoving in the rubble, his blood staining his suit deep red. Seeing this horror, Soryu completely loses his cool. He screams at the top of his lungs, Hayton, do something! You have to help him right now. But Hayton just stands there, his eyes turning cold. Is this really his limit? He whispers. Suddenly, his own traumatic memories of defeat on the battlefield flood back. Determination flares in Hayton's eyes as he prepares to jump in. I'm stepping in now! But Soryu grabs him, shouting, Wait, just look at the screen! Soryu spots something strange. Tenma hasn't given up yet. Mr. Izumi, whether he's a quitter or not, we don't have time to debate this. This is a life or death situation. If we don't move right this second, Tenma's gonna die right in front of our eyes. Izumi stays eerie calm, sensing a hidden trump card. Soryu snaps, A trump card? How could you know that? Izumi just points. Look at his eyes. Those aren't the eyes of someone who's accepted defeat. Down in the arena, Tenma forces himself up, his gaze burning with pure, unadulterated rage. He snarls, I've pushed myself to the absolute brink just to crush that guy. Blue lightning erupts as he triggers his ultimate skill, Super Simulation activated. The analysis dives deep, pulling memories from his battle with Kinochita. Suddenly, the image of the purple lightning cannon flickers into his mind. Back in that fight, the simulation had started on Kinochita's power, but he had decided to stop it at the very last second before it finished. That 99% progress had been frozen in time. But now, fueled by vengeance, he hits resume. Progress bar? 100% complete. He'd been saving this for a moment just like this. B-rank skill, purple lightning cannon, finalized! He's just mastered level 2 lightning blast! Soryu notices a strange energy swirling around him. Look, that's the familiar Lotus. Is that his skill too? But how can a flower help him now? Choha breaks into a radiant smile, making Hayton do a double take. She looks so happy. Does she know something that we don't? The system reveals the new stats for Lightning Blast Level 2. Active effect? He can now absorb B-rank lightning attacks directly into his body. When he releases that energy, his agility spikes by 100% per charge, stacking up to 5 times. That's some insane speed potential. Plus, the passive effect grants a 10% agility boost for every B-rank hit absorbed. Currently, he's sitting at 15% extra speed. Tenma clenches his fist as electricity surges, his clothes vibrating wildly. Level 2 acquired. All stats up 20, debuffs cleared, and his wounds are fully healed. The monster slams its fist down to crush the earth. But Tenma is a different man. He stands tall and blocks the strike with total ease. Warm-up is over, he declares. Time to go all out. Attack power, 31,330. Agility, also 31,330. Defense, 31,330. Magic power, you guessed it, 31,330. Soryu watches the screen in total disbelief. He was just a bloody mess. Yet he's completely recovered in a matter of seconds. That healing factor puts professional healers to shame. And with that Valicia area of effect attack, just how many broken skills does he have hidden away? Tenma vanishes into a blur of speed, blowing 2 monsters away with a single punch. Level 15 Inferno Giant? Consider it absolutely deleted. His Purifying Sphere's speed shoots up by 200%. He's a juggernaut now. Nightmare Corridor Stage 4 successfully cleared. 31 seconds total, 20,000 points earned. I don't care how many giants you send, I'm not losing today. Tenma launches a massive energy sphere at the final beast. Another level 15 Inferno Giant goes down for the count. Sphere speed hits another 200% boost. That's 27 meters per second, an insane 2,700% increase. Those spheres are basically nukes now. He clears the room like it's nothing. Stage 5 finished in 57 seconds, 25,000 points. Finally, Tenma delivers the finishing blow to the last target. Nightmare Corridor Stage 6 is officially in the books. 1 minute and 34 seconds for 30,000 points. Soryu is literally speechless. This power is just on another level. Wow, Hayton mutters in awe. Is this hell? Tenma, and those giants are the real monsters here. I'm starting to lose my bearings. Tenma stands amidst the wreckage, sweat dripping down his face. He wipes his brow and stares straight into the abyss ahead. His voice rings out with pure steel. So, what's the next stage? But this time, no giants spawn. Silence fills the entire corridor. Soryu is frozen in shock. This shouldn't be possible. Izumi doesn't hesitate. He slams the red button to end the trial and stop the chaos. Soryu's voice crackles over the speakers, sweat pouring down his face. Tenma! Stop! It's over! The trial is finished right now! From above, the scene is absolute carnage. He's wiped out every single giant they prepared. A mountain of corpses. Tenma's power is terrifying. Tenma pants heavily, chains still rattling. I'm done already, he asks. Didn't you say there was no limit to the difficulty? He wanders through the sea of blood, crunching the numbers. I lost count of the kills, but I wonder, how many points did I get? Well, if I've hit the ceiling, the gap between me and Taehuayun shouldn't be big. System notification, 11 giants slain. Sphere speed +1. 100%. Current flight speed is 38 meters per second, and we just boosted that by 800%. Talk about a massive haul. Tenma compares his new insane speed to the reality of his current state. That is faster than your average car. Suddenly, Tenma stops, his body literally steaming after that absolute bloodbath of a battle. He stares into the light ahead, thinking another enemy is spawning. Oh wait, I totally forgot how this system actually works. A glowing blue stone appears. Since he cannot level up, any experience points from disaster beasts he crushes have to go somewhere. They turn straight into karma stones. In the control room, Soryu and Hayton are losing it. Is that a karma stone? Why is it blue in the training ground? We are talking at least 10,000 experience points right there. Since Tenma cannot absorb experience, it just drops as physical loot. Soryu starts shivering while he analyzes the data on the screen. He thought the fixed level meant Tenma was faking his stats, but no, the kid really truly cannot gain levels at all. This means if you ever party up with Tenma, you would get every single drop of experience for yourself. Talk about broken. Honestly, thank goodness he was born human. If this kid was a disaster beast, the world would be doomed beyond any imagination. Tenma picks up the sparkling blue stone with a satisfied grin. He turns his back on the carnage, leaving only ruins and dust. He is done here. Time to head out. The heavy metal doors slowly groan open with a sharp, piercing screech. Soryu spots the exit and shouts that he is out. The results flash on the screen. Tenma, preliminary winner. Stage 2 cleared. Score, 106,600. Time, 3 minutes and 55 seconds. 1 kill, total domination. Soryu rushes over to block Tenma's path, acting like a total fan. Tenma, I saw your performance with my eyes. You are pure potential. Come with me. I will personally find you a master who is actually worthy of you. Tenma shuts him down cold, saying he appreciates the offer, but he already has a master, so he is all set. Soryu won't let it go, insisting Tenma doesn't get it. So what if he has a teacher? Not everyone can handle talent. He claims Tenma needs someone with real resources and connections. Hayton just stands there, trying to pull Soryu back to reality. Seeing Tenma's annoyance, Hayton warns him to back off. If he keeps pushing, the kid is going to start hating his guts. Soryu snaps back, refusing to give up. He asks Hayton if he is really okay with some nobody wasting Tenma's god-tier talent. Hayton pats Tenma on the shoulder to calm him down. He remembers Tenma handling Kinoshita's goons back in the day. No big deal. He only judges those who break the rules. Plus, Hayton smirks at Soryu, revealing that Tenma is actually Izumi's disciple after all. There is no way he wouldn't help him. Soryu freezes the moment he hears that name. What? Did he say Izumi's disciple? Soryu stares at Tenma in pure shock, stuttering the name. Meanwhile, Tenma just bows respectfully to Izumi, acknowledging his master's past help. Thank you again for everything, master. Hayton crosses his arms with a proud look, confirming the truth to everyone. Soryu is speechless, just watching the three of them. A kid who breaks every rule of logic, and of course he is Izumi's. Master? Choha walks up with a bright red face, checking on him. Great job, I was watching you the whole time. She asks if he is hurt anywhere. If he is, she will have Choha heal him immediately. She was ready for stage 7. No way a guy like him gets hurt. Tenma just rubs his head, saying he is fine, just a little bit drained. He just needs some rest. Soryu sighs with a bitter smile. If he is Izumi's student, then this level of power finally makes sense. It seems another disciple of mine also wiped out every single beast prepared for stage 2. This guy is in a league alone. He asks if Taiwa ever reached stage 6. Izumi shakes his head no. Back then, stage 4 was the absolute limit. They expanded the test to stage 6, but clearly even that isn't enough. They might need to push it to stage 8 next. Hayton looks back at the monitors, telling them to just sit and watch. For the other participants, stage 2 is just getting started. Right now, Rikuru is gasping for air, totally spent. Hard mode is at 100%, but his arms feel like lead. Nightmare mode is clearly out of his reach. Hori Rikuru's stage 2 test is over. Time, 17 minutes and 17 seconds. Score, 1600. Seiya is also hitting his limit at 100%. He lacks high damage skills to finish things off quickly. He tried suffocating them in a massive water orb, but it takes too much time and his mana is almost at 0%. The next difficulty is basically impossible for him. Kisaragi Seiya ends stage 2, time, 19 minutes and 1 second, score 1600. Tenma checks his friend's results and notes that both Rikuru and Seiya stopped at hard. He really thought they would go further. Soryu reminds him not to assume everyone is a monster like him. Most participants can't even clear the normal difficulty setting. By taking down that electric rhino so fast, those two are definitely in the top 10. Tenma wonders why they are still inside. Soryu explains they can't leave unless they are badly injured. You're the special exception here. Hayton notices another screen. Someone else reached nightmare rank. Uegaku is swinging a rare karma weapon, crushing the Inferno Giant. Akagami-sen is commanding a Shikigami too. Move it, Moi-chan! The black cat transforms into a massive beast, unleashing a ground-shaking punch. Isuki asks Choha if all Shikigami can transform like that. Can yours? Choha says no, this is a first. The power is a total mystery, so stay sharp. Isuki watches the beast with a calculating look. Seeing this, he finally realizes how terrifying Shikigami can actually be. All right, so our main character decides it's time to dump all that sweet experience into his black dog. He looks totally wiped, but he is determined. With the girls gone, there is really no reason to stay behind, right? Time to head out. But wait, look at Iberia. He is activating this insane, glowing red armor that is literally dripping with power. You can feel the aura through the screen. Isuki is like, where did you get that? In Iberia? He is so proud, clenching his fists as that epic armor starts wrapping around him like a total boss. Turns out his dad custom-built this epic karma gear specifically for him. And guys, just look at these stats popping up on the system screen. Absolutely terrifying. Epic tier gear, attack and agility, both up by 100. Plus, get this stats jump, another 20 points every minute, capped at 15 minutes total. Getting this was not easy. Iberia flashes back to the struggle, because this weapon actually chooses its owner. It took some serious effort just to be worthy of it. But there is a catch. If he stays in that suit longer than 15 minutes, the penalty is brutal. He has got a strict time limit to wrap this whole thing up. And he is off. Iberia launches into the air as his stats hit the roof. Attack and agility are already sitting at plus 120 points. He drops like a literal flaming arrow. All he is thinking about is Isuki conquering that nightmare dungeon. I mean, we all knew Isuki would clear it, right? Iberia does not want to be a burden. He roars with pride and unleashes everything he has got on that massive monster. Talk about an epic comeback. They are the Double E duo. After all, watching from afar, Isuki just gives a soft smile. He knows that armor looks perfect on his best friend. Phase 2 is officially over. The arena doors slam shut as the judge Soryu steps out to face the survivors. You can feel the tension in the air. The verdict is in. Only the top 10 move on to the main event. But for the top 2, they are getting some exclusive rewards. Ogaku is down there acting all cocky, thinking nobody but Hanyu can touch his score. He is already claiming those rewards for himself. This guy is in for a shock. No more waiting. Soryu pulls up the rankings, and when they hit the big screen, you and I are seeing something that shocks the entire school. Rank 1, Tenma with 106,600 points. Second place, Hanyu Kana, way back at 16,600. Ogaku takes third, and Iberia lands in fourth. Every hunter in the room is losing their minds over these numbers. Just look at that massive gap. Over 100,000? Even a legend like Taiwajan only cleared 60,000. How many Inferno Giants did Isuki have to slaughter to pull that off? Ogaku nearly has a heart attack. He is stuck in third. He is screaming, "Who the heck is Isuki?" Well, buddy, you are about to find out. Hanyu Kana, though? She is just gripping her sword with this intense look. She does not care about the points. She wants a piece of Isuki. Poor Seiya is just crushed by the scoreboard. Seeing that massive power gap between her and Isuki makes her wonder if she even belongs on the battlefield. Soryu is practically beaming as he announces the national leader. Isuki did not just win, he crushed second place by 90,000 points. Pure dominance. Izumi Nento is watching from the sidelines, feeling Isuki's satisfaction even without seeing his face. He knows he is witnessing the dawn of a new era. Back on the field, Iberia is totally spent but laughing his head off. 100,000 points? For Isuki, that is just another day at the office. Surveying the carnage around him, he is proud. He did enough to make sure the Double E name stays respected. You did good, man. Isuki walks up and actually gives him some props. You surprised me, he says. That is all Iberia needed to hear before the happy tears started flowing. As the camera pans over the grand arena, you and I see the 21st qualifiers finally wrap up. What a wild ride this has been. Isuki carries his buddy out like a hero. But while one chapter ends, another begins in the South Continent, where the morning sun hits the square. Over at the ancient temple, the guards are already complaining they got dragged out of bed just to watch an old man sit in silence. One guard shuts him down fast. That is Banga, the commander and a legendary prophet who sees the future. You do not mess with a guy like that. But the other guard has a point. If he is such a great prophet, why tell them after the shields are already up? Seems a bit late, right? Look, Banga only sees fragments of the future, but he is still ranked right alongside the North Continent's commander. He is a big deal, trust me. He is a pillar of humanity, but suddenly, Banga's eyes snap open and he is drenched in sweat. His prophecies never miss, and this looks bad. He collapses in total panic, gasping for air. His followers are terrified as he manages to choke out a warning. The North Continent is in danger. He looks like he has seen a ghost. A massive wave of disaster beasts is about to swarm the North. You and I know this means trouble. We are talking monsters over level 100 here. Meanwhile, in the North, everything looks peaceful as the wind blows through the trees. For now, Iski is just chilling, checking his stats. And get this, the man finally broke the 1500 mark. He is getting way too strong. The breakdown is insane. 330 attack and 380 agility, thanks to that 15% breakthrough boost. Look at those numbers. His defense is sitting at 462 with a massive wall buff, plus 330 magic. Total score, 1,502. Usually you only get 50 points per level to spread around, so for Iski to have this many, it is completely off the charts. Iski figures that with 1,500 points, he is basically as strong as a level 30 awakened person. And remember, he is just getting started. His agility and defense have no ceiling because of his passives. 10% boosts here and there, it just keeps stacking up forever. His magic recovery is infinite too, but he is worried about his raw attack power. Even a god-tier character like him has things to work on. Just as he is deep in thought, Rikuru calls out that dinner is ready. Nothing like a home-cooked meal after saving the day, and Seiya is right there waving, telling him she made all his favorites. And honestly, he totally deserves it. See you next time. Iski heads over to join them, pushing his complicated plans aside for now. He will just worry about that later. Besides, he can always snag an attack boost through simulation anyway. Now look at this feast. The whole squad is gathered. Seiya is loving it, saying it has been forever since Rikuru cooked, but Asuki notices a missing face. Where is Iberia? Choha fills us in. She healed his wounds, but the guy is just completely wiped out. He is still out cold. Rikuru is impressed. He cannot believe a level 7 like Iberia cleared a nightmare stage that he and Seiya failed to beat. Suddenly, Seiya freezes. Rikuru jokes, asking if his cooking is so amazing that it is literally bringing her to tears. But she is trembling, pointing right behind him. A massive shadow with glowing red eyes looms over Rikuru. He has no clue. The shadow lets out a haunting, hungry moan. Rikuru screams for Choha as the beast lunges toward the dinner table. Turns out, it is just Iberia with his mouth stuffed. Rikuru is furious, yelling that the jump scare nearly stopped his heart. Why eat without asking? Iberia does not care about the nagging. He is too busy inhaling that soup like a legend. He looks up so innocently while Rikuru fumes. Why are you mad? Then Iberia flashes the most satisfied smile ever. With crumbs everywhere, he says, "It is delicious." Rikuru glows with pride. Guess he is back to full energy, huh? Rikuru claims it is all his skill. Seiya teases him, saying he should quit being an awakened and just open a restaurant. She thinks he is a natural chef. Rikuru is not sure if that is a compliment. Suddenly the meal turns quiet. Izumi Nento speaks up. You all want to be saviors, right? Well, he has one big question for our heroes. His eyes scan the table with total gravity. What is your greatest fear? Rikuru keeps it simple as he thinks. Fear? Like the opposite of our dreams? See, his dream is to be a savior and save money to travel the world. He wants to taste everything while he is young. So his nightmare? Simply getting old and losing all his strength. If he gets old, he will not have the energy to travel, and his sense of taste might vanish entirely. Just thinking about it gives him goosebumps. Seiya is next. She grew up in a hospital full of doctors. Memories start flooding back to those cold, sterile halls. She saw so much suffering and disease as a kid, it left a deep scar. It is a total trauma for her. Now, even a tiny cold or fever terrifies her. Rikuru finally realizes why she bolted when he sneezed the other day, Izumi reassures her. Awakened live twice as long and almost never gets sick, she can finally say goodbye to that fear. Iberia feels everyone's eyes on him. His biggest fear? It used to be failing the qualifiers, but things have changed. He smiles at his friend. Now he is afraid of not being able to fight beside Isuki. Then he asks our lead, what about you, Isuki? What do you fear? Seiya is curious too. Does Isuki even have fears? We need to know. Rikuru cannot even imagine it. Isuki stays quiet, his eyes filled with a sudden, deep sadness. This is getting heavy. After his parents died, Isuki did not know how to go on. He was lost and filled with constant anxiety. We see his past. Loneliness and darkness, pure helplessness and anger. Those negative emotions completely consumed his entire being. He remembers huddling in the dark until Seiya and Rikuru appeared. Why are you crying all alone like this? The sky is beautiful, so why look down? Their smiles warmed his heart. They even asked if he had a cold. They wanted to take him to the hospital and get him food. Isuki looks at them now with tears welling up. He is so grateful. Their warmth pulled him out of the dark. Then he met his master, Choha, and Iberia too. He looks around the table with such a soft gaze. They are more than comrades. This is his new family. Isuki smiles, finally finding a moment of peace. He has not felt this safe in a very long time. He wishes this could last forever. His greatest fear? Being alone again. Choha is watching him closely. The vibe around Isuki is so peaceful now. Suddenly, Iberia tackles him with a huge hug, screaming his name. He promises never to leave. Isuki panics and pushes him off. Not like that, Izumi then explains his question. He wanted to see if they had regrets. In the face of real danger, regret is the one thing you cannot afford. He stands up tall. A death without any regrets. That is the ultimate goal for every single savior out there. They all agree with a loud shout. They will remember! Izumi tells them to finish up and get some sleep. Kisaragi and Harino are heading back tomorrow. The next morning, Iberia waves a big goodbye to his new buddy, Rikuru. Rikuru shouts back to take care of Isuki. See you at the main tournament! Man, look at those two bonding. Isuki is confused about when they became friends. Iberia secretly wipes away tears. Time to head out with the master. Isuki still has a question for Seiya. He will have to wait until the main tournament to ask it. Izumi stops. He sees that look on Choha's face. Why is she sprinting toward them looking so stressed? Izumi Nento senses the shift too. Something is wrong. Choha gasps out the report. Top secret intel from the south. She hesitates. This is heavy stuff. Security clearance is through the roof only for level 50 plus or continent commanders. Izumi looks at his students and gives the green light. He trusts them. Just say it, he tells her. Here is the nightmare. Elder Bonga, the South Commander, predicts a massive disaster beast assault on the North within 3 days. Tenma is skeptical. Can we really trust this Bonga guy? Izumi clarifies that he is actually the world's most famous prophet. His track record is flawless. Everything he says happens. Choha is terrified and begs her father to leave the North immediately. There has to be a massive reason for monsters to launch an all-out war like this. The target? It is likely the North Commander himself. Izumi finally sees the target painted on his own back. If I stay, I am basically just live bait. Choha insists he should not risk it since fighting isn't his specialty. Time to run to the central continent. Izumi agrees, but Tenma? He is ready to stay back and fight. Izumi shuts that down instantly. The decision is made. No more arguments. He has a different job for Tenma. Tenma is shocked. Protecting his teacher should be the only priority, right? Iberia's father, Aiden, is the world's best blacksmith. We can't lose him. Tenma, you and Iberia must protect him. Don't worry. We are sending more awakeners from here to back you guys up later. Tenma is suspicious. Is he just being sidelined from the real fight? Once they head out, Choha stands alone with Izumi. Izumi has 3 specific tasks for her. His eyes are glowing now, pure authority. First, evacuate the city and low-level awakeners. Then, tell every level 50-plus warrior to gear up for war. Finally, get Hayton here. This district is sparsely populated, so we are taking the fight to them right here. Choha finishes the prep work. Father, everything is ready just like you asked. Hayton is on his way. Choha tells him to rest, but the second she turns away, she is a nervous wreck. She is overthinking everything. Is her father really safe? Even with Aiden's skill guards, she can't stop worrying. I will just crush the small fry and lure out the boss. Then Izumi's voice catches her off guard. The prophecy warned of a level 100 beast. It is time to play all our winning cards. But why did he really send Tenma away? Tenma's potential is insane. If he fights now, the monsters will analyze his style and hunt him down at any cost. So, It is to keep him hidden? Exactly. But there is a second reason too. Tenma lacks raw power. Rumor has it Aiden has a legendary artifact that can fix that. If Tenma grabs that glowing cube, we will finally see a truly perfect awakened warrior born. The moment of truth is here. The sky goes dark. 8 p.m., day 1. Monoliths are raining like literal hellfire. District North 2. Tenma and Iberia are sprinting through the dark. It is officially 8 p.m. How much further? Iberia is gasping. 100 kilometers to go. Tenma is really starting to worry about her. She hasn't asked for a break once. She is terrified for her dad. Those monsters could strike any second. We need to hurry. Suddenly, Iberia screams and points at the sky. Tenma, look up! Tenma looks and his heart drops. A massive, flaming meteor is screaming toward the earth. It is a monolith. The attack is here, and it is hitting the city. The impact is deafening. Smoke everywhere. Tenma turns pale. The announcement just went out. There are still so many people in the middle of evacuating. If a disaster beast pops out now, it is a massacre. People are panicking as the sky literally rips open. The prophecy was dead on. Way too early. A massive barrier is already locking down the crash site. A barrier? If we leave these people now, it is going to be a total bloodbath. But helping them means failing our mission. Tenma looks at Iberia. Will she resent me for stopping? But Iberia doesn't hesitate. She screams that they have to help. Right now, that beast is at least level 20. Without high-level help, everyone dies. Tenma's in. Change of plans. We are taking out that monster first. Over in the city, a massive foot smashes the pavement. Out of the smoke, a giant flaming nightmare appears. The level 21 fire golem. The hunters are ready. I am crunching the numbers here, 3 level 15s and 1 16. This is going to be tough. But against a disaster rank monster, we might actually win this. Our tank screams, slamming down his rank C stone shield to form a solid wall. He is begging the team to hold the line while he blocks the incoming fire. He is literally baking in that heat, raking his brain to lead his friends. He tells them to find an opening and counterattack the second they see a gap. But this fire golem does not flinch. It slams a flaming fist down, shattering the formation and the pavement. Our tank is left staring at his broken shield in total shock. His face goes pale. No way! The team starts panicking as their strongest defender hits the dirt. Even our best tank could not take a single hit. He was taken out instantly. That means we have 0 chance of winning. Fear takes over the group and they all start running for their lives. You are asking why? Just run. Fighting this thing is just throwing your life away. But then, a figure blocks the path with a mocking shout. You better look out for yourselves. Suddenly a shadow appears behind him, and you can see the pure terror in his eyes. He spins around for one last desperate strike. He is begging for his life now. Please, anything but death. He fires his rank B water cannon, a massive blast of water right at the monster. He is wondering how it even got behind him. He said some pathetic things, but he thinks this is the end. After all, water is the natural enemy of fire beasts. Steam is everywhere. Another swordsman charges in, trying to steal the glory. Did he really do it? Just to be sure, I will finish the job. He swings his blade, yelling like a total jerk. Do not get in my way. I defeated this disaster beast alone. I should be the one to finish it. But wait, the flames roar back to life. The golem regenerates in a heartbeat, and the swordsman is terrified. It is alive! Kill it fast! The golem lets out a deafening roar, releasing enough heat to incinerate everything. What is this massive wall of fire? We are dead! Then boom! An explosion, but everyone is safe. Tenma leaps into the center of the blast, using his own body as a shield. He stands tall against the heat. Just leave this guy to me and get out of here. He gives a firm order while effortlessly blocking the attack. Iberia, do not worry. I have got this covered. Get the citizens to safety. Right, black ice wall. His rank C defense gets a 10% boost. The surviving hunters can only watch in total awe. He blocked that massive fire like it was nothing. Are you our savior? We are not saviors yet, but one day I will be stronger than Taiwajin. Stronger than Taiwajin? This kid has a big mouth. Even after being saved, these hunters are so arrogant. Why are we letting a kid protect us? No one asked for your help. I was about to win anyway. A savior? Can a normal awakener really handle a disaster beast like that? One guy is staring at Tenma, sweating bullets, that ice armor covering his body. Could it be some kind of legendary artifact? Meanwhile, Tenma remembers his master's final lesson before they left. Oh yeah, Master said something about that black sphere I fire. The power is insane, but the chant takes too long. Compared to the real disaster beasts, the projectile speed is actually pretty slow. The advice echoes in his mind. If you miss once, they will be on guard, making it way harder to hit. So, avoid using it in regular fights. Keep it as your hidden trump card for when it really matters. Listen close, only use that black sphere when you are 100% sure of the kill. I cannot use the piercing sphere with this many people around. Is he the awakener who came to help? His gear looks so cool, he must be high rank. He clenches his fist, eyes locked on the golem. Fine. If I cannot use that, I will just have to crush it with raw, brutal strength. Tenma rockets into the sky, slamming a black-armored thunder punch right onto the monster's head. System alert, area of effect skill activated. Thunder shockwave, a burst of blue lightning explodes, crushing the fire golem into the cracked pavement. The massive beast is completely flattened by his overwhelming power. The flames die out. He dives in for one more punch, obliterating the golem's head. From above, you can see the shockwave tearing through the area, knocking everything back. The people running away stop to look. Everyone is whispering, is a disaster beast really being pushed back like that? It was supposed to be unstoppable. He only looks about 18 years old. That monster has to be heavily wounded now. A hunter nearby is just stunned. Are you kidding me right now? Right in front of him, a level 21 fire golem is being totally dominated. It cannot even fight back. Who on earth is this kid? The crowd of hunters is buzzing with excitement. As soon as the beast fell, he vanished somewhere with that blonde girl. How can a level 0 do all this? Maybe the golem's health was already at its lowest point. Even at level 15, I could not even track his movements. That strength is unreal. Tenma is already sprinting through the ruins of the city. He is level 0, but fighting like a level 30. Even against the disaster beast, an instant kill like that should be impossible. This is not a good sign for what is coming. He is running and analyzing his stats. I need to find a way to boost my attack power. It is 10:30 p.m., day 1 of the prophecy. Tenma throws a punch at a monster, but it dodges. Incredible. Iski, your speed back there was so fast I could not even see you. Iberia is running behind him, totally out of breath. I never knew you were like this. Tenma stops and looks at Iberia, who is gasping for air. If you really want more attack power, I know exactly what to do. A good method? Iberia smiles, looking hopeful. My dad has tons of artifacts in his warehouse. I am sure one can boost your strength. You are strong and Master Izumi's student, so I am sure he would let you have one. Tenma imagines himself in epic armor, while Iberia giggles. Isuki in an artifact. Just imagining it. Hey, what is with that creepy laugh? What exactly are you picturing in your head? Iberia is super hyped, urging us to go so her dad can prepare a top-tier artifact for Tenma. Tenma thinks he's slowed down, but poor Iberia is still struggling to keep up. Suddenly, he grabs her shoulder and yells her name. He scolds her for overdoing it. If a disaster hits while she is exhausted, she will be a sitting duck. Then, Tenma just hoists her onto his shoulder and bolts. Iberia is screaming in the wind, but he is done wasting time. Hang on tight. It is 11:05 p.m. on the first day of the prophecy, and the forest is getting creepy. They finally reach a cabin. Iberia is exhausted, while Tenma wonders why anyone would live this deep in the dangerous woods. Apparently, the town is too loud for crafting. Iberia warns him not to be fooled by this shabby-looking place. Her dad set traps everywhere, and Tenma can already feel the faint pulse of magic hidden in the shadows. Time to activate magic detection, Iberia tells him to stick close if he does not want to get blown up. Tenma could probably manage alone, but Iberia is finally enjoying her moment in the lead. Watch your step, everyone. But then, snap! Iberia accidentally kicks a dry branch. Oh no, this cannot be good. They both freeze. Iberia is sweating bullets because she forgot her own father's traps. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking violently. It is the ultimate trap. An epic-grade iron golem emerges from the dirt, radiating massive amounts of magical energy. Look at those stats. 500 attack and defense. Tenma is shocked that her dad actually owns a humanoid artifact. The golem swings a massive fist right at Iberia. Tenma shouts a warning as the metal giant lunges forward. Tenma leaps in, blocking the strike for Iberia. The impact is so heavy it practically triggers an explosion. Tenma is pushed back, realizing this thing hits harder than he does. Since it is a guardian, he cannot just destroy it. "This is getting tricky," he asks Iberia for a weakness, and she points to the karma stone on its chest. "That gem is the power source. If he breaks it, the golem shuts down for good. Look at it glow." Tenma gives that confident smirk and kicks into Lightning Leg 3. It has power, but he has the speed advantage. He moves like a bolt of lightning, evading the giant to land a thunderous punch. But the golem barely feels it. He dodges again, aiming straight for that green gem. He leaps high and finally manages to grab hold of it. Now pay attention, guys, because just as the golem stops, a terrifying shadow looms over our hero. This just got real. Iberia screams for someone named Ryosuke to stop. Suddenly, a sword slash tears through the air, heading straight for Tenma. The blade stops inches from his head. Tenma is stunned. He did not even see this guy move. Meet Ryosuke Busujima. Ryosuke thought they were just bandits. Tenma stands up, confused why he could not sense any magic from this mysterious swordsman. The sword vanished into thin air. Iberia excitedly introduces Tenma as her new partner to this cold-blooded warrior. She brags about Tenma being a level 0 powerhouse, but he cuts her off before she can say their team name. "Where is the old man?" Ryosuke points out back but gives a warning. Iberia does not listen and just runs off. Ryosuke looks worried, and for good reason. Iberia finds her father and immediately starts bragging about passing the qualifiers. She finished 4th on Nightmare difficulty. Now, she wants her prize any artifact from her father's legendary collection. Slap. Her father lands a brutal hit right on her face. Iberia is completely stunned, wondering what she did wrong. Old man Aiden is furious. He accuses her of stealing the dragon gear, but Iberia claims she only borrowed it. He explains that the dragon gear causes permanent damage if used for too long. He is not just angry, he is worried. He threatens her, and Iberia snaps. She throws her bag down and vows never to use his artifacts ever again. Aiden turns his sharp gaze toward Tenma. He recognizes him as Izumi's student, and Tenma politely introduces himself. Tenma explains he is there to protect Aiden from the coming disaster. Aiden just looks him up and down with suspicion. He wonders why the picky Izumi would choose a mediocre kid. But then he freezes, he sees Tenma's level is fixed. The status screen pops up for Aiden. Tenma Itsuki, human level 0 fixed. This is absolutely unheard of. An order breaker with hidden skills. Aiden suspects Tenma is using a high-level artifact to fake his lowly stats. Tenma just brushes it off. Now, the old man understands why Izumi made that very specific request for a reward. Aiden explains that Tenma's master is a master of calculation. He never does anything without getting something in return. Tenma is confused, but Aiden reveals the truth. Izumi negotiated a specific karma artifact in exchange for Tenma's protection. Tenma is touched that his master looked out for him. He tells Aiden he will protect him even without a reward. Aiden has plenty to give, but he is curious. You and I have to wonder, why did he choose a broken item? Tenma is floored a broken item? Aiden takes us back, describing how this legendary artifact was once a literal masterpiece. The critical crystal. Unique. Double damage on crits with a 99% rate. Basically, every single hit was a devastating critical blow. Aiden looks so regretful. A crack formed, completely flipping its power and turning it into a straight-up cursed item. Holding up the shattered crystal, Aiden explains its rank is now unknown. Plus, it has got this mysterious glitch effect added to it. Look at these stats. 10 times damage on crits, but a 0% rate? It only grows when you kill stronger enemies. Aiden keeps breaking down how useless it is. For any normal awakened person, this thing is actually trash. Your hard-earned crit rate resets to 0 every time you level up. But then, Aiden's eyes light up. He sees the perfect fit. He did not get why Izumi wanted this glitchy item. But seeing our guy's stats, now he gets it. Tenma is built different. Aiden has no idea how Tenma gets stronger. Since he never levels up and stays at a fixed level, this artifact is perfect. Holding the stone, Tenma imagines the future. By hunting down Calamity beasts, his crit rate will eventually hit a full 100%. Every single hit boosted by 10 times? That is game-breaking. The system confirms it. Broken critical crystal is now equipped. 0% for now. Tenma mulls over the brutal conditions. The rate only climbs if he takes down enemies with higher attack power. That is a tough grind. He will figure it out after this raid. Aiden nods, satisfied seeing the artifact's light sync perfectly with Tenma. It is a perfect match. Tenma admits his low attack power was holding him back, so this helps a ton. Thanks, Aiden. Aiden looks off into the distance. He makes the gear, and the heroes use it to fight the Calamity beast. Simple as that. It is all for humanity's survival, no thanks needed. But suddenly, he freezes. Something is streaking down from the sky. Unless someone leaked his location, there is no way monsters would find this remote spot. He tells the boys to get some rest. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the forest, sending dust everywhere. The shockwave is so intense, Josuke and Tenma have to shield themselves. The ground is shaking. Iberia panics as debris flies. What is going on? Look up, a massive magic circle is forming in the sky. A barrier? Iberia is terrified. Why is there a blue barrier here? Aiden grits his teeth. He smells a rat or a deep betrayal. Only the 5 continent commanders know his location. Is this stone slab falling just a coincidence? Josuke draws his sword, shouting a warning. Get back! The Calamity beasts are coming straight for them. Tenma stands his ground, eyes glowing with a cold, sharp blue light. He feels that something is closing in fast. Shadows are blurring through the woods, and the roars are getting louder by the second. 6? No, 8! A massive beast with a jagged horn bursts out, a level 14 one-horned demon. Here they come! Tenma catches the first monster's strike midair. He counters instantly, tearing through the wind. System alert. Black long blade activated. They have got him surrounded. It is total chaos. Tenma focuses all his energy into his hands, sparks of blue lightning dancing everywhere. At this level, numbers do not matter. He could end them all with Lotus Burst, but he checks on Josuke, who is currently busy slicing through. Josuke might survive the blast, but Aiden and Iberia are right behind him in that old wooden shack. He cannot risk it. To protect them, Tenma charges forward to lure the pack away. A reckless Lotus Burst would definitely catch his friends in the explosion. After a round of explosions, Tenma stands among the bodies. He sighs, maybe he really is just built for that solo player life. Wait, his senses are tingling. He spins around as a new mana signature rises, and this one is way stronger than the rest. A massive beast appears with glowing purple horns, a level 24 two-horned guardian. The pressure is insane. Now, let's shift to the underworld. Lava flows through the demon realm. Sitting on a throne of bone, a powerful shadow begins to speak. This gives me chills. The vanguard of low-level slaves is already in the human world. Which of the 8 demon kings should lead the main force? Red eyes glare from the dark. Through the eye he left in the human world, he spotted someone very important. This cannot be good. Capture them. One of the 8 kings, Enmaraku Iyama, steps out. His subordinate asks, should we really leave this to a king? The leader worries a king's power might break the eye he left behind. So, he is sending a demon general instead. Big mistake. Hopefully, the servant bows. With glowing purple eyes, the leader puts Enshukuma, the primate eater, in charge of the entire main force. We see Enshukuma, and he looks terrifying. He has not tasted human flesh in ages, so, he's absolutely starving. Back to the human world. And someone is screaming. It is Iberia. Did a Calamity Beast actually break into the room? Suddenly, Two-Horned Guardian number 815, a level 24, lunges at Tenma. Cornered, he grits his teeth and makes a choice. No choice left. He has got to use that. Facing a heavy punch head-on, he is ready to unleash his secret move. Tenma calculates fast. Its attack is higher than his, so if he takes it down, his crit rate will definitely climb. The broken critical crystal stat pops up. 0%. Plus 1% per stronger kill. Purple light begins to gather. System alert. Clear Aurora Bay activated. It is a direct hit. Crit rate plus 1%. Tenma exhales. It actually worked just as planned. 1% critical rate. Standing on a monster's corpse, Tenma turns to his teammate Josuke. I'm going to take out the disaster beast that broke in. Leave things here to you. Josuke nods, and Tenma charges forward like a bolt of blue lightning toward the wooden house. Iberia's bleeding out, badly wounded. He's desperate, realizing he can't win without any of his gear. His vision blurs with pain and terror. As the monster prepares the killing blow, Iberia screams through his tears, "Tenma, save me!" Suddenly, a massive iron anvil slams down, completely blocking the monster's lethal strike. It's Aiden, Iberia's father. Iberia is shocked his dad is a non-combat class, so why isn't he afraid? Aiden just stares the beast down. The monster growls, turning back toward the silver-haired man, radiating pure killing intent. Aiden takes a stance and yells for Tenma to take the rest. Instantly, Tenma appears like a god of salvation, stopping the beast's massive attack. His arm transforms into a blade, piercing straight through its body. The system announces Black Tablet Seize is active, and the monster collapses. Tenma powers down and apologizes for the delay. He had to deal with the realm guards first. Checking the black corpse at his feet, Tenma realizes there are no more magic fluctuations coming from outside. Josuke must have wiped them all out already. Aiden looks out at the courtyard filled with monster corpses, stunned that Josuke did this alone. Josuke sheathes his blade with a stern warning to keep their guard up. Until they destroy that barrier, disaster beasts will keep spawning infinitely and growing stronger every second. Now look at this. Josuke tries to plan the counterattack, but Tenma cuts him off. His eyes glow with a terrifying blue light as he says no. "I'll be the one to slaughter every monster in that barrier. You stay here and protect Aiden and Iberia." Aiden stares at the boy. There isn't a single trace of fear in Tenma's gaze. It's chilling. He's overflowing with bloodlust, Aiden agrees. But Josuke worries if it's a green barrier, the monsters inside are at least level 250. Tenma is certain he can do it. In a flash, he's gone, moving at speeds that rip through the wind. He's actually excited to finally go all out. Iberia tries to stand up, determined to follow his friend. Iberia tells Josuke to watch his dad, but Aiden stops him. Iberia is confused they're a team, right? Aiden's gaze turns ice cold as he tells him to stop playing pretend. "It's pathetic. You and Tenma live in two completely different worlds, son." Iberia screams back, asking what that even means after everything they've been through. A team supports each other, but Aiden shouts him down. "You aren't supporting him at all. You're a burden. At this rate, your weakness is going to get Tenma killed." Aiden turns away, deep in thought. He knows Tenma is a special existence unlike anyone else. No one in their generation can stand on his level. He asks Iberia if he's ever seen the look in Tenma's eyes during a fight. Those aren't the eyes of a hero. It's the gaze of someone drowning in pure hatred. Tenma moves like a blue lightning storm. The system detects 5 enemies and restores 50% of his mana. 5 beasts? They must have just escaped the barrier. Perfect, that's just more mana for me. Out of my way! A massive explosion of fire consumes the forest as Lotus Storm Strike is activated. 5 enemies down. Skill range increases by 5%, with 1 point added to current stats. 106% critical rate. Tenma calculates his stats while moving. That 2-Horned Guardian's defense was insane. Using 80% of his mana for 1 kill was a lot, but he won't let a single monster reach his friends. From a distance, Iberia sees the pillar of fire rising above the trees and asks Josuke what happened. Josuke recognizes Tenma's signature power. He's already engaged the beasts in the forest. That explosion scale is just wrong. That's not the power of a level 0. Could his growth be stunted by a stat-reducing talent? Tenma finally reaches the massive energy wall, the green barrier. These monsters are on a totally different level. He tries to use mana detection, but the skill is being completely blocked. He can't tell how many are inside. He remembers his master's lessons on barrier colors and monster tiers. Gray is for level 25, green is up to 50, blue to 75, purple to 100, and red is beyond. This green light means level 26 to 50. The white lotus mark on his palm glows the XP inside will be massive. He summons black smoke that takes a monstrous shape. The summon Deathhound. B-rank Deathhound, level 16. It has mana detection and regeneration, with stats multiplied by 150. Tenma strokes the hound's head, promising it all the experience points they're about to harvest. You and I are about to see a massacre. Tenma orders the beast not to touch a single one until he says so. Tenma's eyes are glowing with a deadly blue light. To him, every Calamity beast in here is just prey. Meanwhile, at 11:30 p.m. on the first day of the prophecy, a girl on a balcony reports that the awakened guards have finally arrived. A man clad in proud blue armor steps forward. Miss Izumi, he says as he approaches her. From this moment on, I, the rank 1 savior, Keiichi Regima, will be your protector. The level 63 wind mage adjusts his glasses and calmly thanks her for waiting for their arrival. Along with him, 5 rank 3 and 3 rank 2 saviors are also on site, but Akira Hayton still has not shown up even though I assigned him to guard the perimeter. She looks at her phone, clearly feeling anxious. When we spoke on the phone 6 hours ago, he told me he was already on his way here. However, when I tried calling him again 1 and 3 hours later, I could not reach him at all. Massive monoliths have been falling across the northern province since 8 p.m. tonight. Maybe he just ran into some trouble on the road. An ordinary beast should not be a threat to him. After all, he is one of the 6 special grade saviors. Izumi turns and gives orders to keep trying to contact him. Only a special grade can truly stand against the tide of calamity beasts appearing here right now. Keiichi Regima just smirks with total confidence. He thinks she is overestimating those special grade saviors. To him, no matter how strong Wajinte or Akira Hayton are, they are still just human beings. He clenches his fist with pure ambition. I do not believe there is actually that much of a gap between them and rank 1 elites like us. We might struggle a bit, but there is no way we cannot kill the same monsters they can. Izumi just gives him a meaningful look and says being confident is fine. But if you think you are on the same level as a special grade, she continues while looking at the blood-red sky, it is probably because you have never faced a truly powerful beast. Suddenly, a monolith screams down from the heavens. Keiichi panics and draws his sword immediately. It is a monolith! The calamity beasts are coming! Izumi stares up at the magical vortex in shock. It is finally happening. It is no use. I still cannot get a hold of Hayton at all. Keiichi Regima just flashes that arrogant, overconfident smile. Izumi, he says, if a special grade savior cannot even make it here, then they are not even worth our time or concern. Do not worry, we will wipe out every last one of these beasts. His eyes turn cold and hungry for glory. I will prove right now that a rank 1 is just as capable as any special grade. Meanwhile, in a different area, a massive blue barrier continues to glow silently in the heart of the deep forest. Tenma and the Death Hound have finally stepped inside. He looks around, noticing the scenery is the same, but there is an aura here that makes him feel uneasy. He stands still to sense the energy flow and activates his mana detection. I can feel the mana shifting inside the barrier, but as expected, I cannot tell what is happening on the outside. It seems the inside and outside of the barrier are completely separate spaces. A system notification pops up. Mana detection found 5 enemy targets, and 50% of his mana has been restored. All right, I have the rough positions of those 5 targets I just detected. Tenma turns and gives instructions to the Black Wolf, telling him to stay behind and wait. If you find any calamity beasts trying to escape this way, you can go ahead and eat them. He pats the summon on the head and activates his thunderous roar wave. I should probably start moving too. Right on cue, 2 aggressive calamity beasts start sprinting through the forest to hunt down the intruder. Tenma suddenly appears right next to one of the monsters with unbelievable speed. He lands a massive punch that sends the beast flying and activates his black ice wall. A massive pillar of blue lightning crashes down from the sky with a deafening explosion. That terrifying power rips through the night, blasting the pack of calamity beasts away as blood splatters everywhere. Out of the ruins, a giant purple-horned monster covered in stone armor rises up to threaten Tenma. Without flinching, Tenma just points his finger at it and activates Piercing Sphere. A dense beam of purple light shoots out, blowing a hole straight through the giant beast's head in an instant. The system keeps updating him. Critical rate plus 1%, critical crystal broken, current critical rate is now at 3%. Tenma lands softly on the ground. He looks toward the pillar of pale blue light. My critical hit rate has climbed up to 3% again. Statistically, that means 3 out of every 100 hits will be critical. Maybe I will get to see one soon. Still, this is the first time I have seen a monolith this close. He walks up to the magical stone. If I destroy this monolith, the barrier should disappear, right? Whoosh. 1 hit should be enough. The system detects an enemy and restores 10% of his mana. Tenma's eyes suddenly sharpen with caution. There is still one more hiding somewhere. Swoosh! Suddenly, pitch-black tentacles tear through the air, lunging to attack Tenma from right behind the monolith. Tenma flips through the air, dodging by a hair. If I had not caught that mana fluctuation and stayed on high alert, I would have been skewered just now. He glares at the writhing shadows, so it was hiding there. This is a completely different kind of Calamity beast compared to the ones before. A bizarre, dark shadow begins to step out from the blue light of the monolith. The entire blue barrier glows brightly across the horizon, signaling that a brutal battle is about to begin. Outside, Josuke looks at Iberia, who is hanging his head in shame. Even Tenma might not be able to handle every beast. It is dangerous out here, so go wait in your room. Iberia is stunned. Josuke, will I really be the cause of Tenma's death one day? Josuke tries to comfort the young man, saying the master usually exaggerates things, so he should not worry too much. Iberia looks miserable, but looking back at everything that has happened, it really feels like I am nothing but a burden to him. Josuke points toward the energy shield. The beasts inside a blue barrier are level 20 to 50. Do you have the confidence to defeat even a level 26 beast? Iberia trembles and admits he does not have any at all. Josuke smiles to reassure him. Do not be so discouraged. I am not saying you are not good enough. When I was your age, I did not even have the courage to step into a blue barrier and fight a Calamity beast. Iberia looks up in pure surprise. Even you were like that? Josuke nods. The difference between the beasts in a gray barrier and a blue one is not just a simple matter of their levels. Josuke explains more to the curious Iberia about what else sets them apart. The Calamity beasts inside gray barriers have no intelligence at all. They are just creatures that repeat an endless cycle of slaughter and destruction. Josuke remembers the battles. They are strong, sure, but there are plenty of ways to win if you have a plan. All right, you and I are watching something wild. Inside this blue barrier, check out this monster General Square, rank 336, level 34. Tenma realizes he might have messed up. These Calamity beasts have brains, and it looks like this one has some serious detection skills. Barely anyone from Tenma's generation could survive a level like that, but look at him, just observing through his hair. He knows what's up. This Calamity beast is totally different from anything he's faced before. Meanwhile, Rosuke sees Iberia looking completely defeated. Look, you're not a burden because you're weak. Tenma is just a monster. He's standing there, absolutely fearless and ready to fight. It read his skills in seconds. And get this, it actually speaks. Tenma finally meets the legendary ruler, but the beast just sneers at him. Showing those sharp teeth, it mocks Tenma for babbling. Are you begging for your life? It thinks he's just some weak level 0 loser. It calls him a coward, but Tenma's grinning. He's not scared, he's hyped. He's been dying to ask these things a question for a long time. Since you can talk, how about an answer? The monster isn't listening, though it's already charging up some massive lightning energy. Fine, if it's your last wish, I'll answer. Tenma's eyes are pure fire as he drops the coldest line. Do you actually feel pain? The demon sneers, asking if a mere human can hurt him. Talk about guts. Suddenly, those black tentacles come flying at Tenma in an instant. Hurting others is our privilege. The attack rips through the air, but Tenma dodges easily. He suddenly blurs right into the beast's face. Lightning is exploding everywhere. Tenma lands an earth-shattering punch, sending that demon flying for miles. Man, look at those red eyes through the smoke. Did he get him? No. His mana is surging even higher. Those black tentacles rise again, and you and I can see they're getting even faster. Tenma's fast, but this beast is staying one step ahead. He lands a strike, but it does 0 damage. Tenma's frustrated now, damn it. Without more power, he can't even take its head off. Even his direct hits aren't dealing enough real damage to end this fight. The monster can't believe it. How is a level 0 moving like a god? It's literally asking Tenma what his actual level is. It slams him down with a tentacle. Speed doesn't matter when you're just prey. It starts spamming a relentless barrage of attacks at our boy. It's acting so high and mighty, saying Tenma's hits are useless. But if Tenma takes just one hit, everything is over. Boom, Tenma teleports and punches it right in the face. But he takes a heavy hit in return, leaving a glowing mana scar behind. That was a close call. Tenma retreats to a high branch and starts trash-talking. Go on then. Try and catch me if you can. Blue lightning everywhere as he zips away. The monster thinks it's just a speed buff. Let's see how long your mana lasts. It sneers. Tenma's big brain is at work. Those tentacles are physical, not skills. That's why his overmimesis ability won't trigger. Smart move. He's counting the hits 18, 19, but look at that mana bar, 97 out of 330. This is getting bad. He's burning through mana way too fast. He's sweating and tired, but look at those eyes. He hasn't given up on this yet. If this keeps up, he'll lose his speed. So he decides to pour everything he's got into one final massive offensive. Tenma charges with insane speed. He's gambling on a tiny 3% chance. Just one critical hit. That's all he needs to win this. The sound of the impacts is just constant. Tenma is unloading everything he has in a frantic clash against the monster. Extreme focus is his only way to land a crit. He's ramping up the intensity as lightning and flashes create total chaos in the barrier. Wait, no! Inside the barrier, Tenma suddenly stops. He's been impaled, and seeing him cough up blood like that is just brutal. The monster is loving it. It calls him an idiot for being so reckless and gets right in his face, mocking him about the pain. Tenma is laughing. Absolute madman. The monster is shocked he's still alive. Talk about some insane defense stats on our boy. That smile is terrifying. He finally got the notification from the pink critical crystal. 100% critical chance on the next hit. Boom. A lightning punch straight to the chest. You see that red text? Critical hit. This is the moment we've been waiting for. It's screaming in agony. That punch completely wrecked its face. The shockwave is throwing dirt and rocks everywhere in a massive explosion. Look at that big bad general now, shaking on the ground. He's totally lost, wondering where this terrifying power came from so suddenly. Tenma is so chill, just wiping the blood off his lip. His eyes are cold as ice. That was stronger than I expected, he says. He feels something boiling over. Since that critical hit, a rush of emotion is surging from deep inside. He's never felt this before. He's bleeding out and his shirt is soaked. But he won't stop. He's literally saying he doesn't even feel the pain. That shot of him looking at the sky is iconic. He walks over and grabs the dying beast. Now tell me, do you feel pain? The monster is terrified. It's crying about humans being weak and accusing Tenma of faking his level. What a sore loser. It's begging for its life now. But Tenma's eyes, they've gone full predator mode. Everything that's happened until now has led to this. Usually these beasts die in silence because they're brainless. But this one, it's screaming. And Tenma is giving us that terrifyingly satisfied smile. He was right. The screams of a beast that actually feels pain are different. He ruthlessly finishes it off in a pool of blood. It's total despair for the monster. Is he really going to crush my head? This thing isn't human, he's a demon. What a cliffhanger. As things quiet down, the system pings. It is finally over. Critical rate up 1% with the broken crystal fragment. Total crit rate now sits at 4%. The adrenaline fades and Tenma collapses. The danger is gone and so is his strength. That surge of power is replaced by agonizing pain from his wounds. He looks up as the barrier turns transparent. That is the signal. Not a single Calamity beast is left inside this zone. Clinging to his side, Tenma drags himself to the center. One job remains. Smash that magic stone monument to pieces. With one last burst of strength, he shatters the stone. It is more fragile than he expected. He slumps against the debris, breathing hard, before checking on Iberia. He whispers a mystical word, death. A massive shadow drops from the sky at its master's call. Let us see what you have become. The black wolf emerges from the darkness. Tenma blinks in shock. Wait, has this guy grown even bigger since the last time? Staring into those glowing eyes, he realizes something. The status window pops up, showing a massive 3-level jump for his Shikigami, plus 150 attribute points. Rank B Deathhound, level 16. Attack and defense stats are absolutely through the roof. Tenma rubs the wolf's fur, deep in thought. It is real. As its level goes up, its size grows too. This is definitely not my imagination. Imagine this thing dozens of levels from now. It will be a mountain. He smiles, genuinely excited to see where this goes. 11:35 p.m. at the Izumi Mansion. A dark, heavy mana begins to wrap around the forest like a shroud. Iberia points to the sky, eyes wide. Ryosuke, look! The barrier is gone. Tenma actually pulled it off. Ryosuke watches the air shift. 10 minutes. He cleared a high-level barrier in 10 minutes. That speed is just plain terrifying. One thing is for sure, he is way stronger than I was at that age. Back to Tenma, slumped against the rocks. He is fading. Blood loss, fatigue, he has finally hit his absolute limit after all those battles. Bleeding out, he grabs his wolf's shoulder. Death, can you track mana signatures? I need you to find them. Follow my trail. Take me back to Iberia. The loyal hound roars and sprints into the dark forest. Meanwhile, at the cabin, Ryosuke freezes. That howl. A calamity beast? But the barrier was destroyed. How is one still out here? Sensing the threat, he barks an order. Iberia, get back inside the room. Now! Iberia stands still, trembling. That roar. He has heard it somewhere before. It feels familiar somehow. Out of the pitch black, a massive shape with razor-sharp claws lunges forward. Ryosuke draws his greatsword, eyes cold. It is here. If it is a monster, it dies. He swings his massive blade with everything he has, meeting the beast midair. Iberia gasps. Wait, that is the beast Tenma summoned. The one from the other day. Seeing Ryosuke go for the kill, he screams, Stop! Ryosuke, that is Iski's Shikigami. The blade stops inches from the wolf's throat. Ryosuke freezes, looking down at Tenma, unconscious beside the creature. Tenma's summon? He starts putting the pieces together. Only a master can command a beast like this. Who exactly is this kid? Unmatched combat skill, a level that never moves, and multiple class abilities. He is an absolute walking mystery. Iberia rushes over, tears welling up. Yuki, are you okay? Who is Tenma, and why is he so complicated? He sees the pool of blood and panics, lifting Tenma's head. There is so much blood! Tenma's lips move just a fraction. A whisper, barely audible. Let me rest. His eyes close, and Iberia loses it. What do we do? Yuki! Ryosuke checks the pulse and stays calm. Relax. He is still alive. Save the tears for later. Iberia stops, looking up with a sliver of hope. Is he really okay? Ryosuke points to Tenma's chest, rising and falling. Look, he is still breathing. Ryosuke picks him up. Iberia, you have those Kodama bandages, right? This needs treatment right now. Iberia nods. Right. On it. Inside, Tenma lies still, wrapped in bandages. Iberia stares at him. I might never be as strong as him, but I have my own role. He thinks back to his own power. Wind Mage, a class built for controlling the very air itself. It is a support class, but his specific talent is special. Rank 2 focused healing. His wind attacks are weak, but his healing speed is boosted 50%. Perfect for saving a teammate in a pinch. He looks at his hands. He used to hate this power, but not today. He will use it until Tenma is safe. Green mana explodes around him. The system announces the activation of Rank C skill, Light Healing. Warm light covers Tenma. Please wake up, Iberia whispers. Our duo is not done yet, Yuki. Meanwhile, back at the Tenma estate at 11:35 p.m., a massive purple barrier drops from the sky, sealing everything. A devastating blow shatters the defenses in an instant. Chirijima lies defeated in the smoke. And then everything changes. All right, check this out. Choha is screaming in pure desperation. Chirijima. She is rushing to use her healing magic on him, begging him to just hang on. I will heal you right now, she says. But Chirijima's voice is weak. Run! Just get out of here! His face is twisted in terror, looking at the massive shadow looming behind them. This thing's stats are just on another level. Size, power, speed, everything. Even a special class savior wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance against a monster like this. There is simply no way humanity can beat a beast like this. A terrifying entity appears. Level 81. The 14th warrior of the Uji tribe. Right at their lowest point, Nento shows up to protect them. Choha, run! The monster just growls at its new opponent. Look at that weird outfit he is wearing. So you are Izumi Nento, right? It lets out an arrogant laugh while preparing to attack. Finding a target like you right away is some serious luck. At this rate, we won't even need to bother Kusukuma. Nento stays totally calm. So your target really was me all along. Well, that is a huge relief. Boom! An earth-shattering collision explodes and white light blinds everyone. Choha screams for her father in a panic, while Chirijima just whispers that it is all over. Everything is finished. As the dust settles, Nento is still standing there. He looks at a new figure. You are late. It is him. Akira Hayato Akira, eyes glowing red with bloodlust. Hayato Akira steps forward to shield Nento. My bad for being late. Leave this one to me. The monster just scoffs. I don't know where you came from, but you have got a big mouth. Shirojima is still panicking, yelling for them to be careful. No more talk. Hayato Akira focuses everything into his fist. Wham! An attack that literally tears through space. Black blood sprays everywhere as the monster just explodes. Chirojima's jaw hits the floor. He is completely stunned by the carnage. Looking at Hayato Akira's back, he gasps. So this is what a special class savior can really do. He realizes the terrifying truth. I always thought a special class was still just human. But this isn't human anymore. It is a monster with power that makes no sense. Cho-Ha is thrilled. We actually did it. Does this mean the crisis is over? Hayato Akira's voice is cold. No, this is just the beginning. Suddenly the sky turns ominous. Day 1 of the prophecy. 11:40 p.m. The barrier near Nento's mansion has shifted from purple to a deadly red. A massive hairy creature appears in the flames inside that red barrier. How exactly is Sokusakuma going to torture humanity now? A demon with hair made of fire laughs like a maniac. I really want to see that play out right here. Level 37 Fire Demon King. Behind him, a massive white monster roars. You agree with me, don't you? Level 49 White Oni. Then, a voice from the shadows commands them not to do anything stupid. Our job is to capture that person. If you fail, you know the consequences. Their powerful leader reveals himself. Level 87 Frost General, the King of Decay. Why were we sent to the same barrier as Sokusokuma instead of our target? If all three of us stayed in one barrier, it would turn purple and attract way too much attention. Sokusakuma's red barrier will lure the strong humans instead. Now pay attention, because we are looking at Sokusokuma, one of the 8 great demon kings. That way, we can finish Ringa's mission unopposed. The demon kings look toward the mansion while Sokusokuma draws everyone's eyes, head straight for the target. Do you know where it is? The demon king confirms it. Ringa will guide us through the evil eye he left in the human world. Meanwhile, in his bedroom, Tenma wakes up drenched in sweat. Now get this, that person can see everything that eye sees, not just the location. Tenma's eyes suddenly shift into something terrifying. That eye is currently with our target. The clock hits 11:35 on day 1. Tenma is paralyzed. In his mind, he sees his younger self standing in front of his mother. Mom, I finally found a calamity beast that feels pain just like we do. Young Isuki is smiling so innocently, telling her how he crushed its head. Now your revenge can finally happen. But his mother looks at him with such sadness. No, Isuki! She tells him there are things more important than revenge. Isuki is stunned. Something more important than wiping out those calamity beasts? His mother smiles gently. Power isn't for revenge. It is meant to protect the people you love. Isuki drops his head as darkness swallows him. That is impossible. He screams in agony that he will never forgive those beasts for killing his father and mother. Young Isuki's eyes turn a deep red with pure hatred. I am going to wipe them all out. His mother just looks away, her face full of heartbreak. She gives a sad smile and starts to fade away. It is time for me to go. Wait, where are you going? I still have so much to tell you. She reaches out to touch his cheek one last time. Isuki, please, don't let this hatred swallow you whole. Young Isuki is sobbing, reaching his tiny hands into the air for her. Mother! But he only touches fading specks of light that vanish into nothing. Isuki's face is a mask of shock as the tears keep falling. Then a mocking voice rings out from the darkness of his own mind. Weeping for the dead? Typical for a weak creature like you. Tenma's teeth are clenched, his eyes burning with pure rage. You bastard. He screams at the shadow engulfing his soul. You! A powerful demon appears in a sea of blood. The demon of destruction sneers. Finally awake, are you? Looks like you only turn into a helpless kid when she's around. Tenma's bloodlust explodes. You absolute piece of trash. He lunges at the shadow with a roar. I am going to kill you. But the mystery figure just brushes him off. Calm down, I will make you feel that pain again very soon. He deals a crushing blow to Tenma's mind. In total despair, Tenma screams as he is blown back. Ringa, I will kill you no matter what happens. Back in the real world, Iberia is desperately using her magic to protect Tenma from the monsters. I have to save Isuki. Tenma opens his eyes to a weak breeze. Wind like this wouldn't even scare a calamity beast. Iberia cheers when she sees him move. You are awake! Isuki! She rushes over and gives Tenma a huge hug, making him blush. This girl, seriously. Looks like my healing actually worked. She is always hugging me when she gets excited. How long was I knocked out for? Not long, she answers. It has been about 3 hours. Tenma does the math 3 hours. So it is already around 3 a.m. on the second day of the prophecy. Are Yosuke and Aiden actually safe? Iberia gives him a bright, reassuring smile. No more calamity beasts have shown up since then. But Tenma is still haunted by that voice from his dream. Don't rush. I will let you feel it again soon. Even if it was just a dream, those words are totally stuck in my head. It felt way too real to be a hallucination. Those calamity beasts are definitely plotting something big. The clock hits 3:03 a.m. on day 2 of the prophecy. Tenma is finally awake after his coma. He stands up, totally determined to stay alert and not let his guard down. Iberia looks at him with pure admiration. You look like you have totally recovered. Tenma rushes for the door, reminding her that the master said reinforcements would be arriving any minute. I am going to check the situation with Yosuke first. On the way, Iberia gets curious about that black wolf. Juki, what was the name of that summon again? Is it just a death hound? Iberia is so hyped, didn't you know? A summoner can give their spirit any cool name they want. Do you want me to give it a legendary name? I am actually an expert at this. Tenma just shuts her down instantly. I am not a summoner. Look at her face. She is so disappointed. Tenma is sweating bullets, thinking, there is no way I am letting her name it. He looks at the iron golem in the yard, checking how well his wounds have healed. Spirit wrap alone could not have fixed me up this fast. It looks like Iberia finally decided to use her true power after all. Tenma looks at Iberia, totally surprised. I really thought you never used skills? So it turns out you actually are a healer? She gets all flustered, saying she has attack skills too, but they are just super weak. Meanwhile, Tenma looks over at Yosuke standing by a massive flaming monster corpse. Yosuke, did any other Awakened show up while I was out? He just gets a short, cold no. Yosuke is looking at Tenma pretty suspiciously now. Why are you asking? Yosuke explains how isolated they are. Master said they would send nearby Awakened, and it has been a whole day. They really should have been here by now. But this place is deep in the forest. You cannot even get here that fast without a hound to lead the way. Tenma is just standing there with a sharp, worried look. That makes sense, but I have still got a really bad feeling about this. He looks deep into the dark woods, where black energy is starting to spread. It feels like something pure evil is closing in. Not far away, a group of trainees is sprinting through the forest at full speed. The leader shouts, Jesse, how much further until we hit the target? Jesse yells back, it is only a few more kilometers. We are almost there. One of them is so hyped. If he finishes this mission, he finally moves up from trainee to a rank 3 savior. But man, this place is out in the middle of nowhere. Does the world's best blacksmith really live here? Suddenly, the pink-haired girl in the group leaps into the air. She throws a massive punch and screams, stop right now. The whole group freezes, weapons out, ready for a fight in the dark woods. The pink-haired girl turns back to her team, totally on edge. What is wrong? Do you feel something weird? One guy says something is coming from the front. 2 massive shadows emerge from the ghost-like darkness. They've already spotted us. The trainees draw their weapons, shouting to keep their nerves steady. Calamity beasts, get ready to fight. But wait. It is a demon king with a twisted, mocking smile. Where are you all going in such a rush? Do not tell me. He leans in close with those glowing red eyes and sharp teeth. You are going to the same place we are, aren't you? In the next second, the guy in front is nothing but a burning skeleton. The fire demon just stands there, watching the flames on his hand with a smug smile. I cannot believe one fireball did all that. Humans really are fragile things. He casually calls out to that massive muscle monster, White Ghost. White Ghost, are you finished over there? White Ghost's brutal hand is crushing someone. Just look at all that blood dripping through his fingers. White Ghost kneels by the mess, and the fire demon starts mocking him. They are flat as pancakes. You are seriously brutal, you know that? Further back, the pink-haired girl is stumbling, totally terrified. A dark figure looms right in front of her. She is screaming in total despair. There is not even a barrier here. Where the hell did you monsters come from? The fire demon just grins and conjures another glowing fireball. Well, we did have to walk quite a way to get here. Look at her face. She is covered in tears, eyes wide with pure horror. Then, a voice from the shadows orders him not to kill them. The fire demon is totally annoyed. Come on. I have been bored out of my mind. Do not ruin my fun when I am finally having some. But before he can even finish, a row of ice spikes rips right through him. The shadow entity glides past the frozen demon, voice cold as ice. Ignore my orders again, and the consequences will be much worse. The fire demon is sweating bullets inside the ice, begging for his life. Undo the spell, please! My body is literally about to melt away. The ice shatters, finally letting the loudmouth go. The shadow entity turns its focus back to the girl shivering under the tree. The fire demon flares up again, coughing his lungs out. I seriously thought I was going to freeze to death. The girl sees a tiny spark of hope. Are they actually going to spare me? The fire demon asks who we are supposed to keep alive. Just the target and the magic eye owner, right? Does this woman have some kind of special power too? The shadow's eyes glow brightly. No, nothing like that. I just want to test out this new power Lord Linga gave me. Suddenly, black tentacles erupt from the ground, grabbing her as she screams. The pitch-black darkness swallows her whole. Her scream echoes through the entire forest. When it fades, she is just standing there, frozen. Her head is down, covered in a soul-crushing evil aura. The fire demon just scoffs. What? She ended up dead anyway. No, she is not dead. She is just going through demonization. Suddenly, her head snaps up, revealing those terrifying, glowing red eyes. There is a glowing seal right on her forehead. The shadow explains it all. Anyone who goes through demonization becomes a total slave to Lord Linga. Just like that, this woman is now on their side. Dropping her earlier pathetic act, she kneels like a machine and speaks with a hollow, robotic voice. My Lord Wraith King, please give me your command. The Wraith King towers over her, ordering her to stay under cover and hide her identity within the human community. She must wait until Lord Linga finally arrives. As she bows low, the Demon Master crafts the perfect lie, telling her exactly how to report the upcoming mission. Her report must say her team was wiped out by disaster beasts, leaving her as the sole survivor. Cold and soulless, she simply replies with a short "Yes, Master." Pleased with his new puppet, the Wraith King tells her to get moving. She stands slowly, her long hair falling forward to hide half of her now vacant face. With every bit of her humanity completely gone, she turns and walks away under the chilling, watchful eyes of the two demons standing in the shadows. Now a perfect spy, she vanishes into the dark, leaving her dreams and the corpses of her comrades behind. Man, talk about a dark turn for this story. The fire demon grumbles, clearly not happy about this. He admits pawns are useful, but wonders what a weak human could possibly offer to their grand, evil cause. The dark entity explains she is just one of many. Tens of thousands of humans, even the powerful awakened ones, have already been corrupted and turned into demons. Standing atop a massive, muscle-bound beast, the shadow brags about Lord Linga unifying the entire world. These human puppets, they are going to play a massive role. Turning back, the shadow entity snaps at his companions to move. This mission is way too important to waste time standing around. We have work to do. Elsewhere, a massive iron golem with glowing eyes stands guard outside a cabin. The system clock shows it is 3:05 a.m. on the second day. Iosuke checks out the iron golem, looking pretty satisfied. He estimates its power is roughly equal to a level 30 awakened warrior. Not bad. It is the perfect way to fix their manpower problem. Iberia laughs, saying they probably would not even need golems if Iosuke and Itsuki were both here. Iosuke suddenly realizes someone is missing and asks about Tenma. Turns out, he headed over to the forge to meet with the old blacksmith. Iberia explains that Tenma had a few burning questions for the old man. Specifically, he wanted to know more about how critical crystals actually work. Inside the forge, the old smith pauses his hammer to look at Tenma. He heard Tenma landed a critical hit on a disaster beast and asked for his stats. The system shows a cracked crystal. Tenma explains his critical rate was only 3%, but it somehow jumped to 4% after he finished that fight. The old man is stunned. Landing a critical hit with only a 3% chance? That is insane luck. Tenma just nods, admitting he feels lucky sometimes too. Tenma thinks back to that intense moment. It was not just about landing the hit, his focus reached a level he had never felt before. He entered this strange, legendary state where he felt totally omnipotent, like he could see every move before it even happened in real time. He asks if this is what the crystal does. The old man stops cold, his eyes widening as he turns to stare at Tenma in pure disbelief. He asks if Tenma's senses became so sharp he could perceive everything while remaining perfectly calm. Tenma rubs his chin and confirms that is exactly how it felt. The blacksmith shouts in shock. He tells Tenma that he actually managed to enter the legendary flow state. This is big news, guys. Tenma is confused, so the old man breaks it down like a pro. The flow state happens when you are completely immersed in a single task or battle. It is a state where time itself feels distorted. Your focus and excitement hit their absolute peak, making you move in ways that seem totally impossible for others. Tenma just scratches his cheek, trying to follow along. Seeing his confusion, the old man sighs and explains it simply. It is basically like being totally possessed. He gives examples, like a painter forgetting to eat while working, or an athlete whose body moves on pure instinct during the biggest game of their lives. Even a student losing track of time while solving a tough math problem is a sign of being in the flow state. Using the system's display, he explains that for an awakened person, this state does not just sharpen focus, it makes your five senses incredibly powerful. The stats on screen skyrocket. He explains the buff is broken. All stats and skill effects jump to 120% of their original power level. Tenma is shocked. He mentions he has never heard his master or any other high-level warriors talk about this kind of power-up before. He adds that he has never even met anyone who could do it. The old man snaps back, saying, "It is not something you just find at a market." Still sounding strict, the old man emphasizes that it requires real skill, a clear mind, and a massive amount of luck. Without even one, it is impossible. Tenma realizes just how high the requirements really are. If you are missing even one piece of that puzzle, entering the flow state is simply impossible. The old man folds his arms, stating that the flow state is the true dividing line between a once-in-a-generation genius and a normal person. Across the 5 continents, from Washington to Quadinte, not a single soul can enter this state at will. It is just that rare, folks. Looking back at his younger days, the old man proudly recalls it took him 2 whole years after awakening before he finally reached that legendary state. He looks at Tenma with total wonder. Reaching it in 2 years is fast, but Tenma doing it after just 1 month? That is beyond weird. But Tenma is just staring at the door with a blank face. The old man gets annoyed and shouts, asking if he is even listening to the lesson. Tenma ignores the shouting as his face goes pale with tension. He senses 3 massive mana signatures closing in on their location right now. The old man tries to relax him, thinking it is just the Yazumi Alliance guards. But Tenma's gaze is sharp as a blade as he shuts that down. This energy feels savage, more like a disaster beast than any human warrior. Tenma turns and bolts for the door, shouting that he is going to go check. As he runs, Tenma's mind is racing. He cleared all the beasts in the barrier, and there was no sign of any new ones being released nearby lately. He hopes he is just imagining things. But who on earth could have such a terrifying amount of bloodlust? This cannot be good for our hero. All right, you and I are watching Tenma push all doubt aside. He grips the door and throws it wide open, ready to face whatever nightmare is hiding in the dark. As soon as he rushes out, Iberia calls out to him with a smile. "Isaki, you are back?" But Yosuke sees his face and asks, "What is it? You look completely stressed out." Tenma is literally dripping with sweat. He tells them with total seriousness, "I just felt a massive mana wave. I thought it might be a Calamity-level spirit beast." Iberia just laughs it off, saying there is no barrier around here, so he is probably wrong. Yosuke joins in the overconfidence, already starting to brag a bit too early. "Even if it is a Calamity beast," he says, "I have already reactivated the Iron Golem. We can easily handle any regular monster that tries to cross our path." But suddenly, the smile on Iberia's face just vanishes. She lets out a horrified gasp of what, as an invisible force, tears through the air right toward them. Before anyone can blink, that proud Iron Golem Yosuke's ultimate defense gets its chest blown open by an insane force, shattering into pieces amidst a cloud of heavy smoke. Yosuke pulls his sword out, looking like he's seen a ghost. He stammers in shock. Did the Iron Golem just get taken out before it could even react? From the shadows, the uninvited guests finally show their faces. The Fire Demon Lord smirks with total arrogance. Only 3 of them? This is going to be easy. Meanwhile, the system window pops up, and man, the power gap is terrifying. Level 37 Red Flame Demon Lord, a high-ranking demon general. Then there's the Frost Spirit King at level 87 and a level 54 White Demon. The system clock cold-bloodedly marks the second day of prophecy at 3:01 a.m. Staring up at these 3 evil entities towering over them, Tenma grits his teeth. He watches the enemy closely, thinking they look even stronger than the ones inside the barrier. A shiver runs down his spine as he stares at the one in the lead. He admits to himself that he has never seen magic waves this massive in his entire life. Completely ignoring our heroes, the Frost Spirit King gives a cold order. I will go capture the target myself. I am leaving the rest of this to you guys. His glowing eyes narrow with a threatening look as he warns his allies, whatever you do, do not destroy the magic eye. The fire demon just plays with flames. He gives a wicked grin and tells him not to worry. Iberia is trembling, asking who the target is, while Tenma breaks into a cold sweat as he realizes the truth. A Calamity beast is actually talking? As the Frost Spirit King tries to move past, Yosuke charges forward with his sword, shouting that he won't let them through. But the Spirit King moves like a literal ghost, effortlessly sliding right between Tenma and Yosuke without making a single sound. He is way faster than he looks. Yosuke's eyes go wide with pure terror. His brain can't even process what just happened. When did he get there? Even Tenma goes pale, shocked by that speed. Not willing to back down, Yosuke spins around for another strike, swearing to stop him. Tenma rushes in to help, yelling that he won't let that thing get near Iden. However, the Spirit King just raises a handful of sharp claws and swats them away like flies. A massive shockwave explodes, slamming them both back into the dirt. Yosuke crashes into something smooth and freezing. He grits his teeth in rage, realizing it is an ice wall. He hacks at it with his sword, but it is too solid. Before he can recover, Tenma screams out a warning, "Yosuke, kunthern fiasao." From above, the muscular white demon is already there, opening its jagged mouth full of fangs. The monster lands a heavy punch. Yosuke barely gets his sword up to block, and the sound of metal hitting muscle rings out as violent shockwaves rip the air. The impact is so brutal it sends Tenma tumbling away. Tenma looks down, sweating bullets. But these enemies aren't about to give him a single second to breathe. The fire demon charges up a massive fireball, mocking Tenma for trying to worry about others. He flicks his wrist, sending the blazing sphere straight at him. The system screen flashes with a deadly warning. Red flame bullet. Seeing the intense heat coming, Tenma quickly deploys a shield and yells for Iberia to run. Iberia turns and bolts away. The system announces that Black Wall has been activated. The explosion hits the ground, sending scorching dirt and rocks flying right at Iberia. Tenma's proud Black Wall starts to melt and sizzle away under the overwhelming heat of those flames. A blue system window appears, analyzing the terrible situation. It detects a rank, a red flame bullet, way beyond the normal scale. The analysis progress is sitting at only 1% as Tenma endures the burning heat. Kneeling in the smoke with his arms severely burned and smoking, Tenma curses himself. He thinks if he had used Lightning Blast, he could have easily dodged it, but he overestimated his Black Wall. The fire demon laughs hysterically, mocking Tenma's naivety. "Did you really think you could block my flames with that pathetic shield?" He calls Tenma a fool, but then he suddenly stops. He starts sweating, wondering if he overdid it. What if this guy is actually the carrier of the magic eye? He immediately uses his system privilege to scan the battered enemy on the ground. The screen clearly displays the name Tenma, human, level 0, fixed. Any worry he had just goes straight out the window, replaced by a devilish grin. Level 0. And on top of that, he is just a lowly human? There is no way a loser like this is the magic eye carrier. I can burn him alive without a second thought. But then, the level 0 guy touches the ground. Blue magic petals start to glow everywhere. The system announces that the Death Hound has been summoned. A massive black dog with glowing red eyes steps out. Seeing this, the fire demon gets back into a fighting stance, taunting Tenma as he faces both the boy and the dog. Do you really think a familiar can win? The Demon King, unleashes a massive pillar of fire that sweeps across the earth, roaring arrogantly that even 10 more familiars wouldn't be enough to take him down. Covered in dirt and grime, Tenma looks at his pet wolf behind him and whispers, "I am counting on you, Aiden." The fire pillar hits, creating a massive explosion that lights up the forest, but the target has vanished. The demon is left stunned, wondering how he missed. The Demon King narrows his eyes, scanning the area. He mutters about that familiar through the sea of fire. Aiden, the black dog, is already charging like lightning. The demon realizes the wolf is aiming straight for him. Ignoring the dog, he glares down at Tenma with total contempt, asking if he thinks he can win alone. Tenma just keeps his head down, his arms burned to a crisp. He is playing the weakling perfectly, while the system shows the analysis is already at 36%. He calculates that the demon is totally looking down on him. If I keep acting weak, maybe he won't kill me right away. It is a dangerous gamble. A sly smirk flashes across Tenma's face under his bangs. We see he is stalling to analyze the situation, but he refuses to look like a coward in front of this disaster-class spirit beast. Tossing the old script aside, our boy Tenma looks up with a wild grin as magical lightning crackles and pops around his entire body. Yeah, so what? Is that all you have got? He drops his center of gravity, eyes glowing with killing intent like a literal god of death, dropping some brutal trash talk. You look pretty weak. The Demon King's face twists in pure rage, veins popping everywhere. How dare a lower life form like him act so arrogant? He swings his hand, summoning a massive fire that lights up the night and roars. I was going to play around a bit longer, but I have changed my mind. I will turn you to ash right now. Instead of staying put, Tenma becomes a flash of light, darting through the sea of fire at insane speed while his brain stays stone cold. He is huge, but his speed hasn't changed a bit. Tenma crouches low, weaving through those deadly sparks to close the gap between them. This guy is a long-range fighter. What if I get close? The Demon King's eyes go wide as the distance vanishes. What the hell? With a smooth motion, Tenma strikes so fast that the flames actually blow back. It forces the demon to gasp out. That's speed! Look at the Demon King's face tighten. Cold sweat starts to drop as he realizes his tactical mistake. Tenma's already right in his face in just a blink. But wait, a wicked smile appears, revealing those sharp fangs. Tenma's lightning-clad kick slams down, but it hits a thick fire shield instead. The demon used his shield like a fortress wall. Tenma's confident smile vanishes, replaced by total shock. A fire shield? Seriously? The Demon King counterattacks instantly with a flaming arm. You really think I do not know my own weaknesses, kid? Boom! A fireball explodes at point-blank range, swallowing Tenma whole. He is sent falling toward the ground, his body smoking and charred black. He groans, admitting the bitter truth. Damn it! He plows into the dirt, sliding a long way, completely unable to find his balance. With his face covered in blood and ash, Tenma looks absolutely frustrated. He fell for it. This beast actually has a high level of intelligence. How did I mess up like this? Meanwhile, the Demon King mocks him. With all that speed, you could not really do anything, could you? Even with a fatal wound, Tenma wobbles back up, his left arm charred black and swinging uselessly. The Demon King just laughs in triumph. Loving the sight of his enemies struggling in despair, he whispers, "You totally had me fooled." He brings his creepy face right up to Tenma. It would be easier if you would just stay down. But instead of begging, Tenma just pants and casually complains to his system. The analysis is taking way too long. We see the system screen ticking up slowly, 79, 80, 81%. Almost there, guys. The clock coldly marks the second day of prophecy, 3:14 a.m. In the distance, we can hear the threatening growls of the black dog Aiden echoing out. Switching scenes to the forge, the massive shadow of the Spirit King manager looms over the old blacksmith. Things are getting intense. They say you are the most talented smith in history. 3 unique relics, 16 epics, and countless rares. You are a legend. Even facing death, the old man is strangely calm. He just asked dryly, "Listing my life's work like that, do you plan on killing me?" The manager replies condescendingly, "Relax. As long as you are useful, I have no reason to kill you." The old blacksmith just bows his head slightly, but his hand is hidden behind his back, eyes narrowing dangerously. "I see. Too bad for you. I am not the type who likes taking orders." With a fierce and determined look, the old man pulls a sharp dagger, ready to risk it all. But guys, reality is just cruel. In a blink, his entire body and weapon are frozen solid in a block of jagged ice before he can even touch a hair on the enemy. He is stuck! Cold sweat pours down as the old man realizes the insane power gap. He was encased in ice in a split second. That is at least an A-rank skill. Floating arrogantly, the Spirit King manager looks down like he is watching an ant. Just give up. Your life is in my hands now. Iberia is hiding nearby, pale as a ghost. She is trembling, trying to figure out her next move. At this rate, Dad is going to be kidnapped. Should I launch a surprise attack? While she is hesitating, something huge moves through the air. A massive black shadow tears past her, charging into the forge. Iberia's eyes go wide as she recognizes the savior. It is Isuki's familiar! The black dog Aiden lunges with his maw wide open, showing those sharp fangs, aiming straight for the Spirit King manager's throat. But the opponent just glances over, his eye glowing with a deadly blue light behind his mask. He does not even move a muscle. A freezing aura explodes, turning the lunging dog into a solid ice statue midair. The frozen wolf just falls like a heavy rock. It slams into the wooden floor, completely shattered and immobile. The manager just stares at his new accidental ice sculpture. He turns to the blacksmith, sounding confused. What are those two outside doing? How did a familiar like this even slip through? Watching all hope get crushed by that overwhelming power, Iberia sinks to her knees. Her eyes are totally hollow from pure terror. Even a familiar that strong could not get near him. Despair is swallowing her whole. There is no way I can win this. I have to find Iski. But then, her father's past scolding hits her like cold water. One day, your mistakes will get Tenma killed. Seeing Tenma's charred hands in her mind reminds her of the brutal truth. Isuki was already badly hurt before he even got here. She cries silently in the darkness, filled with guilt. If I go find him now, I will just put him in even more danger. Suddenly, Iberia's gaze shifts. Fear turns into a burning resolve. I will not let that happen. Dragon equip! And she is off. With that item, even our guy might actually have a chance to win. It was tucked away under his dad's bed. Tenma sprints like a madman, sweat pouring down his face as he vows to save his father no matter what. Inside the forge, the Wraith King senses something with those sharp ears. He mocks the hidden intruder, sneering that someone is running away instead of staying to help out. What a pathetic coward. Meanwhile, trapped in ice, the old blacksmith can only plead with his daughter Iberia in his mind. Great job, kid. You did well. This opponent is just too strong, even for both of them together. He tells her to run and never look back, no matter what happens here. Ignoring the quiet night, the Wraith King erupts with blue mana. He is ready to drag the old man to their final meeting point right now. Back on the burning battlefield, the Red Flame Demon King is literal fire. He leaves the cleanup to his minions and launches his red flame bullets at our hero. Suddenly, the system triggers the black ice wall. Facing that lethal fire, Tenma grits his teeth and summons ice magic to protect his shattered and broken legs. This gives him just enough mobility to move. Then the system kicks in with the flaming undercurrent. A massive fire vortex erupts, devouring everything in its path. The Demon King just smirks. He mocks Tenma for trying to dodge with such a broken body. Our hero's speed is dropping fast, and the demon knows it. He roars, gathering a massive and deadly flame. Let's see how long you can keep dodging this. Red flame bullets, go! Tenma barely tumbles away from the heat. He realizes the demon is using both hands now. A literal carpet of fireballs rains down across the entire area. Tenma's heart is racing, sweat dripping into his eyes as the sky fills with fire. Dozens of red flame bullets are closing in, completely blocking his escape. The projectiles surround his small frame. Tenma stumbles through blinding explosions, realizing there are way too many fireballs for him to keep track of anymore. Looking at his blackened arm, the situation is dire. Normally he would dodge easily, but not like this. A giant fireball closes in. Oh no, he's in trouble. The massive explosion hits Tenma dead on, sending him flying backward through a thick sea of smoke. Meanwhile, the system's analysis is hitting 90 and 92%. More fiery blows toss him around like a rag doll. But hang on, the system is almost there. 94%, 96%. Come on, Tenma, hold on. Tenma's body is practically incinerated. The system hits 98%. In the chaos, he remembers something. That fire. It's happening to him all over again. A tragic memory flashes by a girl smiling while half her face is consumed by those eerie blue flames. It's an absolutely heart-wrenching sight for him to remember. Back in reality, the Red Flame Demon King laughs like a maniac through the flames, loving every second of the destruction he has caused. He winds up for the final, cruel blow. Die! Red flame penetrating bullet. This looks like the end of the road for our hero. But right at the moment of truth, a massive blue shield erupts to block the fire. System analysis? 100%. Tenma gasps, wondering if he finally made it. The shield completely blows back the demon's ultimate attack. The demon's jaw drops. What is that? The system confirms red flame bullet analysis is finally complete. He gains level 3 Black Ice Wall. Tenma realized he didn't get a new skill, but the level jump alone is a massive win for his survival. The system describes the new power. Level 3 Black Ice Wall creates constant ice on his body by burning through his mana reserves. It can resist fire skills at rank A or below, plus his defense jumps by 50% against those attacks. Talk about a massive glow-up. The system drops a massive recovery pack. All stats plus 50. Every single debuff is gone, and his wounds are completely healed in an instant. His stats rocket from 330 to 380. Tenma is back to perfect health, and he's stunned by the power surging through him. He sits right up, surrounded by a glowing mana aura. Our guy is looking more confident than ever as he checks his new limits. This boost is like gaining 4 levels for a normal awakened person. Not bad at all. He doesn't have to fear those fireballs anymore. Victory is close. The Demon King is baffled. He thinks it's some temporary rank A defensive skill that won't last long. Oh boy, is he in for a surprise. Ignoring the trash talk, icy blue mana explodes from Tenma. It spreads out like giant foxtails, tearing up the ground beneath him with pure force. The Demon King laughs like a fool, thinking he has won. He powers up his flames one last time, declaring that the game is over for Tenma. Time to end this! But when the smoke clears, he's frozen in terror. Tenma stands there, completely unharmed, under his sleek and powerful armor. The demon panics. How are you healed? Your body was just shredded a second ago. He is absolutely losing his mind right now. Tenma looks down, his eyes hidden by his hair, as he speaks coldly. He originally planned to save Aiden and deal with this guy later. He steps out of the ice, radiating pure killing intent. Those flames brought back bad memories. Now, he's going to crush this demon first, no more mercy. Deep in the forest, the scene shifts. Violent winds are whipping through the trees, sending dead leaves flying everywhere across the ground. Yosuke is getting pushed back across the rough ground. The impact is insane. He remembers the giant white demon closing in on him earlier. If he hadn't blocked with his greatsword, he'd be dead. Dust clouds rise as he finally stops. How far was he even thrown by that blast? The moment he stops, he's worried about the others. These things are literal monsters. We have to hope they are holding up back there. He needs to get back fast. But before he can move, something massive slams down behind him, sending a shockwave through the leaves. Yosuke looks back in shock. Did that thing follow him? The massive white demon with its disgusting dripping tongue is charging right at him again. Yosuke grips his shining blade, his eyes sharp with lethal intent. Perfect. This is exactly what he needed to happen to win. This will make things way easier for Tenma. But Yosuke's mind is racing. The biggest problem now? His master and Iberia are still in danger. He takes a solid stance, mana glowing on his blade. He's ready to explode with everything he's got. Let's go. I am going to take this guy down fast and get back to the others, he vows. Just hold on a little longer. Cut to the cabin where Iberia is frantically digging under a table near an old family photo. Mumbling to himself, he is sure it is right here. He drops flat on the floor, reaching deep into the shadows under the bed to find whatever he is looking for. His fingers brush against a cold, hidden drawer. Iberia's eyes light up with pure hope the second he spots the treasure he has kept tucked away. Found you? All that crying from earlier? Gone. Replaced by a confident smirk. With this piece of dragon gear, he is finally ready to jump into the fray. Inside the ancient box lies a set of jagged, crimson armor. The system pings with some insane stats. We are talking epic tier dragon gear here, people. Plus 100 attack and agility. And get this, the epic effect adds 20 more to both every minute. lasting for a maximum of 15 minutes. Donning the sleek red dragon scales, Iberia's aura completely shifts. He sends a silent message to Tenma. Isuki, you just focus on the enemy right in front of you. Clenching his armored fist, his gaze is sharper than ever. This time, he is not going to be the one holding anyone back. Red mana flares up around the suit. But then he remembers his father's warning those side effects are going to be no joke. If he wears the dragon gear for over 15 minutes, things get ugly. Without hesitation, he smashes through the door and bolts into the night. He is saving his father in 15 minutes flat. The system's cold countdown begins. 1 minute in, and his attack and agility have already jumped to plus 120. Back to the Demon Lord and that frozen blacksmith floating in the air. Through a mental link, the old man sneers, "You really think you can just take it easy like this?" "They will catch up soon," he warns. The Demon Lord just looks back, eyes glowing blue with pure arrogance. Apparently, only high-tier saviors are even worth his time. He glances over at the white demon fighting in the distance. They are all distracted by the Demon King right now. But from inside the ice, the old man sees right through the scheme. If they are deploying Demon King-level troops, they must have another goal. "Time for a smokescreen," he asks him straight up. "Did you really come all this way just to capture me?" The Demon Lord just scoffs, totally crushing the old man's ego. "Don't flatter yourself. You are not the only target we are after tonight." The old man thinks, "Gotcha, I was right." Suddenly, the Demon Lord stops midair. His sharp senses are screaming that someone is closing in fast. He glares over his shoulder, sounding beyond annoyed. "Ugh, you persistent little pest just won't stay down, will you?" From the shadows of the forest, red magical footsteps blur through the trees at breakneck speed. The old man's eyes go wide, terrified for the safety of those kids. Is it Ryuzaki or Tenma-kun? But if they are alone, their chances of winning this are basically zero. But then, a knight in glowing red dragon armor tears through the darkness, aiming a massive strike at the demon. Iberia screams with pure rage, "Give my father back!" The system keeps ticking away toward his doom. 2 minutes in attack and agility up to plus 140. The Demon Lord just tilts his head to dodge, looking completely disgusted. First a summon, and now another human brat? Really? Meanwhile, check this out. The Flame Demon King is just standing in the forest looking toward his boss and grumbling, "What are they even doing?" His jaw drops as he stares straight ahead, sweating bullets. I mean, he is sure he just charred that guy's entire body to a crisp. But as the smoke clears, there is Tenma, not a single scratch on him. The Demon King screams in pure terror. How the hell is he fully healed already? Trying to hide his panic, the Demon King explodes with even more fire, trying to convince himself as he bellows, "It does not matter." No matter how many times you heal, the ending stays the same. He goes wild, launching a massive fire vortex. Crimson flame bullets, rapid fire. Tenma just floats there as the fire approaches, totally unbothered. He triggers his defense activate, black ice wall. Those brutal pillars of fire slam into the ground one after another, creating massive explosions that absolutely level everything in sight. The Demon King sneers, mocking Tenma's stubbornness. "Stupid enough to face me head-on? I am going to roast you like a piece of meat." But then, Tenma calmly walks out of the smoke, covered in sharp ice armor. He just smirks at his enemy. "Flames like that? They don't work on me anymore." The system pings with another big win. He blocked an A-rank fire skill using Black Ice Wall, boosting defense by 15%. Total defense? 692. Blue lightning crackles all over Tenma. He lunges forward with a chilling, villainous smile. "You are the one who is helpless now, like a fish on a cutting board. Activate lightning wave." The Demon King's jaw literally hits the floor. Seeing Tenma close the gap in a flash with that smirk, he starts panicking. His speed, it is increasing again. "I still have my flame wall." Tenma's eyes flash with a lethal red light as he roars, "Serves you right. I am going to strip away every last bit of you." A black lightning charge strike slams into the Demon King's brilliant fire shield. The demon just mumbles to himself, thinking he is safe. This guy. Did he forget I have a protective barrier? But before he can even finish that thought, his shield starts shattering under the insane pressure. A second later, his entire defense crumbles into 100 pieces. Tenma roars with excitement as the system starts handing out those biased power buffs again. Another A-rank fire skill blocked, defense up 15%. His stats are hitting 764 now, all thanks to that Black Ice Wall boost. The Demon King goes completely pale, sweating through his clothes. He finally realizes that whole level 0 thing was the lie of the century. Without a second's delay, Tenma swings his leg and delivers a brutal kick right to the demon's face. All right then, it is time to start cooking. The Flame Demon King's massive ego just shatters as he panics. I have to get out of here. If he catches me, I am dead meat. He can't run, so he starts screaming for his buddies to save him. White Demon, Demon Lord! But before he can finish, he gets slammed into the dirt. He struggles to lift his head from the ruins, totally losing his cool as he screams, Save me! The arrogant monster is now just a pathetic wreck, crawling away. All right, you and I are about to see Tenma lose it as this villain tries one last roar of flame. There is no way I am ever going to let a mere human be the end of me. Suddenly, a deadly shadow with electric eyes appears. The Demon King sits down in defeat, staring forward with hollow eyes in disbelief. He looks like a low-level weakling, but dark purple magic coils around Tenma, forming a massive and terrifying phantom dragon. The system coldly decides his fate with an outlier critical strike notification. This means the next attack is guaranteed a 100% success rate. Faced with that crushing pressure, the Demon King actually starts tearing up, finally realizing exactly how screwed he is in this fight. He calls Tenma a demon. Falling backward, he gives up all resistance and repeats in despair that Tenma is the real monster. Ignoring the desperate praise, Tenma charges his arm with Tyrant Rage magic and prepares to land the final lethal blow. The punch shatters the very air, slamming into the target and triggering a massive explosion that tears through the dark night. The whole forest shakes from the impact. As the dust clears, Tenma stands tall over the ruins, looking like a total boss. But he just clicks his tongue in annoyance. Why did the critical hit have to trigger right now of all times? He has entered the flow state again. Turning away from the carnage, his scarred back radiates nothing but pure and heavy regret. I wanted to make him suffer even more. He just sighs, frustrated by yet another unintentional one-shot critical hit. He stares intensely at the glowing green system screen, asking himself a serious question. Could it be that landing a critical hit automatically triggers his flow state? His eyes reflect a set of stats that look like a total cheat code. Everything is jumped to 120%. Attack is 456. Agility is 456 plus 68, thanks to a 15% lightning soul buff. Magic is 456. Defense is 456 plus 296, boosted by the black ice wall. Total stats? 2,188. Tenma watches proudly as a green orb of light rises from the Demon King's corpse. With flow active, his total power has surpassed 2,000. He wonders if this is karma from that original Calamity beast. Did the beast I just beat turn into this? Without warning, the green karma orb streaks deep into the dark forest night. Tenma tracks the light as his mind starts racing. Is that karma orb really heading straight toward Joseok-sang? Wait, look further out. You and I both know that is the forge where the Reaper and Aiden are staying. It should have split, based on life signals. Why is it still whole? Without a second thought, Tenma bolts forward. Turning into black lightning, he races ahead. He knows the Reaper is immortal, but what if Aiden Sang is in real danger? Please tell me Aiden is okay. At that exact moment, at the forge, a shadow clad in red armor dives like a lethal spear. Iberia grinds her teeth behind her dragon mask. Even her strongest attack cannot seem to dent his absolute and terrifying defense. But she refuses to back down. If one strike is not enough, she will just keep attacking until he finally breaks. The Wraith King just sneers at her. He calls her a fool for not seeing the massive gap in their power levels. The old man screams her name in total terror. He is absolutely frantic, calling her a fool for risking her life. I do not need you for this. Take off that dragon gear right now. I told you that set has horrible side effects. Ignoring her father's threats, Iberia stamps her foot, cracking the stone floor as she prepares for another desperate and powerful charge. She becomes a blur of red light. Even if he disowns her, she is determined to save her father's life tonight. In this life-or-death moment, the image of her comrade flashes through her mind. If Tenma were here, he would do this. The blacksmith screams as his daughter rushes toward death. The Wraith King just uses magic to lift his icy prison. The demon mocks their bond, calling human family affection disgusting. To him, they are just pathetic and crawling little insects. He waves a hand dismissively, bored of the fight. Suddenly, a massive and jagged hand of ice erupts from the ground. It swats her aside like a fly. Iberia crashes into the brush, while the Wraith King coldly turns his back on her. He tells her to know her place. Her father can only watch in total despair as his daughter lies there broken. Iberia is face down in the grass. The system cruelly reminds her that she only has 3 minutes of armor time left. It is 3:20 a.m. Suddenly, the ice statue holding the Black Hound begins to crack in every single direction. A level up notification flashes, the ice shatters as the Reaper Hound lets out a roar that shakes the entire building. With glowing red eyes, it breaks free. Tenma reaches the forge and calls out to his loyal and powerful summon, Reaper. He realizes his summon leveled up again. It must have absorbed all that karma while it was trapped in the ice. The wolf nudges him, and Tenma asks the big question, what happened to Aiden Sang and that original Calamity beast? Hearing the news from his summon, Tenma's eyes widen in total shock. He rushes into the forge, but his eyes meet a frozen wasteland. What on earth happened here? Seeing the purple magic still swirling, he knows he cannot wait any longer. He wraps himself in blue lightning and blasts off at max speed. Meanwhile, Yosuke is in the fight of his life against the white demon. His heavy sword carves a red trail, but the beast counters instantly. With tentacles closing in, Yosuke realizes the monster's wounds are already healing. This is getting wild. A Calamity beast with regeneration? Just the kind I hate most. But then, a green light streaks across the sky, leaving me stunned. Is that actually a reverse sphere? Did Tenma-kun really take his opponent down already? Man, I need to stay focused and hold my position too. Look at that aura. Yosuke's greatsword is glowing deep red as he analyzes the beast. It keeps using its hands to protect its head and neck. Our guy spots the fatal weakness and swings. He aims a massive, crushing blow right at the monster's defensive arm. Yosuke's flaming blade slices straight through the white demon's arm. Blood is spraying everywhere. I knew it, that arm was definitely the weak point. He's completely covered in a red aura of pure magic and killing intent. With that confidence, Yosuke knows he can definitely end this now. Using that insane agility, Yosuke leaps high into the air. He dodges those deadly tentacles and brings his greatsword down with bone-shattering force. That red arc of light is just beautiful as it shreds the monster's defense. His plan? Sever both of those massive arms first. Look at that intense focus in his eyes. Regeneration takes exactly 1 second. That means he only has one tiny window to strike. The white demon is stumbling back, losing blood from its severed limbs. This is the moment. Yosuke charges in with blood-red eyes, hunting his prey. The giant sword comes crashing down, literally splitting the beast in half. A massive waterfall of blood erupts as the monster is finally torn apart. The white demon's corpse hits the ground with a heavy thud. Yosuke is exhausted, wondering how a mindless beast could actually give him this much trouble. Even though he's drained, he refuses to rest. He's heading straight for the forge to regroup with Tenma-kun as fast as possible. Meanwhile, at the forge, the Wraith King is chilling while controlling those deadly ice shards. He looks totally untouchable right now. He's actually complaining about the beast. He mocks the old blacksmith trapped in ice, asking if he finally has something to say. That demi-human is just smirking, using those classic human-style bribes. He tells the old man to speak up and name his price. Please, just let my son go. The Wraith King's blue eyes glow through his mask as he coldly explains he can't control the ice from here. He warns them they will all be under his control soon. Then, he notices the armor on that little girl. He recognizes it instantly. Look at that epic illustration of the red dragon. This is where the lore gets really interesting for us fans. It's made from the demon dragon race. Their vitality is so strong that their scales and blood can actually develop a will of their own. Iberia's red armor is literally sparking with evil lightning. The Wraith King just smirks, knowing exactly what is about to happen. Since that demon dragon will remains, wearing the armor too long will slowly consume the user's consciousness. Talk about a double-edged sword. Iberia is screaming in agony as the armor starts taking over. Her body is transforming into something monstrous right before our eyes. Synchronization complete. But wait, we're flashing back to the first day of the prophecy when Tenma was heading to the blue barrier. Poor Iberia was so worried back then, praying for Itsuki-san to stay safe. She really cares about him, doesn't she? Yosuke notices it too and asks her straight out why she admires Tenma-kun so much. He's always so observant. Iberia is so determined to be just like him. But when Yosuke asks why, she's completely caught off guard and loses her words. She has no idea how to answer. Yosuke's gaze is so sharp and experienced here, he's really putting her on the spot. He lists off all the legendary people she's met, like Aiden and Izumanin. All of them are absolute powerhouses in this world. Yosuke even points to himself. He clearly has way more fame and battle experience than Tenma-kun does right now. So why him? Why does she specifically want to follow in Tenma-kun's footsteps? It's a heavy question for her. She's totally stumped. Yosuke just laughs it off and pats her shoulder, telling her not to worry. He was just curious. But you can see it in her eyes. She's never actually thought about the reason behind her admiration until this moment. Deep in her memories, the young Iberia starts searching for the answer. Why did she want to be like Itsuki-san? 10 years ago. Look at little blonde Iberia running around with a wooden sword. He was so adorable back then. His mom asks if he likes his birthday present, and he's just over the moon. Such a wholesome moment for our future hero. He strikes a pose with his wooden sword and makes a big announcement. He's already decided on a name for it. The Invincible Hero of Justice Sword. His mom's reaction is priceless. She's totally sweating at that super cheesy name. He screams at the sun, declaring himself an awakened and warning all the monsters to watch out. Kids and their imaginations, right? He's so excited to show off to everyone. His dad, the grumpy blacksmith, tells him to be careful out there. His dad even wonders if he actually has any friends. At the square, Iberia is proudly showing his sword to the other kids. But then, these three sketchy-looking bullies show up. You just know they're about to ruin the mood. The lead bully steps up and demands to borrow the sword. We all know he's never giving that back. Iberia is terrified and clings to his gift. The bullies start mocking him, saying his blacksmith dad can just make another one. They keep pressuring him, lying that they'll return it soon. I really hate these guys already. Surrounded by darkness, little Iberia trembles while clutching his wooden sword to his chest as tears well up. He just got this and knows he should say no, but he is too terrified to move. The lead bully leans in, his scary face inches away while growling a threat. He demands to know if Iberia is really going to refuse. Our poor boy bites his lip, paralyzed by absolute fear. Finally, with a tearful and shaky smile, Iberia reluctantly hands over his prize, whispering that they can have it. The bullies dash off with their loot, cheering and mocking him. They shout about becoming awakeners and hunting calamity beasts, leaving tiny Iberia collapsed on the cold ground in total despair. Later, Iberia trudges home with his golden hair a mess. He bites his lip, trying to believe their lie that they would return it. His mother is reading on the porch and greets him with a warm smile. She asks in such a sweet voice if he had a fun time out. Iberia forces a bright smile to hide the deep sadness in his red, puffy eyes. He claims it was great, but his mother narrows her eyes, sensing something is very wrong. From the workshop, his father walks out carrying a hammer and asks bluntly where the wooden sword went. He knows those brats took it again. The mother stands up, furious, wanting to go get it back herself. But the father stops her with a calloused hand, his voice sounding tired and realistic. He tells her to stop. He knows that even if she gets it back, there will just be a next time. Slamming his hammer down, he turns on his son with harsh words. He yells that Iberia cannot even protect his treasures or find the courage to ask for help. The insults keep coming like hammer blows. He shouts that he did not raise such a weakling. In his dark room, little Iberia hides under his covers, sobbing his heart out. Between sobs, he asks himself a question. Why did he admire Izuki-san so much? Now, you and I are jumping forward several months to a hospital. The father is screaming, grabbing a doctor by the collar, demanding to know why nothing more can be done. The doctor apologizes, explaining they tried everything, but her body was always frail. The father looks absolutely crazed, asking if they are just supposed to sit there and watch her die. The doctor bows his head, telling them to just be by her side. A heavy, somber silence fills the room as a heartbreaking whisper confirms she does not have much time left. On the edge of life and death, the mother feebly calls out to her son. Iberia stands there dazed, watching his mother fade away like a flickering candle, whispering her name in terror. She just gives him a gentle smile, reaching out to hold his tiny, trembling hands and comfort him one last time. She tells him not to cry. With her final breaths, she looks at him with pure love and understanding. She says his father might call him weak, but she knows he is just too kind for this world. But then her gaze drops, offering a harsh lesson. Without strength, she warns him, kindness can be cruel. You won't be able to protect the ones you love, and in the end, you will only end up hurting yourself. She asks for a promise as their hands lock in a sacred vow. She tells him to become strong and use that power with true courage. She knows that one day, Iberia will become a kind, brave, and incredibly powerful awakener. Finally, she closes her eyes, using her last bit of strength to ask him to look after his father before letting go. A long, cold beep from the heart monitor signals the end. Her cold hand slips from his grasp, and just like that, she is gone. With tears streaming down his face, Iberia grits his teeth. He squeezes his hands together, screaming out a vow through his unbearable pain. He promises. He swears to become the strongest, bravest, and kindest awakener in the entire world for her. Closing the chapter on his tragic past, the young man wonders again. Why exactly did he want to be like Isuki-san so badly? He remembers the sight of that muscular man crushing a giant werewolf's throat with his bare hands. Iberia recalls trembling before that overwhelming power when they first met. Standing in a windy wheat field, Iberia remembers trying to suck up to him, originally just planning a temporary alliance. But as they spent time together, he realized Isuki-san was much more than just a guy with big muscles. Seriously, you and I have to see this. The guy took on 10 awakeners at once. Or that time he charged headfirst into a massive Calamity beast made of fire and stone. He has this insane courage and never backs down. Beyond that, he even grabbed a terrified Iberia and pulled him out of the path of certain death. He looked so cool doing it. Despite his grumpy and strict exterior, he showed an unexpected kindness to his own teammates. Back in the present, Iberia watches Isuki's solid back. He finally understands the truth. The reason he wants to be like Isuki-san is simple. Isuki turns around and asks if he is still dwelling on that. Iberia's face turns surprisingly serious and determined. He knows Isuki-san is strong and brave, but he also has a truly noble heart. He is exactly the kind of awakener Iberia has always dreamed of becoming. Realizing his own limits, Iberia scratches his head with a self-mocking laugh. He thinks Tenma would probably be moved if he actually knew all this. For a coward and talentless guy like him, becoming an awakener like Isuki-san seems impossible. But then again, despite the dirt and wounds on his face, he gives a radiant smile from his heart. He clutches his chest, saying if he can just fight by his side, then that would be enough for him. But as that heroic declaration ends, we snap back to the present where a massive, spiked monster appears, breathing out scorching steam. It looks ready to swallow anyone in its path. Through the thick smoke, this glowing red armored beast stands proudly on a high rock. A deep questioning voice calls out from below. Iberia? Hearing its name, the spiked head of the monster snaps around instantly. It reveals jagged, razor-sharp teeth and a glowing red eye that pierces through the darkness like a demon. On the ground, Isuki stands shirtless with his muscles on full display. He casually keeps his hands in his pockets, staring up with a blank expression at the massive beast towering over him. This absolute beast is staring down its prey with glowing red eyes, exhaling a heavy breath filled with nothing but pure killing intent. Everything is dead quiet in this moonlit forest until the system flags the moment of destiny. The second prophecy at 3:31 a.m. Our boy Isuki is completely unbothered, just looking confused as he wonders why Iberia is wearing that cursed dragon armor again. The only answer he gets is a menacing growl from the black-armored dragon, with dark energy swirling out of its jagged fangs. Isuki narrows his eyes like a master predator, immediately sensing that something is seriously wrong with the way Iberia is reacting. Looking at those wicked spikes and the overflowing dark aura, he realizes Iberia looks way more dangerous and different than before. Suddenly, the monster lets out a series of twisted sounds, speaking some ancient demonic language that honestly sounds like pure nightmare fuel. But get this, Isuki has such nerves of steel that he just blinks like a total airhead, completely ignoring the life-threatening danger. He actually asks what it said. That totally ticks off the beast, which lets out an earth-shattering roar that sends shockwaves everywhere. The pressure from that roar is insane, literally shredding the ground and blowing everything away from where Isuki is standing alone. Then, in a total blur, the massive shadow lunges forward, swinging a claw sharp enough to slice through reality itself right at him. But wait for it. Instead of getting crushed, our shirtless hero just raises his bare hands and stops that massive strike like it was nothing. He catches the armored arm like a baseball, eyes glowing with fury as he screams for his friend to finally wake up. Using some seriously broken physical strength, Isuki shoves the entire armored beast back, carving a path through the solid ground. The monster skids to a halt, black drool dripping from its teeth as it starts chanting more of those creepy, death-filled demonic spells. It raises a sharp claw and gathers dark energy into a spinning vortex as the system announces a lethal windblade attack. With one swing, a massive crescent of wind pressure tears through the air at high speed, aiming to slice Isuki in half. Facing a literal death blow, Isuki stays ice cold. His eyes flare with a brilliant blue light as his personal system counters. Magic sensing activates. As the giant wind blade tears toward him, Isuki just smirks, finally realizing the bitter truth of the situation. He realizes it is a wind mage skill and dodges perfectly. Now he is getting serious, with blue lightning dancing around his muscles. He coldly wonders if this is a side effect of the armor or if Iberia is being possessed by some demonic beast. He commands him to stay down as his system triggers a massive lightning strike that crashes down like a pillar of judgment. Faster than a bolt of lightning, he dives through the air and grabs the armored monster right by its toothy maw. The monster is thrashing around like crazy, spitting out hot steam and struggling against Isuki's grip in total, desperate frustration. Pinning it to the dirt, Isuki gets dead serious. He can feel the magic ripple, and it definitely belongs to Iberia. He cannot believe his friend would actually attack him. His eyes turn a vengeful red as he demands to know what happened. But then, through the heavy breathing, a weak and tragic voice starts leaking out from deep inside that demonic armor. The kid actually begs Isuki to kill him. It is heartbreaking, and you can see the cold sweat and shock on Isuki's face. That tiny bit of humanity vanishes instantly as the monster roars again, tossing its only savior aside like a rag doll. Seeing an opening, the beast thrusts a massive armored claw forward, aiming to punch a hole right through Isuki's chest. At the very last second, a giant greatsword flies in to parry the strike while a voice screams for him to watch out. Following the sword, a massive figure in silver armor drops from the sky like a meteorite, crashing right into the fight. The impact literally craters the grass. As Josuk stands up, he looks incredibly stressed while trying to explain the situation. Isuki cuts him off, knowing the worst has happened. Suddenly, the monster curls into a ball, ready for something big. It turns into a violent, bloody tornado, spinning so fast it traps both of them inside a literal storm of death. Watching the chaos, Isuki realizes that Iberia has completely lost his mind and any shred of control he had left. Josuk confirms the grim reality. The dragon armor has swallowed him whole. Even so, Isuki stays perfectly calm and composed. He knows it is a side effect and insists they have to rip that cursed armor off Iberia right this second. But Josuk just looks hopeless, explaining that the armor has already fused completely with Iberia's actual physical body. He remembers a past horror telling Isuki about an awakened he once saw whose very soul was stolen by that same armor. Gripping his sword tight, Josuk drops the ultimate bombshell. The armor will never come off unless the user dies. It hits Isuki like a ton of bricks. You can see his eyes shaking as he tries to process that his friend might be gone. Josuk makes the hardest call imaginable, saying they have no choice but to kill Iberia with their own hands. He points his blade at the storm, taking the burden on himself and telling Isuki to leave if he cannot handle it. But then Isuki steps forward with a look of cold determination, declaring that he will be the one to do it. Rozuk jumps in immediately to stop him. He is not letting Isuki take the weight of such a terrible sin on his shoulders. But Isuki just brushes him off, totally focused on the mission. Aiden was taken by that ice calamity beast, was he not? He tells Rozuk to go save the kid while DDI tracks them. But man, look at Isuki's eyes. They are just full of heartbreak. As the system starts the summon for Zishuan, Isuki actually bows. He is begging for one last private word with Iberia. Seeing how dead set Isuki is, Rozuk finally gives up with a heavy sigh. He is putting all his trust in our boy now. He warns him if Iberia gets away, he will only get more insane. He has to be put down right here, no matter what. Isuki does not waste a second. He launches into the sky like a blue bolt, screaming for the battle to finally begin. They collide. That massive red beast digs its claws into break, shredding the road into deep, smoking craters as it skids. It does not give him a break. The system triggers Windblade, and suddenly a razor-sharp vortex is tearing everything apart. Iski just stands there, totally cold and calculating. He just used a skill. But wait, we see that Overmiss did not even activate. And he pays for that gamble. A wind blade slices right across his cheek, spraying blood everywhere. That has to hurt. But even bleeding, Iski stands tall like a mountain. He actually smirks because he knows the beast is struggling with its own heart. You do not really want to hurt me, do you, Iberia? And man, that roar from the beast sounds absolutely desperate and wild. The beast crosses its armored arms, channeling all that pure rage into a massive, suffocating ball of energy that stops our breath. Then the system drops the hammer, Skywind Blade activated. We all know what is coming. It is going to be pure destruction. Thousands of wind blades tear through the night, weaving a literal net of death aimed straight for Iski to crush him completely. He does not even move. Iski just closes his eyes and lets those invisible blades carve right into his bare skin without flinching. Blood and flesh are flying everywhere, but he just keeps walking. He is literally gritting his teeth and pushing through that storm. Seeing Iski suffer like that for its sake, look at the beast's eyes. It is actually crying clear tears while it rages. It lets out this heart-wrenching roar of grief. But then the camera suddenly cuts away to the dark hideout of the villains. A minion is reporting to Ringa. They successfully got Aiden, but the Red Flame King and White Ghost, yeah, they are dead. Ringa does not even flinch. He just mocks them, saying warriors like that are a dime a dozen. Talk about being cold. But then the minion drops some bad news. It looks like Lord Sarusakuma is actually having a really hard time out there. Ringa just brushes it off. He never expected him to win, just to keep those special grade rescue teams busy for a while. Wait, the Spider Eye guy pipes up. Apparently Sarusakuma is only being held back by a single person this whole time. Ringa is actually impressed now. Who else besides Tewa Jinja can handle Sarusakuma one-on-one? He wants a name and fast. The multi-eyed guy checks the intel. It is the man with the strongest body in existence. His name is Hayden Akira. And boom, we are back at the battlefield just in time to see Hayden throwing an absolute monster of a tyrant punch. That punch creates a blood-red shockwave that levels everything. The collision just turns the entire ground into straight-up ash and dust. The impact carves a massive trench that stretches forever, painting the whole sky red as it tears through every single obstacle. That blue-haired special grade is literally shaking. This fight started yesterday afternoon, and it is still going on. That is unreal. Even his own wounds have had time to heal. He is just standing there in awe as world-shaking explosions rock the area. He cannot believe he is seeing this level of combat up close. Then, through the smoke, that white ape demon charges. The system confirms it. That is Sarasakuma, one of the 8 demon kings. And look at her, she is absolutely drenched in sweat. She realizes he is taking hits that could literally shatter the earth. She cannot just watch. She charges in like a total maniac. If Hayden falls, it is game over for everyone. She has to do something. But then she is suddenly stopped dead cold. A hand in a black glove just drops on her shoulder, shutting her down. It is him, and he sounds totally confident. He tells her not to worry. Hayden is not weak enough to die from scratches like that. Then Hayden lets loose another blow. That hit is so strong, it literally splits the mountain behind the Demon King. The blue-haired guy is just losing his mind. He calmly reminds her that special grades are the absolute monsters of humanity. You should never, ever dare to underestimate them. And he is right. The Demon King's massive arms start shaking. Something is pushing back from underneath with some seriously overwhelming force. The Demon King looks absolutely horrified now. You can see the sweat dripping off his face as he starts to lose control. Compared to that giant beast, Hayden looks tiny, but he is lifting that whole massive arm with just one hand easily. Our guy just nods. It has been a long time since he has seen Hayden's second form, and she is just totally confused. Hayden is covered in this dark, swirling energy now. His muscles swelling. He feels like a completely different person. This is terrifying. Our masked friend drops a cruel truth. In this state, his stats are going to absolutely explode. But there is a catch. He becomes a total beast. Hayden roars as black energy stains the sky like some fallen god. Without a second of hesitation, he slams a world-shattering punch down. That monkey demon gets crushed as the explosion levels everything. The system coldly logs this madman's body count. His new title in this form? The Tyrant. Ripping through the debris, Hayton charges like a starving predator. He hammers a brutal fist right into the Demon King's chest, spraying blood and flesh everywhere. The massive beast stumbles back, completely losing its footing after that single lethal blow. Meanwhile, our attacker lands with perfect grace, sliding across the stone and cutting the air like a sharp blade. He stands tall, blood-soaked, and oozing pure killing intent. But then, he just walks away? The girl can't believe it. Where is he going? The old man just shrugs. Guess he is finished. Hearing that, our glasses-wearing girl finally takes a breath of relief, actually impressed. She thought he would just keep rampaging, but he kept his cool. Now that is what I call high level. Chiako nods in agreement. If he just attacked everyone blindly, it wouldn't matter how much power he actually had. He would just be a walking disaster. Someone like that could never become a true guardian of humanity. He lands and immediately shatters the next barrier with a brutal punch. Look at those eyes, pure madness and zero mercy for anything in his way. His face is a total bloody mess now, and you can tell his patience has officially hit zero. Amidst the wreckage, our shirtless guy is gasping for air. Why am I even here? He spots the crushed demon and mutters, enemies. Everything is settled, so why on earth did that crazy guy show up now? Clutching his bleeding chest, he just laughs at how much his teammate loves meddling. But honestly, trouble always finds them. Totally unaware of the disaster looming, the girl looks at the quiet sky and finally lets out a sigh of relief, thinking it is finally over. Is it? Nito asks her if she was really ready to die just to buy Hayton some time. She is stunned but says yes. He points out how weird that is. Usually, she is the first one to call for a retreat. It is just not like her usual calm self. He tells her she is starting to act exactly like Tenma-kun. Caught red-handed! Her face turns bright red as she tries to deny the whole thing. To hide her embarrassment, she quickly asks about Tenma-kun. You and I know they are still out there in the forest somewhere. But with high-rank guys like Yusuke-san around, they should be totally fine, right? And then we cut to Iberia, who is absolutely losing it. Itsuki-san, why on earth didn't you just dodge? Floating mid-air, Itsuki just lets the energy blast him. He says physical pain is actually great for numbing the mind. He is literally refusing to dodge. Covered in blood, he stares right into the jaws of that armored beast waiting to swallow him. Death is inches away, but he just reaches out and grabs the beast's mouth with pure, raw strength. He whispers Iberia's name and charges up a dark sphere in his palm. The system triggers his ultimate skill, kill! He declares that this is the end. Without hesitating, he shoves that ball of destruction right into the monster's throat at point-blank range. The dark energy erupts, tearing through the beast and sending a massive pillar of shadow into the sky. Then, silence. The massive monster finally gives out. You can hear the cold sound of metal shattering in the dark. Piece by piece, the demon armor crumbles and falls onto the blood-soaked earth. With its evil shell gone, the creature just collapses onto our hero's shoulder, completely broken. The helmet shatters, revealing Iberia's blonde hair. He is back to being human, but blood and tears are everywhere as he sobs. The poor kid cries out in total regret. He just didn't want to be a burden to Itsuki-san anymore. Itsuki bows his head and shuts that thought down immediately. He never once thought Iberia was a burden. Iberia gives a weak, bloody smile. He asks if that is really true. Of course it is. We are all just good at different things. Iberia uses his last bit of strength to grab Itsuki's arm. He heard the disaster beast speaking. It didn't want to kill his father. It wanted to control him. As the light in his eyes fades, he tells Itsuki that he is the only one who can save his dad. I'm leaving it to you. Immediately, the image of that dark mastermind behind this whole tragedy flashes in Itsuki's mind. He can't stop the tears, but his green eyes are burning with pure rage. He is going to crush that thing personally. His promise made, Iberia's heavy eyes finally close as the blood keeps dripping down his chin. He dies with a peaceful smile on his lips. He was just happy he got to talk to his friend one last time. He clings to the cold, lifeless body of his comrade, whispering a final, soul-crushing command into the empty air. Double E, I am leaving the rest to you. In the middle of this grief, the system delivers a cold, heartless prophecy. Day 2, 3:33 a.m. Iberia has died. Honestly, guys, this is brutal. Suddenly, we cut to a fiery lair. A hidden demon sits on a throne, mocking their desperate efforts with a sneer. Not bad, kid. Not bad at all. But this is just the beginning. That twisted smile on his face promises a dark future. I will erase everything you hold dear in a way far more sick than this. Leaving those chilling threats behind, the camera pans across a silent night forest. Small figures are moving fast through the thick, misty trees. Brushing through the leaves, the green-haired swordsman grumbles in frustration. I really thought things would settle down after we took out that Calamity spirit. Now we have to escort Izumi-san this deep into the mountains? He looks at his broken comrade being carried along and clicks his tongue. This should have been a two-man job, but he can barely even stand. Suddenly, the spirit butterfly Gyokuchu starts glowing with an intense light. Chao-ha, wearing her glasses, alerts everyone in a panic. Gyokuchu just detected an incredibly strange wave of raw emotion nearby. Pointing straight ahead, she cries out that the source is right in front of them. There, a man is kneeling under the moonlight, holding a corpse. With lightning reflexes, the swordsman draws his blade. Who goes there? Is it another Calamity spirit in human form? Tell us what you see. Stepping forward, Chao-ha squints into the darkness. A sense of familiarity makes her heart skip a beat. That back. The night veil finally lifts. Instead of a monster, they find a scene of pure tragedy. She gasps in disbelief. It is Tenma-kun. Hearing her voice, the young man turns. His face is covered in blood, his green eyes hollow and vacant. He whispers her name, Chao-ha sensei. She stands frozen at his broken state. What happened here? Out of the shadows, a tall figure emerges, accompanied by a massive death dog with glowing red eyes. This looks like a scene from a nightmare. A familiar, calm voice speaks up to explain. The green-haired guy jumps, gripping his sword tight. Is there seriously someone else hiding out here? Stepping into the moonlight, his silver armor radiates absolute authority. The man announces his name proudly, Special Grade Savior Josuke Boguto. Recognizing him, the swordsman's eyes widen as he connects the pieces of this horrific night. Wait, you are the bodyguard for Iden Hits. Why are you here? In the silence of the night, the ghosts of their brutal enemies begin to haunt their minds once again. Facing the swordsman's sharp question, Josuke's face goes dark. His voice drops low as he reports the bitter truth. Izumi-san, about this battle. Josuke swallows his helplessness, admitting their total failure. We lost. The system ruthlessly updates the prophecy board for this fateful night. Day 2, 3:34 a.m. The prophesied battle has ended with the worst possible result. 50% of Northern Continent Area 7 is destroyed. The legendary blacksmith Iden Hits has been kidnapped, and his son Iberia Beat is dead. Leaving the ruins behind, Josuke's voice remains flat as he recounts the disaster after his master was taken. Inside a shack, he sits with crossed arms. Recalling the enemy's trickery, he explains that he ordered death to track the mana trail left by that Calamity spirit. We see the massive dog snarling at the silver-armored foe. He continues the story of failure. But all we found were those damn clones. The more he thinks about it, the more Josuke grinds his teeth. His eyes burn with anger. That Calamity spirit was incredibly cunning. It knew we were following and left countless decoys to hide its real location. Nento interrupts the report, looking over with a worried face. Tenma-kun. How is he doing? Chao-ha glances through the cracked door, sighing as she shares his status. Most are just surface scratches. The bleeding stopped. But he is being stubborn and refusing my treatment. Her eyes go soft, hiding a deep anxiety that you and I can both feel. The fire of hatred inside him is burning hotter than ever. She mutters a grim warning. At this rate, his heart will be consumed by revenge. In the dark room, Tenma sits motionless on the edge of the bed like a statue. The massive death dog stands guard right beside him. His hollow eyes are glued to a photo on the desk. A warm family picture smiling happily, the complete opposite of his current reality. In the photo, little blonde Iberia is grinning, never knowing how cruel the world could be. Memories hit Tenma hard, starting from their first meeting. Little Iberia runs up, pointing to his chest as he introduces himself. My name is Iberia. What is yours? Then he remembers when he was exhausted. That frail kid didn't say a word, just carried him across a battlefield filled with monster corpses. Or that life and death moment. That idiot hugged him, swearing he would never leave Izumi-san. Iberia even laughed about wanting to name his summon. Spirit users can name their own spirits, you know? Do you want me to name you? I am super confident in my naming skills. Each memory cuts like a knife. Izumi slowly turns his head, his green eyes bloodshot with rage. A murderous aura explodes from his scarred body. Without a word, he walks heavily toward the door, dropping a command as cold as ice. Let us go, Death. On his master's order, the massive dog lets out a ferocious howl. The system screen pops up confirming the power of a true predator. Deathhound, rank B, level 20. Stats: attack 350, speed 300, defense 200, magic 150. Carrying a burning fire of revenge, Izumi steps out of the room. We are going to find that Calamity spirit and crush it ourselves. His eyes flash with a red light, showing a man pushed to the edge of madness. He has nothing left to lose but his bloodlust. But as he reaches the main hall, he is forced to stop. Right there at the entrance, Nento Lulu appears, completely blocking the only way out. Seeing the high rankers show up out of nowhere, Itsuki's totally lost. Sensei, everyone, what's the deal here? What's going on? Rozuk, the blue-haired guy, and Choha stare at him with complicated eyes. It's half pity, half suspicion. The blue-haired guy scans Itsuki's bloody body, so this absolute wreck is actually Izumi Sansao's second disciple. He connects the rumors, creating a solo barrier and crushing a level 30 beast. Word is, he even did something unforgivable. He killed his own friend. Strong, sure, but he's clearly heartless. Nanto ignores the glares and looks at Itsuki. Heading somewhere? Itsuki answers with zero hesitation. I'm finding that ice monster and saving Aiden. Nothing is going to stop me. But Nanto doesn't give a nod. He blocks the path, dousing Itsuki's fire with a cold reality check. Not happening. Itsuki's eyes flare with pure rage. Why? Why can't I go? He's about to explode from all the suppression. Instead of flinching, Nanto explains like a cold bureaucrat. You aren't a savior yet. The Union flagged this as a special grade incident. He looks out the window, listing the rules. To join this rescue mission, you must be at least a rank 2 savior. He turns back to Itsuki, delivering a brutal truth that dims the boy's world. And you? You don't have that license yet. Itsuki's veins pop as he growls, muscles tensing up in pure fury. So you're saying if I'm not a licensed savior, I don't even have the right to help? I promised Olivia I'd save Aiden. I'm going, even if you hate it! The blue-haired guy's eyes go wide. How does this brat have the guts to talk to Izumi like that? Choha worries silently. Dad, you don't have to be so blunt. Do you even know how Itsuki feels right now? Nanto ignores them and drops a heavy line, targeting the kid's guilt. Will you be okay if someone else dies because of you? That question hits Itsuki like a bucket of ice water. He stands there, completely stunned, looking like a lost child. Seeing his point land, Nanto softens his voice. I get how you feel. This whole mess started because I made a mistake. I believed the beast was only targeting me. I let my guard down when it came to Aiden's protection. He continues the lesson. But after working that hard to snatch Aiden, they aren't going to kill him off just yet. With your current strength, challenging that beast is just suicide. Itsuki can only bow his head and clench his fists in pure helplessness. Then Nanto offers a carrot, looking toward the sunrise. But you have limitless potential. Reaching special grade isn't just a dream for you. He turns back with a firm promise. Reach that level, and I'll make sure the Union lets you handle the rescue yourself. Hope flares in Itsuki's eyes. He's hooked. Then what can I do right now to reach special grade level? Nanto finally makes his move. Join the peak training camp. Itsuki repeats the fancy name, feeling totally out of the loop. Nanto explains. The top 10 national qualifiers get invited to this elite Union camp in Nakasu to sharpen their skills to the limit. An epic slideshow of some seriously high-level legends starts playing. Monsters like Taekwon Jin and Akira survive that brutal training. Those who pass become humanity's shield, and this year's camp starts in just 3 days. Seeing Itsuki thinking, Nanto keeps the sales pitch going. Listen to this. Survive the peak camp, And you won't just rank high, it's the fastest shortcut to becoming a special grade savior. Exactly what you need. Itsuki doesn't need to think, he declares it like he's just scored a massive win. Understood, I'm joining that camp. Nanto nods, satisfied. Then first, we need to do something about that wrecked body of yours. You're a mess. Choha steps up immediately. Her hands glow with a soft green light as she begins healing the stubborn kid. While she works, Itsuki asks curiously, Choha, do you know anything about this peak training camp? She looks surprised while healing him. I know it, but why ask? Don't tell me you're going? Sensei said it's the perfect place to level up. Choha frowns, dropping a harsh truth. That's true, but it's not that simple. Only the absolute geniuses of geniuses get in. The healing light flashes bright. She continues with a dark, heavy tone. She remembers a powerful warrior. People who were hailed as legends their entire lives. After the camp, they realize they're just ordinary. Their spirits shatter completely. I've seen it way too many times. Her eyes turn cold and serious. It's a playground for geniuses, but it's also a graveyard for them. Consider yourself warned. She recalls a massive beast standing over a trainee's corpse. This isn't just training, it's survival. The training is brutal and the stakes are insane. Because of that, people literally die there every single year. She expected him to back down, but Itsuki just gives a wicked smirk. Perfect. Choha nearly stops the healing in shock. Itsuki stands up, fully healed, with a battle-crazy look. I was worried I wouldn't find anyone worth fighting. Guess I was wrong. Against weak monsters or half-baked losers, my ultimate mimicry doesn't even trigger. I need this challenge! His eyes glow with determination. The only way to get stronger is by hunting down the most dangerous beasts out there. Fighting on the edge of life and death is the true duty of an awakener. Hearing that, Choha just freezes. Look at her blushing. Our guy, Yusuke, dense as a brick, asks her why her face is turning so red. Did healing me wear you out? Caught off guard, she panics and waves her hands, desperately making up an excuse. She claims using skills heats the body up. Classic move! She turns away, heart hammering like crazy in her chest. She can hear her own heartbeat so clearly for the first time. Her face is bright red as she scolds herself. What am I thinking? After Isuki puts his coat on, she regains her cool and confirms his wounds are healed. He just nods and starts walking. Where are you going? He doesn't look back, giving a cold farewell in the night. Now we're in a quiet forest. Isuki and Joseph stand before a fresh grave, and the atmosphere gets heavy fast. The headstone reads Iberia Hiss. A sword and yellow roses rest there. Honestly, it's such a heartbreaking sight to see. Jisuke feels terrible for making him do something so cruel, but our hero just says it was his own choice. Joseph asks if he's really leaving. Isuki nods, ready to step into a future that's bound to be legendary. I'm joining the top camp to sharpen my skills and finally kill that beast myself. Then he asks about Josuk. Jasuk opens up about his rough past. Without his master, he would have died before ever becoming an awakener. He looks at his gear, his weapons, his armor, everything he has is thanks to his master's teaching. He stands tall like a hero making a vow. His master gave him life, and he will find him. Suddenly, Isuki holds out a fist. Such a great bro moment to break up the serious mood. He promises to become a savior and help Josuk rescue Aiden. Gotta love that fire in his eyes. Just don't go dying on me. Josuk is clearly moved even if he's trying to hide his emotional side. He finally smiles, returning the fist bump. Yeah, I'll be waiting for you, he promises. As their fists meet, a bright light flashes. You and I just witnessed the birth of a powerful alliance. Scene change. Chuha's reporting to her father, looking incredibly proud of how our guy is doing. He was physically and mentally broken just hours ago, yet he's already back up. He's just suppressing those feelings. Her father's eyes glow under his hat. She's analyzing him like an expert, waiting for him to explode. They're in a dark forest now. Dad says the attack was suspicious and calls for a commander's meeting. Before leaving, he tells his daughter to keep a close eye on our main character for him. She agrees with total confidence, but then she immediately turns into stone with a super awkward, frozen smile. Isuki, still having zero clue, scratches his head and asks why she looks so strangely happy all of a sudden. They hit the road. He asks where they're going, but she's keeping it all top secret for now. She stops and strikes a serious pose. My dad asked me to look after you, so I'm your guardian. I'm your guardian from now on. Got it? Isuki mutters about not being a little kid anymore, but he eventually gives in. Fine. So, what's our next move then? She points ahead with pure excitement. It's obvious. We're heading straight to Nagasu to join the top camp. Iski's all in, green aura and everything, but wait, here's a flashback to some poor, unlucky guy. A dark shadow with glowing red eyes lunges through the smoke. This guy didn't even see it coming. One massive punch shatters his glasses and sends him flying. He's out cold before he hits the ground. Behind him stands a massive figure covered in lightning, those red eyes. They look way too familiar, right? Talk about destructive power. Back in reality, that same guy is wrapped in bandages like a total mummy. He's screaming in agony in his hospital bed. His rich mom rushes over to comfort her precious baby. Don't be scared, Mommy's here. She's crying but looks furious. Did you have a nightmare about that attacker? This guy is a total wreck, crying and swearing to send them to hell for what they did. His mother's eyes turn ice cold. She's about to drop some major news to calm her son down. Don't worry, your big brother is back. He'll get revenge. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over the bed. A deep voice asks if it hurts. The camera pans out to show a mountain of a man. He's standing there with insane killing intent. Seeing his big bro, Raji starts crying like a baby. Just punish him already. The older brother smirks, his white teeth flashing in the shadows as he locks onto his target. You said his name was Tenma, the brat, who did this to you. Right, he is just some pathetic orphan with no family. I heard he took first place in the prelims, but his level is still 0. He is not even worthy to stand in your shadow. Brother! At the mention of first place, the guy literally ignites. A crimson aura of pure murder explodes from his entire body. Like a demon reborn, he growls that if the kid made first, he will definitely be at the peak camp. He flashes a twisted, ear-to-ear grin, settling on a brutal revenge plan. Fine, I will just crush him right there. While someone is plotting his murder, our main character, Iski, is just casually heading off to go camping. His caretaker, Chuha, looks up at the sky and sighs. We are here. Before them stands a massive glass dome. The building looks straight out of a sci-fi movie. Iski is stunned, admitting it is way more impressive than he ever imagined. Joining the crowd, they walk toward the main gate. Iski realizes everything Chao Hassan said was actually true. He is surrounded by giants in gold armor and high-level players walking around with terrifying horned monsters. Isuki watches the cocky kids around him, all looking so proud. Suddenly, Chuha stops dead in her tracks. She fixes her glasses and warns him that she cannot go further. From here, he has to handle things on his own. She hands over a high-tech bracelet. This is your registration, and I have been holding it for you. You will need this for training. The young man takes it with a simple thanks. As he takes it, she gives one last heartfelt warning. Listen, try not to do anything that attracts too much attention. You do not want to end up on someone's hit list. Naturally, our stubborn hero just ignores her and walks in. He tosses back a short, I know, leaving Choha sweating as she watches his defiant back. She sighs to herself. Knowing Tenma's personality, she cannot help but feel incredibly worried for him. Inside the reception area, Iski approaches the desk and politely says he wants to sign up as a participant. Behind the desk is a scruffy, exhausted guy who looks like he has not slept in days. He does not even look up. Give me the bracelet. Iski hands it over to the grumpy staffer, who places it onto a machine. A blue light scans the device to extract the data. Iski narrows his green eyes, watching the process closely. He realizes even the receptionist is over level 40. This peak camp is definitely on a whole different level. Then his mysterious stats pop up. Name, Tenma. Level, 0. Job, order breaker. Seeing that big fat 0, the clerk smirks. A level 0? How did a guy like you even get in here? He assumes the kid used connections to cheat the prelims and gives him a look of pure contempt. But connections mean nothing here. Without real power, being crushed is only a matter of time. With 0 customer service, the guy waves him off. After you pick a room, go pay your fees. Iski freezes for 5 seconds. He starts sweating, asking in total disbelief, I have to pay to stay here? The clerk sneers at him, spitting out the harsh truth. This is not exactly a charity house, kid. Iski's face goes dark. He mutters to himself in despair. Chu-ha, why did you not tell me? I am broke. Seeing him stand there like a statue, the clerk reminds him he should have points from the prelims. Iski looks confused. Points? The clerk realizes he is dealing with a total newbie and starts explaining the currency. Your wealth is based on your score. For example, if you earned 1,000 points, that cash is transferred immediately. You earn more by finishing quests. Points are everything here. You need them for food and basic supplies. Iski finally understands that points are a big deal. He earned a lot in the prelims, so he should be fine. The clerk taps the desk impatiently. Hurry up and pick a room already. People are waiting. Iski looks up and asks something that shocks the guy. How much for the most luxurious room? A standard room is 100 points a month. Premium is 500 for 75 square meters. A villa is 2,000 a month. Isuki looks at his sleeping pet, Death, and starts doing the math. A normal room is fine for me, but Death needs space. We will not fit in a tiny closet. He makes a big spender decision. I will take the villa. The clerk's jaw literally hits the floor. He tries to play the nice guy, warning Isuki not to waste points since they are hard to keep. Iski just tells him to hurry up. The clerk grumbles about arrogant kids, then drops a final rule. Once you are inside, everyone's name, level, and skills are completely hidden from each other. Iski just nods. Got it. Watching him walk away, the receptionist wonders why a kid like him chose the villa. Just how many points did this kid score in the prelims? Curiosity gets the better of him, so he checks the screen. Suddenly, his eyes bulge, cold sweat pours down, and he is left completely speechless. Wait, what? He rubs his eyes over and over, panicking. Is this some kind of system glitch? It has to be, right? Look at that score. The monitor flashes a number that is just insane, 106,600 points. The receptionist screams in absolute horror. Over 100,000 points? He slumps back in his chair, totally soul-crushed. He looks at his own pathetic score, just 1,600 points. Meanwhile, Iski is strolling through a crowd full of dangerous-looking people. Even he realizes that the youth these days are honestly terrifying. Suddenly, he stops dead, face turning dark. Oh no! He starts panicking, sweating bullets, while cursing his goldfish brain. He totally forgot to ask where the villa actually is. He lets out a heavy sigh. This rich but forgetful kid has no choice but to turn back. Guess it is back to the lobby for him. But the moment he turns around, two friendly-looking guys block his path. Izuki just glares at these strangers and coldly asks what they want. A massive guy and a blonde kid are grinning ear to ear. The big one speaks first, claiming they are awakeners from the south who just arrived yesterday. You look lost, don't you? We can show you around. All right. You and I can already see where this is going. Iski does not hesitate at all. I am trying to find the villa area. Do you guys know where that is? The big guy scratches his head. The villa? Over there? Maybe? The blonde kid nods along. Exactly, right over there. But the second they hear the word villa, both of them freeze up like they have seen a ghost. Isuki tilts his head, confused. Is something wrong? The blonde kid quickly waves his hands, stuttering that he just needs a second to remember the exact spot. Watching them whisper and glance at each other, Isuki gets suspicious. Why are you guys being so secretive just to remember a location? What is the catch? All of a sudden, a sharp voice rings out from behind them. A stunning cat girl with a black cat on her shoulder appears, introducing herself as Aka Gamison, rank 5 from the north. Even the cat starts calling out these scammers. They are trying to scam a newbie out of points under the guise of helping. She smirks, looking at the prey and wondering what idiot is falling for it this time. But then she takes a much closer look at the victim. Her purple eyes go wide with shock. That guy is. These two scammers have no idea they are facing death itself. It is the monster who scored over 100,000 points. She licks her lips, eyes gleaming with excitement. You and I both know this is about to get intense. The big guy starts having doubts. He is staying at the villa. What if he is the champion of some other continent? The blonde kid shuts him down immediately. No champion would waste 2,000 points just for a room. He is probably just some spoiled brat who does not understand the value of points. The big guy looks totally confused. Wait, what are you trying to say? The blonde kid's eyes flash with greed. These rich kids raised in bubbles are always weak. He is the perfect target. He smugly declares his plan to his partner. We are taking every single point he has. Meanwhile, Iski has lost his patience. If you guys cannot remember, I will just go find it myself. Seeing their prey slipping away, the kid grabs his buddy and laughs. Wait, I just remembered. Let me show you the way right now. And so the trio sets off for the villa under a beautiful sunset. From a distance, two older guys are watching the whole scene play out. One guy recognizes the scammers immediately, Fumio Futaki and Ichitoro Sano from the south. Looks like that poor kid in the middle fell right into their trap. The other guy just sighs, feeling bad for the victim. He already looks weak, and now he's about to lose all his points. What a tragedy. But wait, in the crowd of onlookers, a massive guy carrying a hammer suddenly recognizes our main character. He squints his eyes, muttering to himself, "Is not that the kid who asked those weird questions before the prelims? Of all people, he is the one they caught." The hammer guy, Gakue, who is actually rank 3 in the north, just turns away. Not his problem. He has only got one real goal in mind. He wants to beat Tenma, the champion of the northern prelims. Talk about an awkward realization. Finally, the scammers lead Isuki to the villa area. The blonde kid gestures toward the buildings. Here is the villa area. Isuki looks at the modern mansion in front of him and just says it is huge. While he is busy admiring the view, the two scammers reveal their true intentions, blocking him with creepy ear-to-ear grins. The kid cracks his knuckles and tells him to pay up for the help. Iski turns around calmly, agreeing that since they led him here, he should give them a little something. Seeing their prey being so cooperative, both of them are stunned. Wait, it is really this easy? Iski just raises his wristband and asks a completely innocent question. So, how much do you guys want? The big guy starts to ask for 500, but the kid shuts him up immediately. You idiot, ask for 1,000. Give us 1,000 points right now. Iski frowns like he is thinking it over. 1,000 points? That is a bit much, but fine. The big guy cannot believe it. Seriously? You are agreeing to that? While Iski is looking for the transfer button, the blonde kid whispers to his partner. He is actually paying 1,000 points for a simple walk. Not just weak, but stupid too. Isuki asks how to transfer the points, and seeing how easy this is, the two scammers decide to push their luck. The big guy steps in front of him. Sorry, kid, but that took longer than expected. You owe us more. The kid joins in, demanding 5,000 points total. Don't blame us for what happens next. They both charge in. The big guy raises his shield with a terrifying grin, demanding everything he has. Faced with a blatant attempt at blackmail, Isuki just bows his head, dropping a cold, I get it. He slowly looks up, face hidden in shadows with glowing red eyes. You are just low-life blackmailers, are not you? Talk about a 180. Seeing that red killing intent, the kid flinches. What is this guy? He is a different person. The big guy still has not learned, roaring at him. Hand over those points right now, or you will regret ever being born. You are the one who will regret it. Iski steps forward, aura burning red. Right now, I am beyond annoyed. No matter what happens next, do not you dare complain about the results. The blonde kid snaps, purple lightning surging everywhere. I am rank 6. No way I am losing to a piece of trash like you. He charges with a massive lightning ball in hand. You idiot, I will turn you to dust with my B-rank skill lightning punch. Iski does not even move, taking the hit directly. Then the system pops up. B-rank lightning skill has been successfully absorbed. Thunderous roar wave, speed is up 10%, absorption is at 2 out of 5, speed 475, a 25% boost from the roar. Mr. Rank 6 is frozen in pure terror, sweating like a dog. He cannot even take a single step forward anymore. Before he can blink, a massive slap sends him flying. His big buddy's brain is still trying to process what just happened. He just stands there staring as his friend flies off like a kite. Too fast! I can not even see his movements. He flexes that massive right arm, veins popping everywhere. He is going all in to crush this speedster in one single shot. Rank S skill, body strengthening. He throws a punch with an arm like a tree trunk, but Isuki just catches it effortlessly. Then Isuki flexes his own arm, muscles exploding out. This guy is terrified. Isuki has the exact same body transformation power. He is an order breaker. Desperate, the big guy buffs both arms. Let us see you try and block both of these. A total rain of massive punches comes crashing down, creating a wall of strikes with absolutely zero openings. But with that speed buff, these are just child's play to Isuki. He just smirks. Way too slow for me. He counters with even faster strikes. And suddenly, snap. The giant's arms are broken like dry twigs in an instant. He stumbles back, staring at his mangled arms in total disbelief. No way. This should not be possible. My defense is near 300. What are you? Isuki is suddenly right there, whispering with pure killing intent. Even with your buffs, you are not even close to my level. The giant collapses, completely losing his will to fight. You are no student. Who are you? Isuki's dark purple aura explodes as he reveals his name, Tenma of the North. He raises his fist for the finish. Then the system chimes in notification from Break Rule. Critical shattered! The next attack will be a 100% critical hit! The giant feels the absolute death coming for him, sweating buckets. He thinks, wait, he stopped? Isuki's fist freezes just centimeters away from that terrified face, just a tiny bit closer and it would have been over. He realizes that if that critical hit landed, his head would have literally exploded. That was way too close to being fatal. He pulls back, his red eyes burning with cold rage. Get lost. And just like that, those scammers are running away. They are screaming about him being a monster while Akagami-san watches the whole thing from a nearby rooftop. She really thought he would struggle against rank 5 and 6, but this was just a total one-sided slaughter from start to finish. He is definitely a scary man. Suddenly, the camp speakers flare up, calling every single candidate to Apex Square immediately. The entrance exam is starting. Time to get to work, Mayo-chan. Let us go and see what we have got. Mayo-chan chirps back as Isuki looks toward the speakers. The entrance exam. It is finally time to start the real test. Just like Juha warned us, 50% of the participants are getting cut right here at this very stage. He heads toward the square, his shadow stretching behind him. It is time for him to give this everything he has got.